sergeant thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Earth thinks that evolution is real. Chemtrails don't exist, vaccines work. Climate change is happening, we landed on the moon. The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Scooty, it's not alright. Baby, it's not alright.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hello, welcome back to the channel for the second stream today. I'm your host, Craig McNeIll. Now, I am over on Modern Day Debates, where I'm having my first ever Christian atheist debate, and it's about ethics. Let's just get on with it and get over there. Because we're just getting set up. We're running a little bit behind because of some tech issues.
Be it.
Oh, I got you.
Okay.
Yeah, you can give it a try. If you want to make sure it's working, it's no problem.
Yeah, I can try.
Already got a couple of super chats towards the goal. We've got Mark W for £2 says, "Fuck your goal. The goalposts have been moved."
It works.
And Neve Palpatine.
Greg, did you need to share a screen too, or?
No, I probably
I see. I have to open it first. Gotcha. I got to open it first.
I'm just going to do talking today.
Yeah. Talky. All right. So, who is going first, by the way?
Oh, you have an echo too. Is that Craig? Do you hear his echo or not?
Nope.
Okay, talk again.
Hello,
Right.
hello. Can you hear me?
Okay, now it's gone. Yeah, now it's.
It just depends if you have monitors in the room. Like if you have speakers, they might come full circle into the microphone. But if there's no monitors on in the room, then
Speak again.
good day, good day.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully it's okay. I'll try not to be too aggressive on the mic. Won't breathe into it too much. All right. Well, yes. Nice to meet you, by the way. Thanks for.
Nice to meet you, Jim Bob.
Yeah, you too. I'm sure, Craig, you're very happy to not be doing your 6,000 flat Earth debate. So.
Yeah, well, it's nice to have a little bit.
Not nearly as overjoyed as me. Sorry, Craig. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan isn't a fan of the old flat Earth stuff.
Well, it's like, it's still entertaining, but how many times of either side are you going to do it, right? Like,
well, until they stop saying the Earth is flat, I guess.
Forever. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with Craig if you want to go first. That's fine with me.
It's up to you, Ryan. Do you want to flip a coin? I've really got no preference.
No, I mean, if he can volunteer you, I think this time,
Yeah, that's cool.
I've hosted Craig last, my first time with Jim Bob. And you also you also end up getting to go first a lot of times for the debates. It's just like the nature of the beast in that.
Yeah, either way is fine with me.
All right, I'm just putting up the promo, and then we'll get going.
Why does that do that? That's annoying.
Oh, you might want to mute the stream.
Dihydrogen monoxide, £2. Why do Flerfs love specifically the purple crayon? Apparently it tastes the best.
Are one of you watching the stream on YouTube?
Negative.
Me right now?
Yeah, because I think I can hear the audio coming through.
Okay, hold on. Hey, you can hear? Oh, do I have it open?
Yeah, if you're watching it right now, it's echoing.
Oh, I see. Maybe my mic. Let me just make sure my mic is not on like a global or whatever you call it setting.
Yeah, no worries.
Just make sure. Yeah, we don't want that. Alt input on. That should be good.
So do you hear James talking right now?
No.
Okay. All right.
Good.
Just on my end then. All right, let's just get going then. We'll figure it out as we go. If it gets messy, we'll go back we'll go back behind the scenes here. That one was actually me this time. Amazing. Welcome, everybody, to Modern Day Debate. I'm your host tonight, I'm Ryan, and we're going to get started. Thanks for the wait. Thanks for waiting for us. My goodness, I'm all out of sorts, guys. All right, we're doing Christianity or secular humanism. Who has the better ethical foundation? So without further ado, we're going to get Craig on the floor to start us out. So, Craig, you got 10 minutes to start the show.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just quickly, before we do start, I want to remind everyone that November the 15th and 16th, Modern Day Debates are holding DebateCon 5 in Newark, New Jersey, where you can go and see me live debate Christianity versus secular humanism with Andrew Wilson and the moon landing against Alex Stein. Tickets are available now. Anyway, so hello everyone, my name is Craig McNeIll, and I'm really excited to be doing this debate because I don't normally do this. You probably know me for talking to people that think the earth is flat. So I'm excited to expand my wheelhouse a little, and this is quite an important conversation. For those of you who don't know me, I spend a lot of my time thinking about big questions like this. My background is in physics and nuclear engineering, so I tend to look at the world through the lens of evidence, logic, and how things actually work. Excuse me. These principles have shaped how I approach everything, including morality. I also run a YouTube channel debunking flat earth nonsense, so if you're wondering if I'll be using evidence and reason tonight, the answer is yes, that's pretty much my brand. I'm also a husband, a dad, and a firm believer in the power of humanity to do good. That's why I'm here tonight, not just to argue for secular humanism, but to show why it is the better ethical system for everyone. Ethics should be built on reason, not revelation. The foundations of secular humanism is reason, empathy, and a shared commitment to human well-being. It doesn't rely on any divine commandments or ancient scriptures, but instead uses critical thinking and evidence to determine right from wrong. This matters because morality, tied to religion, is by definition extremely rigid. It's locked to the norms of the time when those religious texts were written. Norms that often included things like slavery, misogyny, tribal warfare, and many worse things. For example, the Bible condones slavery in multiple passages and instructs women to submit to their husbands. These aren't values we hold today and aren't values we should ever hold. Secular humanism, on the other hand, evolves. It adapts as we learn more about each other and the world around us. And that's why secular societies have led the way in advancing human rights, abolishing slavery, expanding women's rights, and legalizing same-sex marriage. These weren't driven by any religious institutions, but human progress. Morality is intrinsic and not dependent on God, because one of the most common claims from the Christian side is that without God, there can be no objective morality. But let me ask you this. Is morality truly objective if it's based on the arbitrary commandments of a deity? If something is good only because God says so, what happens when God says something harmful is good? History shows us that this question isn't just hypothetical. Countless atrocities have been committed in God's name and still continue to be committed in God's name. Secular humanism just avoids this problem entirely. It starts with a simple, universal principle. Morality is about reducing harm and maximizing well-being for everyone. It's not dictated by fear of hell or the promise of reward in heaven. It's simply grounded in empathy and reason. And here's the thing, people don't need religion to behave morally. Secular societies like those in Scandinavia constantly rank highest in measures of happiness, safety, and equality. Meanwhile, the most religious societies often struggle with corruption, violence, and inequality. Now, I'm going to explain why I think Christianity's ethical framework is flawed. The Bible is often presented as a perfect moral guide, but when you actually read it, it's full of contradictions and outdated moral prescriptions. Yeah, sure, It tells us to love our neighbour, but it also tells us to stone people for working on the Sabbath. Yes, it tells us to care for the poor, but it also literally commands genocide. When faced with these contradictions, Christians often cherry-pick the parts of the Bible that align with modern values and ignore the rest. If you're already relying on human reasoning to decide which parts to follow, then why would you cling to the Bible at all? Secular humanism doesn't have this problem. It doesn't claim to have all the answers, but it's willing to ask the hard questions and adapt to new challenges. It allows us to confront issues like climate change, artificial intelligence, and global inequality with the tools of reason and compassion, not the limitations of some ancient doctrine. Secular humanism is inclusive, and finally I want to emphasize the inclusivity of it. Unlike Christianity, which divides the world into believers and non-believers, secular humanism begins with the simple premise that everyone matters equally. It doesn't care about your religion, your race, your gender, or your sexual orientation. It simply asks, how can we build a better society where everyone has the opportunity to thrive? This inclusivity is especially important in a diverse world. Ethical systems rooted in one religion inevitably exclude those who don't share that faith. Secular humanism, by contrast, provides a universal foundation for ethics, one that respects dignity and autonomy of every single individual. To sum up, I think secular humanism offers a foundation for ethics that is rational, adaptable, and inclusive. It doesn't rely on some outdated dogma or fear of divine punishment. It's built on empathy, reason, and the shared human desire to make the world a better place. Christianity, for all of its historical significance, cannot escape its contradictions and limitations. It asks us to tie our morality to an ancient text that condones slavery, suppresses women, and punishes thought crimes. Secular humanism asks us to do better, to use the tools of reason and compassion to build a more just and equitable world for everyone. And thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right, thank you so much, Craig, for your introductory statement. I'm just going to fix up the name there, everybody, so just bear with me. Awesome. We don't want to have the wrong name on screen. This is made by Jim Bob. We're going to save that. So thanks to both of our speakers. We had a little technical glitch starting up, but we're up and running strong now thanks to Discord, so that's great. I want to remind everybody that we are Modern Day Debate. We're a neutral space hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We do hope you feel welcome here. And yeah, as Craig said, we do have a live event coming up. It's going to be in Newark. It's going to be amazing. We've got 10 debates booked right now. They're all going to be super exciting and juicy. Of course, Craig's going to be there debating against Andrew Wilson. You've probably all seen the adverts, but I don't want to get too far away. Jim Bob is munching on the palate cleanser there, if you will, of the intro. So I'm going to hand it over to Jim Bob to give 10 minutes for the introduction. So go ahead there, Jim Bob. Thanks. All right,
thank you. So yeah, the topic is foundation. Oh, sorry, I have an echo. Hold on a second. Bad. Echo is still have an echo. Hold on a second.
Yeah, take your time. I'll just pause the timer.
Have an echo. Not.
Do you want to try popping out,
Check.
pop back in right quick again, or?
Let me move my maybe I'm hearing it on the Discord side. Hold on a second. Sorry about that.
Yeah, take your time. Like I said, we had to work through some things, so it's not like, oh my goodness, how dare you. Gives our audience a good chance to smash the like button too. Really appreciate everybody hanging out already. It's we've got over 600 watching. I know this is probably hard for you because you can hear the echo, but how's it going over there?
I don't hear your echo. I don't hear my echo.
Okay.
I wonder, Ryan, if you're muted, I don't hear it.
If I'm muted.
Are you muted at all? I don't hear it now. Okay.
Okay. No. It sounds like it might be sorted out. Maybe it'll just be a periodic issue. If it keeps happening, though, maybe, like I say, this is an open chat room that we have here in Discord. So if you want to, like I say, pop out, pop back in, if that seems to fix anything, that's fine. But right now, it's good. So we'll go back to the topic at hand, presenting the case for Christianity and ethics. So 10 minutes on the floor, and it's all yours, Jim Bob.
Oh, great. So the foundation, we're talking about foundation. Foundation means the ground upon which all else is built. If we look at some of them as bricks, the foundation is bricks, we would probably consider free will, justice, duties. Craig in his opening mentioned dignity, by the way, which cannot be founded in empiricism. There's no dignity we can actually find through pure reason or anything. It has to be assumed. I would say it's actually outside of the secular view. Free will, the notion that someone can commit an immoral act against someone else, whether it's one-to-one or a group, presupposes a few things. It presupposes what I would call personhood, that there's a being, not just a meat sack, not a biological machine acting out its determined mechanistic paths. The act of murder is no less determined than a hurricane if you're going with the purely empirical, natural paradigm. So personhood is a metaphysical... Sorry. Problems. Sorry, guys.
Oh, no worries. Here, I can pause the timer.
Let me just fix something here.
No worries. Every once in a while, my computer in the middle of a debate will pop up. Do you want to update? And it'll take up a whole screen. So, no worries.
All right. I think I'm good now. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I'm just having multiple technical difficulties. Okay, so
a couple. I was just saying your video's paused now. Do you want to turn off your camera and turn it back on? Maybe just see if that fixes it. We're having some technical issues there, guys. We'll get through it though. We're determined. Are you able to hear me there, Jim Bob?
I can hear you. Yeah. Let me just see if this reconnects here.
Okay. My goodness. Gotta love it. It's like the forces of nature are against us right now, guys. We got the whole of the internet server working against us, but we're gonna make it happen, guys. Keep hitting the like button, everybody. We appreciate our speakers and their patience working through some of these online issues that can happen. So, still frozen there, Jim Bob. So maybe I'll just shush and let you continue the intro, and then if you can fix it.
Yeah, let me try to disconnect and jump right back in, I think.
All right, sounds good. All right. No worries. Should be super quick. There we go. It's one thing that we like about Discord. It's very fast. Let's see if we can get that all back connected.
Doing that video thing again, unfortunately for me.
Okay.
You guys can hear me though, right?
We can hear you. So yeah, maybe before we get too far out here, we'll leave you as the two dots bouncing on the screen for now. If you want to present the rest of your intro, or if you want to pop back out and try it again. It just seems like it's being really finicky.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to try one more time? Just to pop out, pop back in, see if it does the thing. I'll tell you. It's one of those times that you wish there was something physical just to give it a good, come on, get working.
Don't understand why that is the case. We just had it connected, so...
That's very strange. I don't know if there was something that was changed in the settings or if there's something else trying to access your camera, but...
No, there's nothing else going here. So,
Yeah, no, and I will say to our live chat, like we already tried using our other systems, and it's not working out. There's something strange going on today, so we'll just roll with it for now. There's only so much we can do to troubleshoot, and I don't want to get away from the argument. So I'm going to give you back some time here.
Okay.
I'm going to give you back 40 seconds and
cool.
let you continue.
Okay, cool. So yeah, it assumes a couple things: personhood. It assumes a mind. It assumes that there's a person in there who's evaluating things and making decisions. From a purely naturalistic position, I'm not sure how you can account for such a thing, given we would all be just downstream from sort of chemical reactions. It also assumes intent, which brings up free will itself. So I don't know Craig's position on free will, but it's certainly possible and common that a secular humanist view can completely reject free will. So if that's possible, Craig is in a position to say, well, they're not a real secular humanists. Well, how would you determine that? It seems to me that there is no normative authority for what secular humanism is and isn't. It seems like, by his opener especially, that it's all based in preferences, and the preferences can change. So if he calls back to terrible things in the Bible, even if I bit the bullet and said, yeah, that happened, I could, from his view, they just preferred to do it at the time. It was just like a changing course for humanity. In fact, from an evolutionary perspective, they were determined to do it, and they succeeded for doing that. They were actually evolutionarily fit at the point. So I'm not sure if he believes in free will, but he is arguing from the secular humanist model. So it's entirely consistent with a secular humanist model to deny free will. Even if a secular society determined that they were going to make an anarchistic society that leaves justice in the hands of each individual, whoever has the most force wins, that's actually completely consistent with a secular humanist approach. Because in his opening, and no secular humanist has actually filtered this down to something clear, what is better other than a set of preferences that you guys hope to agree on that could always change? So if it's the case that a secular humanist could adopt an awful position, by the way, a secular humanist could adopt all of the Christian ethical prescriptives and deny God itself. He's still using reasoning. He just happens to adopt a Christian paradigm. He just doesn't believe any of the things. How would Craig argue against that? How do you argue against the secular humanist approach, who takes all of the bigotry from the Bible and takes all of the sexism and everything you're listing, right? How would you argue against a secular humanist who said, no, I actually determined the best for society is, in fact, the Christian paradigm. I just don't believe in God. So the secular ethical system reduces to individual preferences. So why would it be wrong for a collective set of preferences to use force to deploy their preferences and enforce it on everyone else? How could it be possibly wrong from the secular view? From a strictly naturalistic view, there is no injustice in that. There's no injustice in the force of water eroding a mountain. There's no injustice in a lion eating the face of a baby gazelle. So what could be possibly wrong from the secular view with taking everything that nature gave us, brute strength and force and weapons and technology, and executing dominance over everyone and everything? Secularists would have to appeal to something above nature, like justice. Now, just as Craig used the word dignity, which is meaningless under the secular view, justice is something that's assumed. That means there's a special order to things, that the moving away from that order would be wrong. A society is built on the order, and it's buttressed by force. So when we refer to order, we're referring to that is good. So what is the good for secularism? What is justice other than merely preferences actualized in the world? We often hear the secularists talk about social justice and inclusivity and all of these bumper stickers and platitudes, but what would be the highest achievable peak of that social justice? What would it look like? What's the standard? Is it equality? Is it everyone feels good? What is the metric for justice or goodness under the secularist view? Now, from the Christian view, justice is in alignment with a divine order. So punishment and discipline is actually setting things in order. It's not just about punishing and brutality. It's about setting order. We presuppose order. So the debate, keep in mind tonight, isn't what system is true. The debate tonight is which system is better. Now, obviously, secular humanism, and Craig is going to define better by his paradigm, and Christianity is going to define better by ours. So the term better doesn't really do anything. So the question is really, can you account for all of the things that you assume under your paradigm? I would point out, first and foremost, you can't account for justice. You can't account for the good. You just have to go by what we prefer. You can't account for dignity, which you mentioned in your opener. There's no dignity in nature. Where are you finding this dignity from? I would argue that he's borrowing from the Christian paradigm in that regard. Justice also assumes violence. A moral system without the threat of and the active use of force is a fantasy. The reality is a functioning society relies on the use of force to fight against injustice and disorder, and it assumes disorder is actually a moral wrong. Does the secular system have a normative authority to tell us what's morally good and morally wrong? Let's take Christianity out of the equation for a second. Let's say there's two secular systems that live right side by side. One says force wins. We prefer to dominate. That's what nature says. Craig comes up and says, no, you guys aren't real secular humanists. Well, why not? Who is the objective who is the arbiter? Who is the normative authority to tell one group of secularists? I don't know, we can call them, instead of Israelites, we can call them communists. Who's to say the secular communists were wrong for completely obliterating their opposition to the death? Who's to say from the secular view? No one. A functioning society must be willing to use to physically throw someone in a cage or excommunicate them from a society if it's necessary. If violence is justified to keep the order of the nation, then violence is justified to keep the order of the world. The question becomes, which paradigm can best justify the use of force, maintain order and decency, Christianity or secularism? The other thing is duties. How can you argue something's morally good or wrong and actually police it in a society without a duty and obligation to keep the ordered society? So under a secular system, where do you get your duties from other than preferences? Is there any source for duties? Do they change? If they change, they can change next week, right? So secularism could be on its head tomorrow, completely antithetical to everything Craig says tonight. So getting into duties and obligations, we now can list the Christian duties: service, love your neighbor, procreate, help those in need. But I've never heard a secular duty or obligation. I hear secularism has rights. Those are just entitlements without any duties. So where are these duties coming from? A society that provides a system of duties and obligations is more cohesive and more sustainable than one that has no obligations or duties at all. But instead, an ever-changing landscape of material preferences. You see, a society also relies on a maintained population. It's a Christian duty to procreate. It is not a duty for secularists to procreate. In fact, the common secular position today, it's seen as a duty to not procreate, which shows in the disproportionate reproductive rates between the two. In fact, the messaging from the secular society is to not have kids. It's a selfish act. And I would argue it's quite the opposite. It's selfish to not have kids. It's selfish to live your life entirely based on your own desires, leaving nothing but wrappers and Amazon boxes in the wake of your death. Now, I expect my opponent to bring up a set of items under Christianity that he doesn't prefer, maybe even some he's appalled by. However, I'm appalled by pineapple on pizza. From his view, I can call that immoral. Is it actually immoral? The debate topic isn't about who is more disgusted by the other system. The debate is who's got a better system. And from my standard, better has to be judged by how coherent the system is and if it can justify the assumptions in the statement that's immoral. If Craig takes the position that things are immoral just outside of his preferences, he's basically saying he's the arbiter and he's trying to get everyone to follow his preferences. If he's going to equate something I don't like with something that's evil, then I could just as well go to the nearest restaurant, have a dish, and write a Yelp review that the chicken was immoral tonight. We all know that doesn't make sense. He might say, well, that's a category distinction. Well, I don't understand how a secular humanist view can distinguish between the category of things you like, things you don't like, and things you deem moral and immoral. With that said, the key question here is, let's pretend that there is a secular humanist.
10 seconds.
And 10 seconds. The question is, how does Craig respond to a secular humanist taking on all of the Christian virtues and ethical prescriptives without the belief in God? How would Craig argue against this position?
All right. Well, thank you so much, made by Jim Bob, for coming out and making the opening statement. We are going to kick it into an open discussion. I'm going to fire a poll in the chat. Which has the better foundation for ethics, Christianity, secular humanism, or other? Debate in the comments there, guys. So maybe this might be a chance if
Let me try.
if you have like if you have like a physical camera that's plugged in right there, Jim Bob, maybe like try taking the USB out and plugging it back in. Maybe it'll re-recognize the source.
I'll give it a shot. I'll try as we go. So,
Oh yeah, no, it's good if people can see,
really
your,
annoying.
expressions and stuff like that. It helps shape the argument, right? Lets people know where you're at. So yeah, that was a lot of fun, guys. We're gonna get into the open discussion. Hopefully, we can get Jim Bob back on camera here, so you can get some visual insight as to where Jim Bob's at as the conversation progresses. But yeah. Let's just go into it, and we'll hopefully get that resolved sometime throughout the debate. So go ahead there, Craig. I'll let you respond to some of what you just heard, and then feel free to jump in there, Bob, when you're ready.
Yeah, well, first of all, your final question there, how would I talk about a secular humanist taking on Christian values? Well, I would disagree with your entire premise and say it's a bit of a straw man, as just because some values may appear similar doesn't mean that they've taken on Christian values. Two different views can have similar values without one literally stealing from the other. So your question there was a bit of a loaded question with a straw man attached, because it's not a position that a secular humanist would hold. My question to you would very simply be, why didn't you tell us why Christianity would be better for an ethical foundation? Because I didn't actually in your intro hear any reason why it would be. Could you just clarify as to exactly why?
Sure. Yeah. In my intro, I mentioned that you don't have a standard for better. So if your determination for better is merely preferences, then you don't even agree with other secular humanists of what better is. So I'm actually doing an undercutting sweep here, is that there are two potential secular humanist views. One can take a force wins approach completely, absent Christianity. It just says force wins, we're going to dominate, and we're going to use force to implement our views, like Stalin did, right? Completely secular, and by his metric, better for him. So if that's the case, how could you possibly argue against someone else's view of what better is if better is defined by their preferences?
Well, first off there, Stalin wasn't a secularist. He was an authoritarian.
He was godless.
That doesn't mean that he's secular. That doesn't mean that the society he was part of, it was a secular humanist. He was an authoritarian, which is kind of against what secular humanism talks about.
Why? Why can't seculars be authoritarian?
Because it's about empathy and making the world better for each other. Now, force
determine that.
If you could please not interrupt me whilst I'm trying to get a thought out, I'd very much appreciate it, Jim Bob. That would be appreciated. I'll let you know when I've finished the thought instead of you interrupting me. Thank you. So, secular humanism prefers voluntary cooperation over coercion. When people understand the reasoning behind rules and see the benefit to society, they are more likely to follow them willingly. For an example, public health campaigns are based on education, like promoting vaccines. They're preferable to mandates unless the situation becomes critical, like a pandemic. But authoritarian rule isn't secular. Using force to impose ideology or suppress dissident violates the principles of freedom and autonomy, which is kind of what secular humanism is about. So when you bring up people like Stalin, wait, let me finish my thought. When you bring up people like Stalin, that isn't a secular humanist. That is an authoritarian. Yeah, he doesn't believe in God, but that he doesn't hold the values that secular humanists do.
Okay, so the definition of secular is denoting attitudes, activities, and other things that have no religious or spiritual basis.
Yes, but that's not what the definition of secular humanism is.
I get it, but humanism would be a subcategory of secularism. So I'm asking you, how does a secular humanist argue against Stalin being a secularist, right? He just doesn't agree with your preferences. So if you read the Secular Humanist Manifesto, who determines that those are the objective standard for your rules and regulations and how you ought to live? Couldn't that change based on preferences?
Once again, I do need to address your point there. That's a bit of a straw man. Stalin was not a secular humanist. He may have been secular, but he was definitely not a humanist. He was an authoritarian that wanted to rule by coercing and force and power, That is not what secular humanism is. I feel, Jim Bob, that you are, you're correlating secular humanists with secular being not believing in God, whereas they're not the same thing. Just because you don't believe in God doesn't mean that you are a secular humanist. Secular humanists don't believe in authoritarian rules.
I understand what you don't believe in. I'm asking you, who's the ultimate authority in determining what humanism is, and could it change based on preferences?
As I explained in my intro, secular humanism adapts as society changes to make sure that everyone is included and happy and looked after, that everyone's needs are met, that no one is chastised because of the things that they believe or the things that they, that their race or their gender or their sexual orientation. Secular humanism isn't what you seem to think it is. Secular humanism is simply about allowing humans to thrive by letting empathy and reason be the thing that allows that to happen. Yeah, please don't interrupt me by saying Craig. So let me finish my point and then you can talk. Thank you.
Okay, Craig. So I understand what you're saying secular humanism is. I'm saying, is there any normative authority for keeping those principles, or could they change?
I've already answered that. I don't know why you didn't listen. I said, as in my intro, secular humanism adapts to society as society evolves.
So if so hold on. If society evolves to reject your platitudes of empathy and inclusivity, and it calls it secular humanism, that's what I'm asking you. You're basically saying secular humanism is this thing until it's not. I'm asking you, from your perspective, what maintains that it stays that thing and doesn't change? You just basically ended your own debate by saying it could change, that secular humanism's platitudes about inclusivity and humaneness could actually change with the times if society suddenly says, no, we don't really do that anymore.
No, again, that's a bit of a straw man of what secular humanism is. You can't get away from the fact that secular humanism is based in empathy, reason, and everyone being included. That's
okay,
not
and
good.
why ought we follow that?
Jim Bob, please, I would really appreciate it if you didn't keep interrupting when I'm in the middle of
This is a back and forth.
Yeah, but Jim Bob,
just be fair.
if you
there
would
is
let me
room for
finish my
injection,
thought.
and I will be fair that Jim Bob is usually just throwing something quick in there, which is generally conductive to the conversation. But I understand that you want to have a second to get a thought out, so let's make a little space. But let's try to allow for those little interjections, just to allow the context. But
I would rather that I'm allowed to get a thought out before he interjects something. Otherwise, that gets in the way of my thought. So yeah, I understand interjection, but let me finish a thought before you interject.
Help prevent strawmans, of course. I know I'm interjecting now, but go ahead, Craig.
Yeah. Right, sorry. Could you clarify your question again, Jim Bob?
Yes. If I grant you what you deem is secular humanism right now, being empathetic, kind, inclusivity, humane, I'm asking you what is or who is the normative authority that says that ought to maintain, or that can't change?
The manifesto of secular humanism, it explains how it can adapt. Just because humanity and society can evolve doesn't mean that we want to get away from the the empathy and the reason and the looking after everyone. What we mean by when society evolves is, for instance, same-sex marriage becoming a thing when it wasn't before, LGBTQIA+, and including them in society when that wasn't such a big thing before. Secular humanism is about, as society advances, allowing that empathy and reason and good for all to advance and adapt. You're never going to get away from empathy and reason and human society thriving being a foundation of what secular humanism is. It can just incorporate new things as it goes.
I understand. It sounds like you're saying the manifesto, which was arbitrarily defined at some point, says be good, be empathetic, be humane, right? And I'm asking, what ultimately keeps that in place? And is it possible for a secular humanist to craft a new paradigm that's contradictory to that one?
If they didn't include empathy and reason and things like that, then they wouldn't be a secular humanist. They would be something else, like an authoritarian or a dictator.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
are.
and-
Wait, let me finish my point. You are trying to say that, oh, well, secular humanism can just completely and utterly change, whereas that's not the position that I hold. And as I explained in my intro, and as I have said to you, the foundations of secular humanism aren't going to go away. But what can adapt within secular humanism is the inclusivity and the new things that society brings. But
Okay,
we're
so
gonna
can-
reject things like, you know, violence and killing and murder and things like that, no
Okay.
matter what.
We're I was gonna say we gotta make some space. So go ahead there, Bob.
Okay, I'm wondering if when you say inclusivity, how did you determine who's excluded from the secular manifesto?
I didn't say anyone's excluded. We said everyone is included.
Okay. Okay, so why doesn't it include people who want to use force to deploy their own system of ethics?
Well, they wouldn't be a secular humanist. They would be against what secular
But they're not
humanism is
inclusive.
about. Now,
Oh, it's not
and
inclusive.
here's the thing: you can't.
So it's inclusive, but it's not
tolerance
inclusive.
for tolerance to exist, for the ability to be tolerant, you have to not tolerate the intolerant. Okay, and that's just the kind of a basic for life. You know, we allowed Nazism to expand because we tolerated the intolerant. Secular humanism is always going to be for empathy and inclusivism. But if people that are trying to say, well, we don't believe in that, we don't want that, and we're going to force it and be nasty, then they're not a secular humanist. They're going against what secular humanism is. We're not going to include somebody that is trying to destroy everybody else, because that gets rid of tolerance in total.
Okay, how do you know you're including them or excluding them then?
Well, we would say, no, we don't want you coming here with your violence and authoritarian rules. This is the way that we like to have society, and we reject what you are saying with your authoritarian nonsense. Secular humanism isn't going to change that. It's about empathy and reason, and you're not getting away from this.
Okay, so would you use force to keep other people you don't agree with out?
Secular humanism uses force as a last resort. We would
No,
we would start that by but let me clarify my point. We would start with trying to get a decent, respectful dialogue about what is going on. Why are you being intolerant? What is your problems here, etc., etc., etc. If it came to it, to keep society happy and healthy, yes, force would be used to stop those people that are trying to force their ways onto you, but only as a thing to protect everybody else. And it is, again, within secular humanism, always a last resort.
Okay, cool. So in your system, you do use authoritarianism to keep other people out of your society who don't agree with your ethical norms, right?
No, we don't use authoritarianism. We use force as a last resort.
That's force. That's
no, again,
authoritarian. That is authority, though.
No, force as a last resort, as a protective
That is authority,
measure.
though.
Force as a
Using
force as a last resort.
I don't care if it's. I don't care if it's the first or the last.
You
the
do
point
keep
is,
interrupting me when I'm
use
in the middle of a
authority.
sentence there, Jim Bob. So, force as a last resort, as a protective measure. No, we're not going to allow you to attack us and destroy us and ruin our secular humanism.
Okay.
We will use force to defend that. We're not going to go and attack you. We will defend ourselves.
Let me ask you. If a Christian nation exists and they want to keep out secularists, you're okay them keeping them out using force, right?
Well, why would Christianity want to keep secular humanists
I didn't ask
out?
why. No, I didn't ask why Christianity would want something.
It's not a thing that you can actually say one or the other, because not you kind of dumped yourself in a whole. No, Bob, Jim Bob, if you want to
massive reversal dunk.
Jim Bob, if you want to you want to let me talk and explain why you have just dug yourself a massive
answer the question.
hole? Okay, so you're just going to keep Jim Bob. You're just going to keep interrupting me. Is that what's going to happen here? Because I'm trying to
because there's a lot of people talking right now. I just want to let Jim Bob clarify the question, and then let's give Craig some space.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer the question, but he won't let me.
No, let me ask it again.
We're gonna let him clarify, just because the audience may not have heard. There's a lot of over chat, so let's let Jim Bob ask the question. Then I just ask Connolly to let Craig answer the question, and then you can clarify any thoughts that pop up halfway through. Especially if you think he's hanging himself. Like I say, it's better to let him talk if that's if that's how you feel he's doing. So go ahead there, Jim Bob. I'll let you clarify.
The question is, if there's a nation that's predominantly or wholly Christian, can they use force from your secular paradigm? Can they use force to keep secularists out of their Christian nation? Yes or no?
That's up to them.
So yes?
But that's up to them. That's if Christians want to do that, then that's up to them.
Yes?
If they don't want secular humanists to go there, then that's their right. But that's you are equating one thing that is not the same as the other, and this is why you've just dug yourself a massive
The same
hole.
exact thing.
No, see, once again, Jimbo, I'm trying to talk, and you just keep interjecting. This is a very pathetic and childish way to engage in a debate by just over talking constantly with someone. I've been trying to be nice and respectful with you, so I'm going to ask you politely if you could please take a breath and calm down and stop interrupting me when I'm trying to get a sentence out. Thank you very much. I'm going to now explain why you've dug yourself a massive hole, because you are not equating the right things to each other. Secular humanism wouldn't stop Christianity coming in. We allow you to believe whatever religion you want. We would only use force to defend ourselves against someone trying to destroy us. That is not the same as a Christian nation going, you can't come here and we'll kill you if you try to. That's an entirely different thing. And what you've done there is dug yourself a hole by showing how Christianity doesn't care about society as a whole, only keeping Christianity as it is, where secular humanism does the exact opposite and will allow Christianity to be part of their society and believe what they want, because it is about inclusivity. Force will only be used to defend ourselves. Thank you for digging yourself a massive hole there, explaining how Christianity is not good for society.
Well, we haven't determined what's good or not. You just don't like Christianity having a stronghold in society. So I'll ask a different way. If a bunch of Christians move into a secular society, and by population, by increased population, by multiplying, and by taking seats in office, do you have any problem with them taking over the government and informing law based on on majority?
Oh, absolutely. Religion should never be you. Yeah, I'm about to explain, Jim Bob. Once again, when I'm in the middle of a sentence, I got 3 words out there.
There's a delay. There's a lag, dude. There's an audio lag. Okay,
there's an echo.
Take it easy, little guy.
Yeah.
Take
But
it easy.
Jim Bob, you need to be calm, and when you ask me a question, allow me to respond without interjecting. Okay? You ask a question, let the person respond. It doesn't matter if there's a lag.
He wasn't talking. It was just an echo that was repeating what he was saying. So it was he was giving you the space, to be fair. But like I say, let's try to give each other, like I say.
You need me to ask the question again?
Yeah, please do ask the question again, and then make sure you're quiet afterwards.
Thank you. So if a bunch of Christians go to a secular society and they make a lot of babies, and in 3 generations, they take up such a large portion of the population that they start taking seats of office, crafting law to reflect their ethical norms, what would be wrong with that?
That goes against what secular humanism is. Secular humanism has a complete separation of state and religion. So even if a Christian person came into office, then they don't get to craft laws that are based on their religion, because that's not how secular humanism works. That would be trying to force their way upon another, and secular humanism just wouldn't accept that. So no,
would they stop? Would they use? Would they use force to stop it then?
No, they would just reject
accept it.
They would just reject it.
Sorry?
They would just reject it and say, no, those laws are not things we're going to have, because we're a secular humanist society which separates church and state. So any laws that are enforced by religion are just not going to happen.
Okay, so, well, no, they could very well happen with the numbers. So I'm asking, you're saying you'd reject it, and I'm asking you, would you use force to stop it?
If they tried to force it upon us, then force to defend ourselves, absolutely. Because again, force is a last resort to defend within secular humanism. Well, what you're doing is trying to say, well, we could just turn up and take office and then change all the laws to make them religious-based. Well, then that's no longer a secular humanist society. That is now a religious society, because secular humanism has a separation of church and state. Now, I'm simply going to ask you the question, Jim Bob, why is Christianity a better foundation for ethics when Christianity bases its ethics on a fear of hell or a reward of heaven.
I don't take that approach to Christianity, so that would be a straw man. But I understand mostly the people you argue against, I would be arguing against as well, Craig. So I give you some grace there. No, I wouldn't say that. I would say, again, you have no standard for better. You just have a collective set of preferences. So you don't even have you don't have any. You have no position to even say the word better, because your term for better reduces to, do I like pizza or not? So I think it's better, from my perspective, because of our virtues, that we actually have duties. You have no duties. You have an old religious, by the way, the Secular Humanist Manifesto was explicitly called a counter-religious document. And so you don't have any duties, right? These things can change, whereas a Christian foundation doesn't change. You just don't like some of the things. But to say that the duty to procreate, the duty to maintain society and decency and order, that's a thing that doesn't change with Christianity over 2,000 years. And so given that's the view, I would take one approach is that because you guys have no duty to reproduce, and in fact, you actually propagandize the opposite, Christianity is superior because we outproduce you. And so would you agree, Craig, that at least on one point, you'd concede that Christianity is superior in reproducing children because a society, even a secular one, would need people, right?
Yeah, well, you've just strawman secular humanism again, whilst ignoring the questions that I asked you, which is interesting. Secular humanism doesn't say, no, you shouldn't have children. That's just a complete strawman of secular humanism. We don't propagandize against having children. That's just a complete and utter strawman of secular humanism. Secular humanism allows for children to happen. I'm a secular humanist and I have 2 children. Now, is it true that secular humanist countries have a slightly lower birth rate than religious countries? Yes, absolutely. But does that mean that the country's population isn't increasing? No, absolutely not. Secular humanism doesn't say you shouldn't have children, and I'm honestly not sure where you've got that from, because it is one of the largest strawmans that you've brought up.
Well, you asked what is better, right? What's better, right? I mentioned the duties. You totally dodged that and pretended I didn't answer you. You guys have no duties. There's no duties, right? The other thing is, I've heard you say, Craig, that you are fine with people being religious. You just don't want them to use force to force their beliefs on you, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's wrong. You should never force your beliefs on another person.
Okay.
If you want to believe in Christianity, then I've got absolutely zero problem with that. However, if you start telling me that I'm responding to what you said, if you start telling me that
I have a line of
wrong,
questioning, dude. Hold on a second.
You asked me a question, I'm responding. You did ask me a question.
I know, but
like
it's a simple question, right? You just say yes, right? So if you believe that...
Jim, hold on. I was in the middle of responding to what you were saying.
Okay, yeah,
so you don't get
believe,
to pile on
it's
the
a yes
questions.
or no question.
No, it's not a yes or
yes
no
question.
I don't get stuck into yes or no's. That's not how that works. I would not answer yes or no and leave out context.
Oh my gosh.
I just
ask again.
To be fair, there was reiteration, but I will let Jim Bob ask the question again there. Let's try to wheel it in there. If you don't mind.
You don't, yes or no. You don't believe that people should use their system and enforce their beliefs onto others, right?
Again, I'm not going to answer yes or no because that leaves out context. So,
okay, answer how you'd like.
Yeah, will you let me without interrupting? Will you? I'm just getting your permission to talk without you interrupting, Jim Bob. Is that okay?
All right. If we need to go into, like I say, time back and forth, so we can, but let's just give you the space to answer the question. That way there's no confusion. Let's try to keep it under 45 seconds if we can.
Yeah, like I said several times, if you want to be religious, cool, no worries. If you want to go to church and pray and worship God, no worries. But when you start coming to me, telling me that I'm wrong and I'm going to go to hell because I don't believe the things that you do, that's when I'm going to say, no, go away, stop being stupid. And if you then try and force that on me, then to protect myself, I will use force to go against that. That's what secular humanism would do. We would not allow you to force your beliefs on us because, force would include violence.
I got you. Well, I said nothing about heaven or hell. I'm just wondering if you believe anyone should force anyone's beliefs on each other. And it sounds like it's just a clean no, right?
Again, there was a lot of context there you missed out. But
Okay. I just want to get the gist of it. Okay. So, do you believe in human rights?
absolutely, secular humanism is like founded on human rights, whereas Christianity is really not. Christianity is based on
Dude,
divine.
Holy shit. Hold on a second, dude.
How can you let me
asking
please,
simple-
Jim Bob? Can you
Dude,
please let
chill
me respond
out. I
without
don't
you?
need 9 minutes for every question. I'm asking you yes or no because I'm leading
I'm
you.
not going to answer
so
yes, or no. Look, I'm going to
You
respond
believe
to
in
the
yes
thing
or
you
no?
asked. Right, Jim Bob.
No, I
please,
don't need all the extra story, dude. I'm just
Jim
asking
Bob-
you if you believe in human rights. The answer is yes.
I
Okay,
do.
hold on a
I
second.
do want to let him ask his question there, Craig. So let's try to
Hold on.
do
He
that.
did
Hold
ask
on, I do
his
want to remind the
question,
audience.
and I was
Don't panic.
responding.
Don't panic. Don't panic.
I did send you an email. I see you're trying to fix the situation. So if you do need to take a second and maybe want to reset, I can pitch the live event and maybe we can get you back on camera.
I'm trying all these things, dude. Even while I'm talking, I'm trying everything right now.
I know, yeah, I can see that. That's why, I sent you an email just saying if you want to step out for a second, I could probably pad some of the live event there, and might need to do like a browser reset or even like a computer reset. I'm not sure what happened, but it might be. I was gonna say I think it's on your end, but it's probably my fault just because I pulled you into one space and then into another.
Okay, let
so.
me give it a shot. Let me see what happens here.
All right, let's hope
Close
it works
down
there,
and get
guys.
back. Okay. All right, cool. You can picture.
No
thing now.
worries.
Okay, I'll try to do this quick.
We'll be back in just 1 second there, guys. All right, let me just get the window fixed up here. Hopefully, we can get the echo sorted out there, guys. No, it looks like it's still happening a little bit, so that is bizarre. You don't have any speakers on your end, do you, Greg?
Nope. No, I've got my headphones in, and I'm not. I've not. The thing's muted. There's nothing happening here.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not hearing any echoes from either of you.
Okay. All right. I'll just do my best to keep back. It just seems like if we get overloaded on stuff here, why don't? Yeah. Yeah, the audience can still hear me, so I'm just going to close it down. I'm just going to disconnect it and relaunch my browser as well, and let's just jump back in this room in a second, all right?
Okay.
All right, we'll be back in just 1 second.
Guys, how am I doing, by the way? Give me some feedback. Let me leave. Wait till he starts the call again. Now, I am trying my hardest to stay nice and calm here.
I am jumping in the room, and I do not have an echo.
Hello,
Perfect.
hello.
Hello, hello. It looks like we might be back.
It seemed like the echo was
And-
only there between you two when Jimbo was in the room. I'm not sure.
No, it did happen just a second ago when I was speaking, just all on its own. So, yeah, always little things to sort. Hey!
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness! Can you believe it,
Okay.
everybody? We've done it. All right,
Wonders
we're
of
gonna go
modern
over
technology.
here, and I'm gonna remind the audience, as I should have been pitching it while you guys were out, but we really didn't spend much time out. We are going to take super chats at the end of the discussion. So if you have questions for either of our speakers, get them into a super chat, and we will definitely ask them whether you want to say good job, bad job, or like I say, help progress the conversation. Those are the most useful ones. So without further ado, let's get back into the conversation while I get our screens reclipped. So I'll hand it over to, I think Jim Bob was asking another leading question there. So let's continue on.
Okay, are we back?
We
Yes.
sure are.
Okay, cool. So the reason I ask Craig if he believes in human rights, and that's leading after he said he doesn't believe in using force, enforcing his beliefs on people. I don't actually believe in human rights. So, Craig, would you say that you're forcing your beliefs on me if I don't believe in human rights?
No. You can not
Why
believe
not?
in human rights all you want. you're just not a secular humanist.
I didn't ask if it was a secular humanist. I asked if you don't believe in forcing your beliefs on people, and you believe that's a belief in a human right, and I don't. Are you okay forcing the belief of human rights onto other people?
I'm not going to force the belief of human rights into you. If you don't want to believe in human rights, then that's your prerogative. It's a pretty, pathetic and disgusting position to hold, but you want to hold that position, dude, you do you. I'm not going to stop you.
Okay, but if a society exists which has human rights, and I live in the society, and I say I don't believe in these human rights, it sounds like you're perfectly fine using force to force your beliefs of human rights onto me who doesn't believe in human rights.
No, as long as you follow the rules of that society, you don't
That's rights.
do the...
Those are rights.
If you
as long as you believe in human rights, yeah, of course, duh.
If you allow me to finish my sentence, Jim Bob, that'd be wonderful. I understand you have some impulse control issues, but you need to let me get more than 2 words out before you interrupt. That'd be wonderful. So you can believe whatever you want, right? But if you don't follow the rules of a society, then the consequences of not following those rules exist. So if you go out and hurt and murder and rape people, then there's going to be problems for that. Just because you don't believe in human rights isn't going to be an issue within secular humanism unless you do something that is against other people.
I get you. But do you understand that when you say, if you don't follow the rules, what you're saying, the reason I asked about rights is because if the rules are informed by the precept of human rights, if I don't believe in your rules, you're basically saying you're going to use force. That means your belief in your rules, the construct of your rules, you're willing to use force, which is a contradiction from your position to say, I'll believe what you want, just don't force your rules onto us. Well, I've demonstrated right now that you are willing to use force to enforce your rules if people don't agree with them.
Once again, Jim Bob, as I explained earlier quite succinctly, force is a last resort. If you are going to go against the rules and try and hurt other people or do things that are a problem within a secular society, as a last resort to protect that secular humanism society, force will be used. But that's not forcing their beliefs on you. That is the law of the land and you meeting the consequences for breaking those laws. You can believe what you want. Sure. That's not a problem or a crime. Unlike in Christianity, however, let me just point out there that within Christianity, thinking what you like is a crime. And it has been throughout history. It has resulted in people getting murdered. It has resulted in people getting stoned to death and horrible things. Within Christianity, thinking what you want is literally a criminal act that can result in death. Secular humanism, you can think what you want. As long as you don't try and harm other people, we're cool.
Okay, so the thing is as long as what you're saying is, translation for the audience, as long as you believe my beliefs and believe the beliefs that are enforced by the arm of government that enforces my beliefs, I'm totally fine with you, bro, which is not even different than a Christian view or even an Islam view or anything else, because Craig here is pretending that he has some sort of neutral ground to say, I just don't force my beliefs. Well, I've demonstrated pretty explicitly here, he does in fact enforce his beliefs. If I don't believe in the rules he believes in, he's willing to use force. If I don't believe in human rights, he's going to use force, right? That's pretty much it. I don't know any other
Jim
way
Bob,
to produce the contradiction here.
Let me clarify. I said the exact opposite of that. You can believe what you want. I mean, maybe there's some problem with the hearing, I'm not sure, but I specifically said several times, you can believe what you want. You can not believe in human rights. You can literally believe what you want. And secular humanism isn't going to have a problem with that. A secular humanist society isn't going to have a problem with that. However,
just acting out my beliefs.
However, if you start to do things that are harming other people, if your beliefs
forcing your beliefs,
cause other people harm as a last resort, a last resort, they will protect themselves. If your beliefs are, I'm just going to go and murder people because that's what I believe I should do, then you know what? We are going to stop that because that will harm people. And as a last resort, the last resort, we will use force to protect.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that. So if you're going with harm reduction, if you let's say hypothetically people got a little wild with their sexual fetishes, which isn't foreign to secular systems. So let's say
use coded language if that's where we're going.
Sorry, okay, I don't know how to code it. Okay, so let's say someone, Grandma Mildred, with her consent, before death, signs a waiver saying anybody who's interested can toy around with my posthumous body for rent. The money will go to the family. The family agrees to it. Your secular position, because there's no harm, you couldn't stop a company from renting out a cadaver because no one's harmed and it's fully consent, right?
I don't think anyone would rent. I don't think any company would.
I didn't ask if someone would do that. I said,
yeah, you literally did ask. You literally did ask that. And once again, Jim Bob, you allowed me to get 3 words out before assuming.
I'm still talking.
Once again, you allowed me to get 3 words out before assuming what I was going to say and opening your mouth because you have impulse control issues. Now, Jim Bob, no, there is no company that would rent out a cadaver, even if the person. No, Jim, I'm going to keep repeating what I'm saying. And every
dodging. That's a dodge.
Every time you interrupt me, I'm going to start again.
Dodger.
Because
Dodger in the chat.
Maybe I'm going to get there, but you're not going to let me because, again, Jim Bob, you have severe impulse control issues.
Hold on, let's not. All right, we're getting way too into the meta weeds here. So, Craig, I want to let you answer the question, and
I've been trying. Yeah,
you want me to state the question again so you understand?
No,
so you can't dodge
I'm okay. I understand the question completely, and I'm going to respond.
What is it?
Now, I'm going to respond to the question. You be quiet.
I need to know that you got
Jim
the question.
Jim Bob, I'm going to respond to the question. You be quiet. Now, there's no company that would rent out a cadaver. That's not something that is going to happen. Even if the person said, yeah, I would allow this to happen. You're coming up with hypotheticals which are, you're literally using the fallacy of ad absurdum here.
People have sex with, do people do cadavers right now? Sorry.
Did I finish what I was saying, Jim Bob? Did I finish my sentence, or did you once again have some impulse control issues? Is that something that
people wouldn't?
All right, let's see. Maybe we'll be getting there. So I guess the main point, of course, that is the morality of the situation.
No, I didn't say people wouldn't. I said no company.
I didn't ask if they would.
Yeah. Again, Jim Bob, you seem to have severe comprehension issues. It's like you hear.
That's ad hominem. That's ad hominem. Let's get.
No, that's not an ad hominem.
Right?
That's not an ad hominem. That's an observation. You are seriously.
No, you're using an attack of my character and my mental state to avoid the question. It's
no, I'm trying to answer the question, but you keep interrupting.
You're not answering the question.
I've been trying. I've been trying. I have literally been trying.
Hold on, Craig. So the question being, how can you explain that this is immoral from your secular worldview?
Which is harm reduction.
No, that wasn't the question.
One's being harmed. Hold on. Just to clarify, no one's being harmed. It's fully consent. And his answer is no one would do that. The problem is people have actually still to this day, right now, someone is diddling a cadaver. Okay, right now. Would they pay if it were legal to fiddle a cadaver based on Craig's moral position, which is secular humanism? Would be permissible. Whether or not someone would do it is not the question. The question is testing your logic that it's totally permissible. Bite the bullet, Craig. It's over.
Once again, a fallacy of ad absurdum. You're taking things to a ridiculous level of something that wouldn't happen. There's no company.
It's not ridiculous. It happens.
Dude. Oh no, Jim Bob. Once again, I got 3.5 words out.
Right, I don't want to do. I don't want to. Right, I do want to give chance for people to respond. I don't want to do muted rounds. You know that. Yeah. But
I'm just going to stop talking now. If that's okay.
No, hold on. Like you say, you're now talking over me. But if it is the case that he's lying, like I say, just make a mental list or even a physical list, and we'll try to give a little space to, like I say, let either Craig raise his sword on his own or fall on it by himself. That's kind of how we want to do things. So go ahead there, Craig, if you would.
Yeah. It's just not something that would happen. No company would rent out a cadaver for people to have sex with, even if it was legal. It's just a disgusting thing that you have made up in your head, saying, well, secular humanism would allow this. Whether it would be allowed or not is irrelevant as to whether it would happen.
It's irrelevant. I got no, dude. Thank you for making my point. It's
So
irrelevant
once
whether or
again,
not
Jim
it
Bob,
would happen.
once again, Jim Bob, once again, Jim Bob,
Yeah,
I
let me answer.
hadn't
Let me
finished
answer.
what I was
Let me
I gotta
saying.
be fair too, Craig. Craig, you
I,
also
I,
wanted your
but
space.
I hadn't
He's gotta
finished
have
what I
his
was
space,
saying.
too.
Let me answer.
But
If I
hadn't.
ask you, Craig,
Hold on,
I
please.
asked you-
Excuse me. I have to interrupt. I haven't finished what I was saying.
you didn't answer my question. That's why.
Wait, maybe, Jim Bob, if you let me finish my thought, I will answer your question. But you have impulse
Waiting.
control issues, and you don't let me get there. And that's not an ad hoc.
Right, if-
This is an observation.
If it feels like it has a natural stop, I'm going to stop you this time because it did feel like you naturally stopped. I'm not.
No,
Gonna
I was
lie. But
literally
go
in the
ahead,
middle of
Craig.
saying
I
a
don't want you to.
sentence.
I don't want you to feel like you're going to get straw banned in the aftermath. So it's only fair. But go ahead and yeah, let's carry on.
Well, I feel I've answered the question. If he wants to do the fallacy of ad absurdum, that's fine. Secular humanism
Okay.
doesn't say you can have sex with cadavers. That's just not something
It
that
does.
secular humanism says. No, it's not. It doesn't. You are making that
You
up
haven't-
because...
You didn't answer the
did-
question of
did-
why
did-
it would be
did-
wrong. Let me answer. You talked. Let me answer. So you didn't actually say why it would be wrong.
Yes, I did answer
If I
it,
asked
actually.
you, shut up for a second.
Oh,
If I asked
you don't like being interrupted? Is that a problem? Is
Okay,
that
I'll
that
just
not
let you
very
talk.
nice to happen?
Let me know when I
that's,
can
That's
talk.
weird.
All
yeah.
right. Now we're just both doing it. Hold on. I got to figure out how to mute these guys on the old chat. I can mute you, of course, through just OBS. That's always fun. But nobody likes that. See, I don't want a pop-up video for just
Hey,
Craig.
to
let's
be
just
fair,
do
that's
now.
the only time I've interrupted. That is literally the only time in this conversation that I've interrupted him.
And I just
See, I gotta fix this now. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
You can.
by the way, Craig,
There.
ad absurdum is a conclusion thing, not a hypothetical thing.
Forget
you got
it.
your
No, you
logical
absolutely can
categories
be.
wrong.
You are you are taking it, Albert. You are
No.
taking the
All
argument
right. See
to
how that
its stupid.
See how that
extremes.
almost had the
That
chance
is
to
ad
reset us.
absurdum.
So I think
Yeah.
we've explored this one. We know where you guys disagree.
Wait. Hold on a
expectations
second.
that
Ryan, hold on a
Yeah.
second. Look, if I asked Craig, how would you feel if you ate
Craig.
breakfast this morning?
My name
and he
isn't
says,
Craig.
and he
by
said,
the way, my name isn't
if you
Craig.
sa-
It's Craig.
Oh my
just
gosh,
so you're
dude.
aware. Yeah.
I don't care.
I would appreciate
So
if you
if
got my
I
name
asked
right.
him-
It's respectful.
I
You're
don't
talking to me,
care.
please. Well, I do.
I just turned
My
on
name
the
is
mic.
Craig.
Sorry.
I'm
Craig.
talking, Craig.
Thank you. Yes, that's my name.
If I
Thank you.
asked him, oh my God, if I asked him, well, how would you feel if you ate breakfast this morning? And he says, well, I did eat breakfast this morning. That's how he answered my hypothetical. The reason he won't answer this is because he knows it's consistent with his harm reduction principle that he's arguing for as a moral standard tonight for his Foundation for Ethics. He has to say, yes, if there's no harm in someone renting a cadaver out, he says it would never happen. I didn't ask if he thinks it would ever happen. I asked if it happened. By the way, people diddle corpses right now. If there was an option
is that
for a
on your
company to
head?
rent it out, shut up. If there
Why
was a
is that on
company
your
who
mind,
rented it
though?
out and made it possible to do that and it was legal, secular humanism, according to your model, would have no way to argue against it. You're toast.
I'm gonna take Craig off mute here. Your audio's back up, and I just ask kindly not to interrupt there, Jim Bob, or else I will do the same on the other end. So over to you, Craig.
Well, I think I've already covered this. It's just not something that secular humanism would do. Jim Bob seems to think that people want to, for some reason, screw corpses, but that's a thing that seems to be in his head and isn't secular humanism. The claim that would have no harm, I would disagree with. That's a mentally scarring thing, and there's no way that everybody in a family would agree with that, and that would be mentally harming for people. So you are just making something up in your head, and worryingly, it's about having sex with cadavers, Jim Bob, which is not
That doesn't
something
happen, Craig?
normal. No, it's not something normal people think about, Jim Bob. To be honest, why do you
Does it
think?
happen, though?
Let me ask you a question. Why are you thinking about having sex with cadavers, Jim Bob?
Oh, okay.
Test your shitty logic. Nice try.
No,
No,
all right, we
my
are so
logic's
far
fine.
away from Christianity or secularism, which has the better ethical foundation. We can. I don't want to jump into super chats too early. We do have a lot of them coming in, and they might be able to help push you guys along in the debate. But I do want to give a chance if we haven't gone to unpack maybe something that's beyond this, because it does seem like we're hitting a wall and we're repeating ourselves at this point. So. Make of that what you will. It'll have to be up to the public opinion as to how that has gone down. So would either of you like to present an argument or maybe something that we may have not gotten to unpack that, like I said, is an ethical impact that.
Oh, totally. Let's
do
do
we
this.
want to have final thoughts on this bit first? Because I can clarify
No, I
my
think
position
we
if
hit
you
all.
like.
I think we hit final thoughts.
Okay.
Everybody knows
Okay, cool.
where we think. So let's.
I have something we can explore in the
Well,
ethical
to be
paradigm.
fair,
So
hold on
right
one
now-
sec.
okay,
He
he's gonna
started the
interrupt
last
me now.
conversation.
Gotcha.
Hold on, Craig, hold on,
I just
please.
want to be fair
If
here.
we can move
He
on,
started
I'd really like to.
but he started the last conversation, so now I would like to start the conversation. So rather than
Right,
it
I
being
just said-
Jim Bob,
that
rather
is
than
a
it
fair
just being
criticism, I suppose. All right.
yeah. Rather than it just being Jim Bob running this conversation, I would like my port to be hold now. So, Jim Bob, do me a favor. Can you define Christianity? Because you said you don't believe in heaven and hell and stuff. So, can you define
I didn't say that.
Christianity? What did you say? Could you
Define-
define Christianity
said-
and your position on heaven and hell, please?
Just to clarify, Craig used a straw man before against like
I'm
fire and
just asking a
brimstone
question.
Christianity. He said, "I don't want you telling me I'm going to hell." Actually, my Christian ethical paradigm doesn't actually know or claim to know judgment of the afterlife or what people where they will be. That's what makes my particular church unique among many other things. So when you say what is Christianity, I would. Christianity would be, in practice, the participation in the energies of Christ through the church.
But why is your Christianity better than another Christianity? Because there's more than one Christianity, right?
No, there's not more than one Christianity. There are many heterodox claims of Christianity that splinter out from heresy. That
You
are
just
ancient
said there's many
heresies that
Christianities. That's
You're gonna let me
literally
answer,
what you
or
just
what?
said
You're
to
gonna
me.
let me answer or not?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you literally
So,
just
no,
told
I
me
would
there's
ar-
many Christianities.
Okay,
That was
okay,
the words
cool.
you said.
Okay, cool. Let me know when you shut your flabber
Nobody
mouth.
can hear. Nobody can hear. So yeah, Jim Bob was right in the middle of what he was saying. So continue there, Jim Bob, if you can.
So Christianity, pre-canon, a church existed, and pre-canon, the church gave us canon, right? Through practice, through tradition. That tradition today maintains, even though there are all these other heterodox positions that splinter off and try to interpret the Bible themselves and try to come up with sort of like progressive Christianity, try to reinterpret. They try to assume some sort of authority, but the problem is I could just as well swap you out right now with a Protestant or a progressive Christian and argue against their position. Why? The same problem they have is the problem you have, Craig. You have no normative authority. Practice for duties for any participation in society. You have your own preferences, which can change by the week. We could change by the month. Next year, basically everyone could be selling little kid dolls that you can buy. No harm, no grandma, no harm. Totally fine on your paradigm. Whereas the church is 2,000 years plus in its tradition alone, still maintaining today our participation. And we look at justice as an order to the system, and you have no order. You don't even tell me. You can't even tell me when a system was in order or not.
All right. I do want to give Craig at least a minute to respond to that. So go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, you never answered my question as to which
The
Christianity.
Let's try to give him a minute. I don't want to put you on mute.
Yeah. Yeah, you notice, everybody, there that I got 3.5 words out, and Jim Bob opened his mouth because of the impulse control issues.
All right, let's stop the meta. I'll just, like I say, I'll place Jim Bob on a mute like I did for Jim Bob as well earlier. But let's just try to stick to the subject, okay?
Yeah. I find it interesting, first of all, that he would talk about church and kids when, you know, the amount of priests that diddle kids is insane. But he didn't answer my question as to which Christianity is right. Yes, there's splinter groups, and each of those splinter groups says that their Christianity is correct. So how do we know which Christianity is correct? And then you talk about duties. Well, each of those Christianities have different duties to put upon people. So can you tell me which is the ultimate correct Christianity version of the Bible and duties to follow, please?
Okay, cool. Yeah. Am I on mute?
Yeah, you are.
The true church is the Orthodox Church. That is the true church. All other churches after that are heretical. We can actually debate that they're heretical. We can actually debate them, and we always do, that they're...
Forces the updates anyway. Exact reason why they lost the 24-hour stream in Antarctica. Like,
Well, I was gonna say we've got almost 1,400 people watching right now live
guys.
on Modern Day Debate. People are digging the conversation. They're having a lot of fun. Let's try to keep the audio cleaned up as best as we can and not overtalk each other. And yeah, we should be able to carry on nice and smooth. Maybe we'll get another, maybe 40 minutes, maybe longer of discussion, and then jump into that Q&A. So if you are hanging out in the audience, it only takes a second to hit the like button, help boost us up in the algorithm. Let's see if we can get past 1,500 watching live tonight. That would be great if you guys can help us out. It's up to
Ryan.
you, so smack the like button.
Well says 1,400 watching. Do you think it's a good idea to mention that on the 15th and 16th of February, there's going to be a live debate con in Newark, New Jersey?
Oh, I can mention that, I suppose. Well, we're at the peak. I will mention, yes, of course, on February 15th, 16th, we're going to be doing live DebateCon 5. So if you haven't seen the notifications for that, they're all up in our Modern Day Debate YouTube page. So you just click on our icon there, check out the live. Of course, Craig's super excited. I'm super excited. We're all going to be there hanging out in New Jersey. Where it's legal. Anyways.
First place we're going.
Canadian,
like, you've no idea. I'm checking into the hotel and I'm going straight to Rise Dispensary.
There you go. So yeah, on top of that, we do have an Indiegogo link in the description. So that's what the thermometer is on the side of my screen. So if you can help make the event happen, we do appreciate all the support. But yeah, even better, if you're participating in the conversation, you put in a super chat. We're going to ask those anywhere between maybe an hour. Just depends on how much longer these guys want to unpack. So let's get back to it there, fellas.
Yeah, apologies for dropping out there, Jim Bob. You were explaining.
Yeah, I want to give it back.
You got to the Orthodox part.
Told you to.
Yeah, I left.
Yeah, he
just
told
as
you to
were
get the hell out of
explaining
here, and then you dropped. It was so funny. I'm sorry,
but no, Jim Bob, I cut out literally as you were saying about why the Orthodox Church is the true Christianity. Could you just continue from that for me, please?
Yeah. Let me get my camera in a second and see if it uploads again. Sorry.
Again, apologies for dropping out there, Jim Bob. I know it dropped the flow of the
No
conversation.
So yeah, I would say when you trace Christianity back, right? So before canon, there was a church, and church existed in its practice and traditions before canon. And so the Orthodox Church, the tradition of the Orthodox Church, determined canon through its practice, through its traditions. And when you argue against someone else today, like Craig, that you probably argue against these people all the time. They're Mormons or they're Calvinists or Protestants. All these people who use the fire and brimstone theology, by the way, they actually ran with their own heterodox positions, and they don't actually have a normative authority. So when I ask them, "What's your normative authority?" they usually say like the Bible. And if you're interested, Craig, you and me would actually team up and obliterate one of these people who just say, well, the Bible. Well, the Orthodox position, we don't just say the Bible. That the Bible is actually a liturgical tool for praxis. The people today who were born into the Western culture after the Enlightenment, after Protestantism, they think that the Bible is something you just pick up and then you read it yourself and figure it out like a decoding book. We work against that. We say, no, you don't even have the church history behind you. You don't have the practice. You don't even know what you're doing with this thing. You think it's like some sort of self-help book. And Jordan Peterson and all these people. So the answer in short, Craig, is if you trace apostolic succession all the way back, look at which church was there before canon, which church was there throughout the councils, which church today, everywhere you go in the West, are practicing the same exact liturgy at the same exact time on every single Sunday. It's the Orthodox Church. No stand-up comedy there, no smoke machines, no bass solos.
I like those kind of churches. They're more fun.
Yeah, me
okay.
too. Those, yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of interested in the position. I'll be honest. I'm not, totally. I don't know everything about the Orthodox Church, and it's interesting for you to tell me about a bit of the history there. My question would be, out of all the Christians in the world today, whatever sect they may be, what percentage would you say are Orthodox like yourself?
It's generally smaller because of the traditional aspect. It doesn't really conform to modernity or do Starbucks in your seat and all this stuff. So it's not as good as advertising because that would be sort of counterintuitive. But it is the fastest growing in the West right now. I think mostly because people are rejecting pure materialism and consumerism, and they're looking for something that's strong and maintains the test of time, and something they can teach their kids through generations. And so people are flocking back to traditionalism. And that's true even for Protestants, that they're leaving those churches. Calvinists are leaving their churches, and they're moving closer to orthodoxy. So you'll see a giant spike in orthodoxy in the next couple of years. We already have.
Now, obviously, I don't want to straw man you, Jim Bob. So could you please clarify your position on heaven and hell for me?
Heaven and hell, from my... Sorry, I got to echo. From my position, heaven and hell is not like this place. The Orthodox position, just generally speaking, is that everybody who dies experiences the same God, the same fire, and people who are close to God, who participate in His energies, who what's called practice theosis, who are not in sin, who repent, they experience God's fire as love, as beauty, as all of those things, and the people who are separate from Him on earth. Are exposed to the same exact fire. They just feel it differently. So there's not like a place like the modern view you guys usually argue against is this place. Like there's a location, and then you're in hell over there, and someone else is over here, and it's like this Cartesian eschatology. We just reject that wholly.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation, Jim Bob. Thank you very much for that. So my question would be along the same lines then. Where obviously, correct me if I'm wrong, so you hold the position that if you follow the teachings of the church and you follow the duties and the normative authority of the Orthodox position that you hold, then you get to experience God's light as a good thing. However, if you don't, you experience it as a bad thing. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, it's a choice that you have the choice to experience it how you want to experience it.
So for me, hold
on a second.
Yeah.
This is not a class on orthodoxy. So can you figure out how to tail it into a moral foundation?
That's where I'm going with this. I didn't want to straw man you, so I wanted to make sure I understood your position first before I went there. And for me, it still goes along the same lines of, if you don't do this thing, you are punished by, in this case, experiencing God's fire as a bad thing. So it still goes along the lines of, well, it's a fear of punishment and a promise of reward.
No.
Right?
No. That's not how. No. We wouldn't, especially we're talking about moral foundations. Arguing for an ethical position that's derivative of orthodoxy in this position would not be leading with you're going to go to hell, especially for people like you who just don't believe in it. That's just ineffective. Like, so all those fire brimstone Christians are, you're going to go to hell, Craig. They are they're doing a disservice to themselves and you. Mm-hmm. That doesn't get you better to understand anything about the faith, doesn't get you to understand the positive things that you might even from your secular view understand and like about the faith. They're doing everybody a disservice. So you and I just both agree that that's not a lead. We wouldn't lead with that. That's a terrible lead, especially because we don't have access to judgment. These Protestants you guys talk to, they claim access to knowledge of judgment. That's why they're saying you're going to go to hell. Well, no, we don't say that. We don't say that to people.
Yeah,
that's a terrible thing to say to people.
That's cool. I mean, I came into this debate not understanding your exact position because the title of it is simply Christianity.
Sure.
I suppose it should have been Orthodox Christianity, and I could have maybe prepared against your arguments better. But for me, it still sounds like if you don't do this thing, you are punished. Whether that's a lead or not is kind of irrelevant. The fact is, if I don't follow the rules and the duties and the things set out by your version of Christianity, then I would experience God's light as a bad thing, which is still a
Why
punishment,
is that bad, though?
right? Well, because I don't want to experience a bad thing just because I don't follow those rules.
Yeah, but I don't want to go to jail. Yeah, but here's where back to the other part, Craig, is if I don't believe in rights, if I don't follow what the rules are that are completely arbitrarily defined by a secular society, then you have the threat of throwing me in jail if I don't follow your rules. So I don't understand how, even in the temporal sense, if we're not talking about soteriology, even in the temporal sense, we've already been through this. You admitted that you'd be willing to put people in jail if they don't follow the rules that are arbitrarily crafted by a secular society. So
again, I didn't.
It's the difference.
Let's hope, please don't strawman me. I specifically said that they would use force to defend themselves against harm, not if you didn't follow the rules. Whereas the position that you're holding is simply that you will experience this bad thing if you don't do as you're told, which is still simply
like jail.
You know,
like
right,
jail.
So no, but again, jail is only
like
reserved for jail is only reserved for those who do harm and stuff. In this case, we're talking about whether you want to harm. Right. So let's look at it this way. For you, you would not rape and murder, because if you do, then you would experience God's light as a bad thing.
No.
Whereas me.
No, that's not true.
So are you saying that if wait? So let me clarify.
No, listen. Let me answer. Let me answer. I'll answer it.
Saying you're straw manning. So let's
Jimbo
explain it.
Okay.
Our Christian virtues isn't a consequentialist view because, as I said, I don't know judgment. I can't assume judgment. That would be blasphemous. So, virtues, so actions in alignment with God is faith based. It's not consequential based. For instance, would it still be bad to do something you believed was immoral if suddenly you realized nobody really knew? Like you steal from a large company, me and Craig, we get together and we're like, dude, Google is so rich, they don't even notice a million's gone. And you and I go, oh, what if we take it? And you go, well, what if it harms someone? If we determine it didn't harm someone, that wouldn't really change the fact that it would be immoral, right? From our position, just because you couldn't track it harming.
I wouldn't do that. I know,
but not because of the harm, right? That's my point.
I want to clarify something, because again, I don't want to strawman you. So if you, within your religion, murder and rape, how will you experience God's light? Hello? Is it Kyle again? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Exchange, I think. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get my camera to work, and it keeps taking over my audio. No. Again, that's an assumption of judgment. Again, we don't take a position. We do a moral position because God, it's aligned with God's will, not because we know or we're betting about our experience in the eschaton. We are aligning with goodness. We're participating in goodness faithfully without any knowledge of where we're going to be. So we don't hedge bets,
Yeah, but why are you being good?
Because we're following God. I mean, what do you mean why?
And what if you don't follow God? What happens?
We don't know exactly. We could assume from Revelation and the rest that we're gearing on separation and spiritual death. So there's definitely a promise of death. Question is, where are you in relation to God? Like when there's unity, right? So we don't. But again, we don't go around in our daily routines, right? And participate with our Christian duties, thinking about avoiding fire and brimstone. We don't think about the outcome. We do it because it's good. We just do it because it's good.
But no, you do it because God told you it's good, right?
Yes, because it's good. But that would be the same as it being good from
not
our
because
paradigm. Not
it's
because
good.
we are avoiding something.
But no, again, it's not because it's good. It's because God told you it's good.
Yeah, sure.
That doesn't mean that it is good. That means that God told you that it is good. So
I just told you it's faith. I just told you it's fully faith.
But you did say to me earlier that when you don't follow God's will and you don't do those things, that's how you then experience God's light. You said the ones that are further away from God are the ones that would experience God's light as a bad thing, right?
That's right, like you.
So basically, then it still comes down to, if you don't follow God's will, you're gonna experience God's light as a bad thing. It's a punishment.
Yes, here.
It's fear.
Well, no. I understand,
You're doing
but that
it
doesn't
because
follow,
God said
dude.
it.
If you describe, look. If you do you think that under your paradigm you don't steal because you're afraid to go to jail, or you don't steal because you find it wrong?
I don't steal because it's the wrong thing to do. Here's the thing about me, right?
Hey, that's the end of their point, then. No,
But
I mean, that's exactly the
I
point.
was in the middle of saying something there. Let me finish, please.
You're not conceding the point, though.
No, if you let me finish I'm not going to concede the point because I'm trying to explain why I don't agree with you. If you could please stop interrupting.
Right, go ahead and
when I get
explain
to...
there, Craig.
Yeah, thank you. So here's the thing about me, Jim Bob, right? I have a tendency to rape and murder as much as I want. Literally, whenever I get the urge, I just go raping and murdering, right? But that's exactly none. Not because God willed that is not the right thing to do, because I just know it's not the right thing to do, because it will harm
How do you
people.
know?
I was in the middle of explaining. If
Okay.
you please, impulse control. Because it will harm people. It will hurt people. It will harm society. It is not a good thing for the future of society. That's why I don't do it, because it's just the wrong thing to do. I know it's the wrong thing to do because I wouldn't want it done to me. Not because if I don't do it, then I'm further away from God. Therefore, I would experience God's light as a bad thing. That is still, at the base of it, a reward punishment system for doing the right thing.
Egg, are there people who like other people harming them and they get off on it?
Yeah, they're not secular humanists, though.
Okay. Well, forget. No, some of them, you don't know that. The question is, from
Well, they
your
can't be.
paradigm, if your harm principle is consistent, then as long as someone likes to be harmed by other people, by your own logic, they can then harm other people because then again, they
that's straw
like
man.
to be harmed, right?
No, that's a straw man, because secular humanism is about...
Why would it be wrong then?
I was in the middle of explaining, Jim Bob. You know, I was in the sentence
There's
where
a
I was
lag,
about
dude.
to...
Listen, bitch tits. It was.
Excuse me? What
There's
did
a
you call
lag.
me? Do you want to... Sorry, what did you just call me?
There's a lag.
Yeah, no, sorry. Could you just repeat what you called me, please?
Look, if you're
All right,
doing
we all-
No, I didn't hear.
okay.
It cut out. What did you call me, Jim Bob? Could you just repeat it, please, for everybody?
said you're acting like a female right now.
No, you
Please
didn't say that. Could
answer
you
the
repeat?
question.
Do me a favor. Repeat the words that you said to me, please.
I said bitch tits.
And why did you say that?
Because you're acting like a female right now, and I'm trying to
and
talk
how
to a
does
man
how does
about
how does a
morality.
female act?
You're still doing it.
How does a female act?
All right.
Jim Bob?
Before this becomes
Like
a
this.
little
Like
less
what?
tasteful.
Please define how a female acts, Jim Bob.
It's feminine.
Please define how I'm acting feminine, Jim Bob.
Just feminine and mouthy.
In which way, Jim Bob, am I acting feminine and bitch tits, Jim Bob? Please do define that specifically.
Just avoiding the topic.
I'm not avoiding it. I'm not avoiding the topic at all. I am the
Yeah, you
topic
are.
right
now
now
we're
is that
talking
you
about
called
women,
me-
right? That's how quickly you go off topic.
You're
just like
the
women
one that
do.
brought up women. You said that I'm acting like a woman, so you're the one that brought it up. I just like you to define
You are.
exactly how I'm acting like a woman and how I'm bitch tits. Just for the
So
audience.
again, if
I think
okay, let's
1,500.
back to the topic.
I think
Let's get
1,500
back
are
to the
watching right
topic.
now. Yeah, Jim Bob, I think
Okay,
1,500 are watching right now.
We
So
can-
do me a
we can
favor.
even hold on.
But-
We can even continue to talk about,
Rhetoric.
if we want to talk about women in the course of like the subject that we're talking about
Sure.
right now, such as
let's do it. Let's do it. Women's rights. Let's do it.
Oh no, I
Let's-
don't
let's
care
get
about
into
women's
that.
rights. I
Before we
just
do-
want
before
to
we do
point
women's
out.
rights, we've got
Sorry.
like, hold on just one second there, Craig. We have like I say almost 1,300 people watching live right now still, and I do want to take a few opportunities to do a few extra pitches just because I have to let people know that Craig is going to be there, Andrew Wilson's going to be there, and a whole lot of other people, and I'm going to put them up on screen right now. Let's just see here. So I'm going to share my screen. Oh boy, I'm going out on a limb here. All right. Oh, look, your stream's still running. We've paused, say resources. Oh, you guys can see my screen, but the audience can't. You know what? That's not going to work. You know what? I'm going to have to just go by the book, guys. So Discord's not going to allow me to share the screen the way I want to. I'll get to it in the OBS in just 1 second and pop it up here. I do want to show everybody our live events that are coming up. And also, we do have Of course, tickets linked in the description, not just the regular tickets for the one-day event or, one day or the other, but you can also get the VIP ticket, which will sign you up for both days. We also have early bird tickets until February, so if you
Ryan, you
haven't
do
checked
know
out
that the VIP tickets for the first day have been sold out, though, right? Completely.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's some good traction there. So you
There's
heard it
only
just
VIP
there.
tickets left for the Sunday, which includes a VIP lunch with the speakers, a lanyard, a VIP lanyard, signed pictures from and a thing from all of the speakers. But the VIP tickets are only available for the Sunday one.
See, I love this. I got some help here, guys, to pitch the event. It's very appreciated, honestly, because there's a lot going on. So I can pop this up right easy here, guys, and then we're going to talk about women's rights under the secular and the Christian worldview. So here you can see on my screen, those are the live events coming up. Now, if you can't be in the Newark area, let me know in the live chat where you are going to be for these epic live events. So if you're following along, if you got a finger, you can pull the main screen that we're on right now down if you're watching on a phone, and go onto our YouTube page and just check all these off. See, I'm going to have to undo them so that my phone's not going off the whole time. We're getting ready to stream these while I'm into work, but as for yourself, go hit the notification bell so you don't miss these live events if you can't make it. But also let us know in the live chat where you're going to be. And yeah, let's get back into the discussion. And those tickets are linked in the description. As you can see, yeah, Andrew Wilson, Leo Filius last time was kind of like our MVP. I think he did 3 debates. Andrew Wilson's going to be doing 2 debates here. And then Alex Stein is also doing 2 debates. So a little bit of a split between those 2 guys sharing the MVP there. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's get back to our main discussion,
Wait,
guys.
I'm doing 2 debates as well. Come on.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. You're going to, I was going to say, you're going to be doing
Alex
a debate.
Stein gets
you
3 then,
versus
right?
Andrew Wilson.
Alex Stein actually has 3 debates then, so I guess he's still MVP.
Oh, well, there you go. Oh, like I said, last time it was Leo Filius, but we're going to get back to our main screen here. There we go. All right, perfect. Keeping an eye on the live chat and upcoming speakers. Love it. Let's talk about women's rights, guys. Let's get to it.
Okay. Well, question is, because I heard in Craig's opening, he's like, Christianity, it's like makes women lower than and does all this stuff, or misogyny and all these things. And I'm just wondering, do you think men and women, as far as their duties, Craig, under a secular humanist foundation, that women and men, their duties are equal in society?
Apart from the fact that women have babies and men don't.
Are you saying women can't have babies, Craig?
Biological females are the only people that can have babies. This is just a fact.
Okay, so do under the secular view, do women have a duty to have babies or no?
No, they don't have to have babies. They can choose to have babies if they like.
Okay.
It's about autonomy.
And do you think?
But within secular humanist societies where they have the choice, there's no problem with population. It might be slightly lower, but then again, we've got population.
Is that a problem?
That's the problem. No, the problem is the overpopulation, actually, and the lack of resources for it. Yeah.
Oh, I thought when last time I checked, almost every developed country is under replacement by a lot, and there's actually a major problem of replacing each other. That's why some of the smaller countries that are secular, by the way, who've basically taken the bait of not having kids, have to import all of these other kids from nations that are primarily Catholic and Christian, and so they're basically borrowing from the Christians who reproduce way better. Now, would you
let me respond
admit
to that
that?
first, before you go into the next one, let me just respond to that. Yeah, that's not true. They don't import people.
It's not
Do
true.
Christian people move into those countries and help increase the birth rate? Absolutely. But there's no importing of Christian societies and Christian populations to help boost the population of others. Is it true that secular humanist societies have slightly lower populations? Yes, but do they have population issues? No, not really. There's still birth rates within, or just below the norm of the world. For instance, Scandinavia, which is the happiest country in the world and the secular humanist, has about 11.6 births per thousand, which the global norm is 18 births per thousand.
Okay. Gotcha. So women don't have any obligation or duty to have kids from the secular human view. Now, when we talk about women's rights, what kind of rights do you think they should have? That is there any that they don't have from your view, or?
No, because thanks to secular humanism, women's rights have been advanced significantly. So, as far as I'm aware now, women have all the rights that men have.
Okay, and so do you think men and women should be treated equally then?
Absolutely.
Okay, do you think that women should be drafted then to equalize equality?
If women are physically capable and the need of the country is that people should be drafted, then there's no reason why women shouldn't be drafted. I'm ex-military, Jim Bob, and several of the fittest people that I've ever known and the most savvy combat technicians that I've ever known have been women. So there's no reason why women couldn't be drafted to war, because you know what? Women get angry, and I wouldn't want to fight a bunch of women.
Okay, so the question is though, do you think all women should be drafted if they
not all women, because drafting is not an all thing. Drafting is based on physical ability, age, intelligence. No, not all women and not all men should be drafted. Should women that are capable when the need arises be drafted alongside men? Absolutely.
Okay, and then so do you think women can collectively uphold and defend their rights?
I don't see why not.
Well, you just explained why not. The fact that you would only need the fittest women, the strongest women, to be able to be drafted. The rest, mostly, the rest, that would be the minority. For the most part, women themselves who are not fit to be drafted to the military. If you asked, can women collectively defend their own rights with force? It's just an entailment that they couldn't, because collectively they're not strong enough. The same way collectively they're not strong enough to go fight in a war, right?
But Jim, what you've missed is that I set the same standards for men. Not all men should be drafted. The disabled men, the men that aren't able to do the things that are required when you are drafted, they, the same as women, shouldn't be drafted. That it's not a different thing for women as it is to men. And there is strong people in society and there is less strong people in society. That's just how it is.
Okay, but if women collectively can't wholly defend their rights and rely wholly on men when it comes down to it, for instance, women could never collectively take over men, right? The force of men. They couldn't. Let's say a bunch of women said, "We're no longer following the Bill of Rights. We're doing away with it." Collectively, women couldn't actually make that happen against men, right?
Would you get back to the topic of women's rights, please? That's a relevant question.
Because rights assume some type of equality. What I'm getting to, Craig, here is that if you defend human rights or rights in general, you have to kind of be sexist, because you wholly depend on men collectively to uphold and enforce rights, correct?
Incorrect. Women and men are equal in society, so we...
Just before... I'm sorry to cut you off. I do want to give Jim Bob just a second here, just so that we can pull this back into the subject. And I just want to ask if you can explain for our audience, and for Craig as well, how the Christian worldview solves this problem, so that we can get
Gotcha. Yeah. I think the whole entirety of feminism, which secular humanism swallowed that pink poison pill wholesale, is a lie. It's on the assumption that egalitarianism is possible. No ordered society is possible from an egalitarian position. I'm saying that women voting potentially indirectly for wars that men predominantly have to fight and die for, the fact that most of them can't actually do it would be a complete anomaly for someone to be a woman and to be able to make it. By the way, no women has really gotten into the Marines, or I don't know if it's the Marine or Special Forces, incapable of passing the test.
I knew several women in Special Forces.
I might be miscategorizing. There's a section of the military where women can't actually pass the test. So the point is,
could you point out which section that is, please? Because I don't believe that's true. As far as I'm aware,
I'll look it up.
As far as I'm aware,
Fair enough.
there isn't any military force that has had women apply that they haven't been able to get into it. That maybe was the case, but not recently. Women are a lot stronger than you can ever imagine. My wife has done several, triathlons.
Your wife's stronger than you. Yeah.
Well, so my wife has to follow me. Of course, she's stronger than me, but my wife also doesn't have these guns, Jim.
Nice. So the question is, in regards to what rights, this is kind of my argument, is like, I don't think women should have the right to vote, but I also don't think all men
could you
should
say
have
that
the
again,
right to
please?
vote. Just in case, I said, I don't think women should have the right to vote, but I also don't think all men should have the right to vote.
So I just want, I'm not sure if I heard that right. I just want you once more to tell me exactly what you said.
You heard me
right.
I
wasn't. I don't think I heard you right, because I don't think any sane person could say. Could you just repeat that once more?
Everyone heard me. To calling me insane is not a counter argument. So here's my argument. Women, when a man votes collectively with other men, they're agreeing to not take over the government with violence, basically. They're basically saying, I'm outsourcing my violence that I'm capable of collectively with other men, and instead, I'm going to offset and outsource the violence to a standardized monopoly of violence called the government, which is also men. And I'm just wondering, if it's true that when a man votes and when a collection of men vote, they actually trade their initial immediate potential for violence for a standardized use of violence that's monopolized. What is it the woman is trading when she votes?
Which voting system are you referring to?
What?
Which voting system are you referring to?
Oh, in America, I know you're not in America, right? Mm-hmm. Just saying, any voting system that has men and women voting equally on things.
Any voting system that has men and women equal voting on it. What was your point? Sorry. Mm-hmm.
My question is, when a man votes, do you agree when a collection of men vote in an organized society, they're agreeing by voting to not use immediate force and to try to overtake the government? It's basically a trade for violence. They're saying, no, the government has the monopoly on the force. We're going to vote on policy, and then men in the government are going to enforce the policy. Instead of us throwing a rebellion, voting is an alternative to a rebellion, right? What?
No, not necessarily. You're saying
voting's not. So you're saying voting is not an alternative to a rebellion?
It's one of the alternatives, but it's not just the only.
So here's
Jim,
my question.
I'm in the middle of.
Can I please get my thoughts out? Let me run my line, dude.
If you want me to
run my line.
Let's let him wrap his point, and if you can hold your thought just 1 second, Craig.
If it's the case that when men vote, they're basically trading their potential for rebellion, right? What is it women are trading when they vote?
Same thing?
No, but collectively women can't rebel against men, so they can't be trading the same thing.
Who says women can't rebel against men?
Because women can't collectively take over men.
Why not?
Show me an instance when it's ever happened, when women collectively took over the government full of men.
Who's saying that?
Just before you respond, rather than talk about more of like an overall broad analysis, I would like to bring it into how Christianity would account or solve that specific thing, just so that we can get back to Christianity versus secular humanism.
That's fine. This is the thing. I think that the man being an extension of the church is the leader of the house, and the women being the neck of the head, the man being the head, the woman being the neck. Then. The best possible place in any given society for a woman is to be focusing on having children, raising good people for the next the next generation of society. That would be the Christian position. That's the ultimate. Like, women following their nature and what they're good at is actually has them at home raising good people, keeping the homes and families flourishing, keeping communities flourishing. And the opposition to that is this egalitarian fantasy that Craig likes to push, which is everybody's equal, everyone's interchangeable, send the women into society, put them in debt, make believe that they're going to be the Eat, Pray, Love character, on HBO. And what do they end up with? They're alone with cats, 49 years old with no kids, nothing to show but debt, and the only thing they have is a lanyard because they worked at Nike, right? And so the secular view has nothing to offer, right? They have nothing to offer women except debt and consumption.
Okay, can I talk now? You've literally spoke for about 3 years. Ryan, is it okay if I get like a minute and a half to respond?
Well, all right, but to be fair, I wasn't keeping track before, so if you're gonna ask me to keep track now, I gotta give him a full minute and a half after. So,
well, I
I'll
mean,
give you a minute and a
I
half.
was keeping track, and he literally spoke for about 2 minutes. I mean,
You need
I
a
would
tissue box?
No, I
No
would just
worries,
like.
no worries.
Are you triggering there, Jim?
All right, I'm just giving you the parameters. I'm giving you the parameters. That's how it's going to go down. So a minute and a half, and
Well,
then
okay.
a minute
Well,
and a half to Jim
rather
Bob. Whatever
than
he closes,
doing
he
that,
goes.
rather than doing that, Jim Bob, do you think you can give me a minute and a half without interrupting? Is that possible?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay.
Yes, Craig.
Right. We don't need you to time it then, Ryan. If that's okay. If Jim Bob is willing to let me speak for a while without interrupting, that's wonderful. So Jim
I will
Bob is
anyway, so minute and a half.
Okay, right. So, Jim Bob holds the position that women just stay in the house and have babies because that needs to advance society. Well, I'm just going to quickly go over a list of groundbreaking discoveries and achievements by women across various fields, highlighting their invaluable contributions to science, technology, medicine, and society. Rosalind Franklin discovered a double helix structure of DNA through X-ray crystallography, which was crucial to Watson and Crick's work. Marie Curie discovered polonium and radium, leading to the development of radiation therapy for cancer. Barbara McClintock discovered jumping genes, transposable elements in genetics, earning her the Nobel Prize. Henrietta Lacks, her cells, taken without her knowledge, became the first immortal cell line, revolutionizing medical research. Gertrude B. Alien developed life-saving drugs for leukemia, organ transplants, and autoimmune diseases, earning a Nobel Prize in Medicine. Florence Nightingale revolutionized modern nursing and hospital sanitation methods. Virginia Appiger created the Appiger score, a method to assess the health of newborns immediately after birth. Dorothy Crowfoot Hodgkin discovered the structures of important biochemical substances like penicillin, vitamin B12, and insulin. Got Alice Bell, got Rachel Carson, Astronomy in Space, Annie Jump Carson, Celine Payne Gapashkin, Vera Rubin, Katherine Johnson, Jocelyn Bell, Physics and Chemistry, Lisa Mention. Like basically, all of these amazing women and discoveries and advancements that they have created in society would never exist under Jim Bob's position, that the women should stay in the house and have babies. Yeah, women can have babies, but they can also not have babies and advance society in the ways that these... I've actually got a list of 34 women. I didn't get to go through all of them. So Jim Bob, your position would have meant none of this would have happened. Your position would have meant we don't have penicillin. How do you feel about that?
That was 2 minutes. So 2 minutes for you, Jim Bob, and you can cut off whenever you're ready.
Yeah, he mentioned a bunch of exceptions to the rule, which, Craig, we don't structure society based on exceptions, dummy. We base society on the norm, and the norm is that women, for the most part, are geared toward and even want to have kids, absent the massive propaganda machine telling them that they can do otherwise and they're going to be happy is actually a failed system. So you listing a bunch of things that women who are the exception accomplishing things says nothing about the overall structure and infrastructure of society, what makes it thrive. Okay, pointing to these little feats that women have done over time, that they're
Little
peculiar,
feats.
you know, the fact that you
Jesus.
list them as peculiarities proves my point. We don't base our structure society based on exceptions. That's basically your argument. Look at these exceptions. Look at these exceptions. We're not talking about the exceptions. Plus, you have no basis to say massive feats based on peculiar women who have peculiar interests wouldn't happen under the view that predominantly holds that women should be at home as mothers raising the best of the best in society. You just made it up out of your head. You just said, if Christianity was true, if we had a Christian view and everyone was at home, there would be no women doing anything. That's actually not true. Women at home have developed all sorts of ways of making clothing. They've figured out all sorts of machinery. They've figured out how to actually maximize utility in the house in regards to all sorts of operations. They're extremely innovative. The point isn't whether or not women are innovative. The point is, if they're more innovative in the home and they're raising the next generation of kids, is that better than a bunch of Amelia Earharts, right, running around, right, and accomplishing the world, and yet there's no kids? Like, what is the point of having women being pushed into society and trying to be equal with men in their regards to their achievements if there's no freaking kids? There's no society, dude.
All right, let's bounce another 2 minutes. Up 2, let's go.
I mean, really don't need... Okay, that's fine. Massive straw man. I never said women can't have kids or shouldn't have kids. Women, they're absolutely are geared towards having children. Does that mean they have to? No. Just because some women don't stay at home doesn't mean society's going to fall apart. Yes, do some women want to be homemakers and have babies and, make a home and be stay-at-home mothers? Absolutely. Do some women want to go and have a career and advance themselves? Absolutely. Your position, which you have now moved the goalpost on, was that the duty of women is to be in the home and have babies. If that duty for all women, as you prescribed, is the case, then all of the things that I listed, which isn't just the exception, by the way, it's just the tip of the iceberg of the amazing advancements and discoveries by women, those, under your paradigm, would not have existed. Because women have to go and have babies. You're saying it is their duty. Therefore, they're not going to get the time to go to college, to university, to learn all this stuff, to spend the years working on their research to get these discoveries. So, no, you literally moved the goalpost by saying, well, no, some women can be allowed to do it, but most women have to have babies. Yeah, most women still are having babies, but some don't, and some, even if they have babies, make amazing advancements in science and technology. But some of them, if they had babies and were homemakers, those advancements would never have been made. Jim Bob, you can't hold both positions. Either women have to be in the home and have babies, or they're all are allowed to go out. So you need to kind of pick a lane here, dude.
That's actually completely wrong. If you look at the statistics, even for the women who you are saying are accomplishing things because they don't have babies, they're actually waiting and they accomplish things later in life because they put having babies off. It's actually not the case that if women had babies, fulfilled their duties as mothers from 20 years old, where it's optimal to have kids, right? They punch out a bunch of babies, they raise them. Guess what, Craig? They're 30 or 40. That's the time when all of these women are starting to figure out their new careers. It's because they've totally forfeited having kids. So it's actually more true that from a Christian lens, that if women were pushed to have babies and they were the same amount of propaganda for having kids was equal to that of not having kids in our Western society, women could have kids at a young age, like they should, and at 30, 40, they can leave and actually do all of the things you just mentioned. Why would that be impossible from a Christian paradigm, Craig?
I never said it would be impossible. You
just said under a Christian view, it's not possible. I just demonstrated that if kids had, if women had kids earlier, fulfilled their duties, creating humans in the great human beings, good human beings for society. They fulfill their duty in producing those. At age 35 or 40, they're all out. They're at school, right? They're doing their thing. The woman could then pursue exactly what you just said they should be able to. Both are possible. My Christian paradigm, what I'm prescribing, actually has both. Yours doesn't have both.
No, mine absolutely does have both. You're totally strawmanning me. You said that the women have to be at home and have babies, all right? Now, I'm just going to go through a list of 5 people, women that did not have children. Liz Maitiner, I'm probably pronounced that wrong, never married or had children, dedicated her entire life to science and nuclear fission research. Vera Rubin had 4 children, all of whom pursued scientific careers, demonstrating her ability to balance family and work. There's many who didn't have children. Emmy Noether did not marry or have children, fully dedicating herself to mathematics and teaching. And maybe having children would have got in the way of that. Now, you're saying that these women could have had that early in their career, but then have babies later. What if they didn't want to have babies, right? Now, but I've got the opposite. I've got a very important question for you, right? What if we can just clone people and we don't need to have babies? Does that work for you?
Oh,
Why not? Didn't you say it's about like having humanity continue? What if we can just clone people and we don't need to have sex?
that's anti-human.
No, it's not. Cloned humans are still human. It's still human DNA.
No, I mean, from my perspective, you don't really have a definition for humanity. You really don't even know the difference between a human and another beast other than capability. From my perspective,
I absolutely do. That's a straw man. Please don't straw man me. I'd appreciate it.
You don't. You can. I could ask you right now, and you wouldn't be able to do it. You just have to use taxonomy, and that's it. There's no. Yeah. You don't have a basis for like human dignity.
Oh yes, we
value,
absolutely do have a basis for human dignity. Dignity is one of the foundations of secular humanity. That's one thing I wanted to address.
Dignity is a metaphysical term, Craig. Where does dignity? Where do you find human dignity from the empirical tradition, please?
Right.
Tell me.
Let me go through my notes here. 1 second. Where
do you find human dignity from?
Let me go to my notes. Bear with me 1 second.
In your notes.
Yes, because I write notes as I go along. This is a relatively new debate to me, so I am making sure that I get my thoughts proper. And I made a lot of notes specifically about dignity, and I'm just trying to find that. If you bear with me.
Where does it say humans have dignity in my notes?
Okay. I'm sorry if you didn't make notes, but I'd like to prepare for things. So, dignity...
I didn't need notes, obviously.
Sorry?
I said I didn't need notes, obviously.
Cool story, bro. You've probably done this debate a lot of times, and if you
Waiting for dignity. Waiting for dignity.
Oh, yeah, cool. I mean, I tried to start talking, but you opened...
ChatGPT?
Yeah, you opened your mouth. You opened your... ChatGPT? Are you using ChatGPT?
I can still hear you guys. I can turn my speakers up. So hold on a second there, Jim Bob. Let's let him bring up what he's got there. You guys are having no trouble trying to go to each other. Actually, before you bring it up, Craig, if you don't mind, I can do one last little pitch for our upcoming event. I know everybody loves the little sidetrack, but I want to give Jim Bob a chance to maybe drop out of the call, close the browser and come back, because it seems like he's really trying to get back on the camera, which we do want to see you. It's just really giving you trouble there. You pop out for a second, Jim Bob,
on
if
camera.
you don't mind.
That's all you need. Look at this. This is all you need on camera.
Oh, get out of here, Craig.
I don't think you want to compare our looks, Craig.
Yeah, you're right. I would win quite clearly.
Oh, get out of here, guys. All right, no, I'm picking. All right. So if you want to drop out for a second there, Jim Bob, you guys you're both fantastic looking gents. Don't get into that now.
Yeah,
Did you want to drop out there, Jim Bob, or you want to just carry on?
Yeah, I'll be sure.
All right. I didn't want to be like, hey, you've got to leave. I just want to give the opportunity to maybe fix this, since it does seem like Jim Bob really is trying to get that fixed up, and that is, that is good. So we still have about 1,200 people watching. Definitely participate in hitting the like button. It really helps boost us up in the algorithm. We're going to throw up another poll in a second here. It was closed earlier. James closed it on me. He was picking on me in the live chat and saying he was going to make it hard for me to remember what the numbers were. I meant to copy and paste them. I think it was 62, 68% odd for Christianity as the win. Now here comes Jim Bob, and hopefully we can get Jim Bob back on camera. And that would be nice, so that we can kind of get a feel for...
I found it interesting how he went to comparing looks when I said you only need me on camera. I didn't mention about comparing looks. I don't know why he went there.
I thought
we're just having fun.
I thought you said it's better to look at the dots than me. I thought you said that.
No, I didn't say that.
No, he was saying things. He said that he was all the what would you say, all the man that they
I just said I'm all they need on screen. They don't need anyone
I'm
else.
sorry, I misinterpreted that, Craig.
You've done that quite a few times today, Jim Bob. So that's cool. No worries. It's kind of goes with the way that you act in general, really, I guess.
So is it okay to have diddle a cadaver? I still didn't get that answer from you.
Yeah, we've covered that. If you have a fascination
Is that
with
a yes?
diddling cadavers, you can keep that to yourself.
Is that a yes?
Whatever is in your
Yeah, that's
wank
a
bank, Jim, is totally
That's
for
totally consistent with
you.
secularism, by the way.
Totally not, by the way, and I explain
Right.
why.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Why is it not?
I mean, I've
Somebody
already
in
gone
the
through
live
that.
chat-
I don't need to rehash the argument
hold
that
on.
I've already destroyed you on, Jim. That's fine. I was going to explain
Just
why
1 second there,
you're-
guys. So you're going to explain something. That's great. I'm going to pop out right quick myself because somebody did say that when I popped out earlier, it seemed to work again. So I'm going to pop out and then pop back in and see if it helps. Okay? If that's all right.
I'm getting interrupted a lot.
Sorry, Craig. I pop out. And, you know, I was going to say, the action is coming from your end. It's your screen that's lighting up. That's saying that we have that feedback.
Me?
Yeah, you're where the... I see it now.
Why? I mean, I'm just got a mic and there's nothing feeding back. I don't know why it would do that.
Your guess is as good as mine. Like I said, it's probably just because we went through so many mediums to try to get here, and then you follow because of the internet update, and now Jim Bob's doing an update. Well, he's probably going to return in a second. Let me just make sure our screen looks normal to the audience. Yes, okay. All right. We're working through it, guys. It's yeah, we've got some tech issues. It's like I say, something we do want to make sure you're getting the arguments coming across compelling, and also Jim.
Right, guys, do me a favor. Go over there and smash the poll for me winning, please. Thank you.
Where he's at in the conversation. So Craig's talking to his audience right now, so it's a good opportunity for me to talk to you guys and remind you about the early bird tickets. So as Craig said earlier, I've got to reconfirm that the first day Saturday is sold out, but Craig's saying we're all sold out, so I'm going to go
That's what
look
James
that
said.
up.
Yeah, James said that in the stream with AP and Central Dower.
Okay, yeah, awesome. So, yeah, definitely, if you haven't checked out the link in the description, the tickets are linked there. I think James also pinned a message there with the tickets. Still no luck with the camera there, eh, Jim Bob?
Just there. Nope, that's not it.
Oh, no worries. Hopefully we can get that sorted. It's just, it's been real fun to get the some of the tech issues sorted, but there's no problem. So yeah, if you haven't checked the live event, that you know, we're gonna get there eventually. But in the side here, you see the little thermometer. That is actually for our Indiegogo fundraising. So I can put that up here in a second.
The Indiegogo
but,
is important, guys. It really is important because James puts out a lot of money for this. He pays for everyone to come and fly it in. He pays for the hotels. There's VIP dinners with the speakers, which he has to pay for all the speakers and the people that bought the VIP tickets. He's paying for security. That James he doesn't want to make money on this, but he kind of at least be nice to be broke even. And he has put a lot of effort into organizing this and spent a lot of money and time and to help the channel and to help further debate cons. Reaching that target is a really good thing.
Yeah, and man, like I say, I appreciate you. You are just you are ready to let the audience know. Not
Dude,
just
I'm
our
so
audience,
excited.
but
You've
your
no idea.
audience as well. I know that you're streaming as well on your end, and you're super excited. I'm super excited. Got lots of great speakers that are coming out. So yeah, definitely, if you do have the means to help out with the Indiegogo, check out the link in the description. But more importantly, if you can be in Newark and purchase tickets for the event, we are still selling tickets. So yeah, on our first day is going to be Saturday, February 15th. We have yours truly here, Craig, versus Andrew on pretty much the same topic. We're going to be debating secular humanism versus Christianity, foundation for ethics. That's going to be great.
My one has been
Muhammad
changed slightly. My debate with Andrew Wilson is not on ethics, it's on what is better for society rather than what is a better ethical foundation. I believe Lawrence Krauss and Inspiring Philosophy are debating the ethical side of it.
So if we do click on the event right now, it does say Christian or secular humanism, which has the best ethical foundation.
James contacted me.
It doesn't say the.
I thought it did say what Craig said it said.
So James contacted me and said that he'd mixed up the subjects, and mine is society and Lawrence Krauss's is ethics. Yeah, so
Okay, no
I don't mind because I feel like there is overlaps. Although honestly, I feel like the society one would be slightly easier than the ethical one for me. But yeah, I'm debating what is better for society. Lawrence Krauss is debating what is better for ethics.
Yeah, so Lawrence Krauss is going to be going up against Mike Jones, and it's going to be, Christianity or secular ethics, which is better for society. That's going to be great. Then, is Muhammad a true prophet? So that's another thing. We put out an announcement the other day. There was a cancellation for a speaker against AP. Go check out the debate that was happening there. Craig, behave yourself. Yeah, there was some stuff that was said, some things that were on camera. So unfortunately, we had to make a change to our schedule. So if you are somebody who's watching right now and you want to defend is Muhammad a true prophet, definitely send James an email at moderndaydebate@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. And also, did Jesus claim to be God? That's also going to be happening on that day, and that's going to be Cosmic Skeptic Alex O'Connor versus David Wood, and that's also going to be a really juicy one. That's just day one. But before we talk about day two, let's get back into the debate. We've done everything that we can to try to solve the issues, guys. I dropped out. Jim Bob dropped out.
I really apologize. It's obviously on my side, so
it's just not everything's just not falling into place, I should say. So don't worry about it. We're not going to think about it too much. Let's just focus on the arguments. So let's,
guys, you just keep his camera off. Yeah, just make sure you don't let Bob turn his camera on. We should be good. Yeah, cool. Yeah, you're doing well. Am I? No, I didn't mute myself, did I?
Wait, is that the Muslim guy? Are you talking to the Muslim guy who got cut from the debate?
No, I was joking. Right, yeah. So
where were we?
I wanted to go back to what you said about ethics in regard to secular humanism, because dignity. Because you said that there's no such thing as dignity in secular humanism. Could you please clarify your point on that, if that's okay?
Sure. Yeah. I would say that secularism relies on reason and empiricism in its tradition. And from that view, things that are transcendental that are not found in nature, like dignity, goodness, virtue, these are not actually grounded in empirical knowledge. There's nowhere in nature you find these things. So they're metaphysical assumptions. And from my point of view, they ought to be grounded when comparing two ethical positions, two moral foundations. You want to ask, okay, well, if we both agree dignity exists, we can compare our accounts from each of our worldview, what dignity. I just don't know where else you're going to go from an empirical tradition to produce a foundation or an account for dignity. It seems like it's almost like I feel like dignity would be as illusory or fictional as like angels or something else you would reject from another view.
Okay, well, I spoke to a secular humanist society in North Queensferry, near where I live, and the pamphlet they sent me basically said this. Dignity in secular humanism says that dignity is derived from shared humanity. Secular humanism sees every person as inherently valuable because they are human, not because of their relationship to a deity or adherence to a specific religion. This perspective avoids the conditional worth and instead affirms unconditional worth. You are valuable because you are a human being with the capacity to think, feel, and contribute to society, rather than the alternative, which is you are valuable because God loves you and tells you you are. Does that make sense?
I heard what you said. It almost seems like it pushes over the value to humanity itself, but it doesn't tell me why humanity itself is dignified, has any higher value than other thinking creatures. Like, for instance, Craig, from your view, do you debate like vegans or at all?
No, if vegans want to be vegans, then
you're not a vegan though, right?
No, I eat mostly meat and protein.
Yeah. So they would go after you, and they would say, Craig, well, why are humans so special? And they try to do this thing, and I would be interested, because this is a good, kind of a decent way to figure it out. Like, what do you say to the vegan, not the Christian? The vegan who says, Craig, these other creatures, some of them think, look at the pig, some of them cry, some of them do this, and yet you and me are, cheersing a beer and eating some wings. what do you say to them as far as what makes humanity, humans, individual and collective, unique, peculiar in their value, being dignified, where the other animals, some of them are smart, right? Some of them do things, right? But we don't assign the same value to them. Is it, from your view, what do you say? Do you just take I like humans because I'm human? Do you, like, what would you say?
Well, first off, Jim, I would have to say that it goes outside the confines of this debate, because this is about secular humanism, not about other animals. But if I could briefly just answer your question, for me, it's a personal thing. And, you know, I don't think secular humanism has something to say about what you want to eat. You know, they're not going to tell you this is right and this is wrong. For me, I will eat an animal, and I will thank the animal for the nourishment that it's given me. I will appreciate the life that it has lived and the gift of nourishment and continued life that it has given me. Whilst that animal is alive, I would treat it with dignity and respect, but I also understand the imperative need for me to survive by eating that animal. I'm human. The animal isn't human. That's how, I mean, I don't know if that goes within the secular humanism argument, but I just, as the way that I feel towards animals, that, you know, yes, I'm going to eat it, and that means the animal dies, but whilst the animal's alive, I treat it with the love and respect, so that if it is intelligent enough to understand, it thinks that it's had a good life. I'm also going to eat it because I want to continue to live. And grow muscles.
So it means that we value ourselves really, you know, straight up. We value ourselves over them. I'm asking, what is it about humans? It sounds like, well, you're a human. You just prefer to live. And these animals, you know, if I need to kill one and eat one, I'll eat it. It's not a big deal. It is tied in, Craig, because in my opener, I brought up three pillars of free will, basically. Do you believe in free will? I forgot to ask you.
It's a hard question. It really is a difficult question, because I think free will can be an illusion within the society that we're in, because we have certain biological imperatives, right? We have to drink, we have to breathe, we have to have nourishment. There's no free will for that, you know. There's certain things that we have choices for that you know, define who we are and our ability to progress in society, and that is free will, but I don't think there's an absolute free will, because as biological beings, we have imperatives that are outside of free will.
Gotcha. Yeah, the reason I ask is because if you denied free will, it would be hard to argue for like culpability for actions. I didn't get to share this. Now that you don't have a I don't have a camera, but I can at least share this, and I wanted to get your take on this, because if someone says they deny free will, which honestly you wouldn't say is it inconsistent for a fellow secular humanist if they said, Greg, you know, I deny free will. Would you debate them on that? And because here's why. I'm going to share something here. As regards to justice and morality, we're talking about systems in which we use force to put people in jail for doing what we call bad things, right? And the reason I ask is, if you look at this meme that I made here, is it coming up on the screen? Oh, yes. Can you share it?
Don't see anything.
Don't even have a share ability. That's annoying.
You should in the middle of the screen if you hover over our chat.
Share. Yeah, I tried to share it. It's not even sharing. Well, that sucks. Anyway, I'll describe what the image is. It's a man in a jumpsuit for waiting to be sentenced, and his lawyer is saying to the judge, "There's no free will, Your Honor," and which brings up a big point, because if you, Craig, have a bunch of people in the secular humanist view, which they do exist, I'm sure you've talk to them, they deny free will. They think that all of our actions and thoughts are completely mechanistically determined. I'm wondering, like, how could we possibly say, well, you deserve to go to jail, if your very nature mechanically had you completely determined to do the horrible thing? And how could someone be culpable? Because like we make allowances for people who are like, mentally unstable in the justice system for that very reason. We say, well, they're not entirely there. They're not really in control of their position. But if free will doesn't exist, you can't say someone's fully in control of their positions either. So it's almost like if a free will denier really took the logical end of their position consistently, they would probably say a justice system is incompatible with the view because it assumes that there's culpability, which there can't be under no free will.
I don't think that secular humanists deny that free will exists in certain conditions. Like I said, we're biological beings. We have imperatives that need to be met. There's no free will about that. If we want to live, we have to breathe, right? There's no free will involved in that. We can't just decide to not breathe and still live. It's something we have to do. But
but we don't though, because we can just die.
Right,
like I actually talked to a vegan real quick. I promise I'll let you finish. But I talked to a vegan once, and I was like, "Would you eat a porcupine if you needed to live?" And they said yes. And I was like, "Okay, but aren't you just saying you need to live? Like, why do you need to live?" So, couldn't someone just starve to death?
Well, if they want to, but if they want to continue living, then there's no choice as what they have to do, right? You can't just stop yourself breathing because you want, unless you would stick a cloth down your mouth or something, I guess. But if you want to continue living as a being, if your being wants to be, then there's certain things that you have to do. I guess on reflection of what you just said, you're right. People can obviously unalive themselves whenever they want, and I suppose that is a reflection of free will in relation to the biological imperative. You don't want to continue that biological imperative, right? But free will in secular humanism is about autonomy, the ability to make decisions and then take actions based on like personal values and empathy rather than like external forces, divine commandments, rigid doctrines, right?
Yeah, I go to the empathy thing. I'm wondering why people keep bringing this up, because in my experience and even some of the scientific literature, empathy, for the most part, is like an involuntary response to some external thing happening that has us recall background knowledge that's similar. So that kind of makes sense. Like if Craig's crying and it feels like the last time I was sad or something, I might like go, "Oh, you're crying." And it could be the case that you're actually happy and it's like not clear. And it showed that like a lot of times empathy is a projection of our own bias and background knowledge of our own experience. I'm not saying it can't be correct. I'm saying a lot of times
Jim, I'm going to
wrong.
agree with that. I do think that your empathetic response is built by your experiences, right? So say that you are used to being beaten up or whatever, you see someone else getting that treatment, it's not going to affect you in the same way, right? So, I mean, you are right that empathy is kind of a thing that is based on experiences that you've had, but that's where secular humanism comes in, because secular humanism wants everyone to be safe and happy and, not have harm come to them. So the consequence of that is that if we follow on from the same logic, the empathetic response would be, oh, well, we don't want that person to have harm and stuff. And, the hope is that secular societies are not places where violence and things like that are commonplace. So maybe the empathetic response would be, a better thing than the do you see what I'm getting at?
I understand, but there needs to be some threshold, because you said you're a father. Like we have to bring our like kids to like the doctor and dentistry, and there's all this like horrible experience, and we even look at their experience and we're like, oh, I hate that I have to watch this happen, and yet we don't respond based on their empathy, the empathy of feeling their pain to determine to suddenly take them out of the dentist chair. We just go through with it, even in the instance of them suffering and us feeling their pain. And so if that's the possibility that empathy doesn't actually tell us what we should do. It tells us what people might be feeling, but it's not ever consistent. Like, you know, like the perfect, that example, like if you watch your kids grow up and make mistakes, we empathize with their mistakes. We remember our own mistakes, but we don't stop them from making the mistakes. But if empathy was ultimately, I'm not saying you're arguing this, but a lot of times it comes up, they go, well, no, morality is based in empathy. And I look at those examples and I go, well, it can't be, because us as parents don't literally shield our kids from suffering, because we know they actually have to grow and go through suffering. So we don't actually minimize suffering. We allow it, and we have to use some sort of navigation system. So it can't be empathy.
But in the long run, isn't that then for the better? You know, letting your kids like have a little bit of, you know, I don't want to use the word harm, but you know what I'm getting at. Is in the long run going to make them so that they don't have harm in the future. You know, School of Hard Knocks and all that. You know, you teach your kid to get back up once they've fallen down. Yeah, you're going to let them make that mistake. You're going to let them fall off their bike and get hurt. But then in the future, that means that they're less likely to come to what could be even greater harm. Now, I don't necessarily think that falls within the purviews of secular humanism or Christianity. That's more just, you know, being human, right? And wanting another person to not be hurt. And I think as a father, are you a father, Jim? I don't know.
Yes. Yep. I'm a father.
Yeah, I think as a father, you know, you never want to see your kids get hurt, but at the same time, you realize that they have to kind of go through hardships to make them a better person, to stop further hardships down the line, right?
Yeah, that's fair to say. It's just that, like, if harm reduction ends up being the standard, we have this from the secular view has this like very like blurred area. Whereas a Christian view, we don't take a harm reduction approach to things, because we believe that you can actually do immoral acts to yourself and others, even if it doesn't cause harm. Which brings up a good point. Like, do you think from the secular approach that harm itself or suffering is still kind of ambiguous in really nailing down when it's occurring and when it's not occurring?
I don't think so. I think harm can be clearly defined as to, you know, linked to suffering and, you know, the negative impact of the things that are happening. You know, unless you're like a sadist or something that enjoys pain, you know, do you still see that as harm? But I think in general, harm can be defined as harm by both of us in basically the same way, don't you?
Yeah, I would say harm, what you call harm, I would probably equate with pain, which would just be a sense data experience. But I would separate it from suffering. The only reason I say this is because if you have two people who are like undergoing the same amount of inflicted pain, we know that one of those people logically has the capacity to overcome the pain and not experience suffering. And yet the other person is experiencing the exact thing, but doesn't overcome it. So there's this will aspect to overcoming suffering. That's why a Christian paradigm actually presents a paradigm to interact with this. It's like embedded in Christianity that suffering, it's not to say causing suffering is a virtue. It's that when you experience suffering, you have an opportunity to transcend above it. And if two people experience the same exact sort of like torturous experience, it's amazing to me that one person can have a paradigm that transcends the suffering and the other person is stuck on reevaluating the pain and reliving the only sense data. So that's why I get into there's a metaphysical aspect to suffering isn't actually identical to the pain.
No, I think suffering can be an individual thing, right? I mean, I'm going to use myself as an example here. I'm a disabled military veteran. I've got a pretty bad shoulder injury and a really, really bad leg injury, right? I spend all of my time in pain constantly. But it's got to be a norm for me rather than, you know, a suffering. If there's extra pain, then I kind of feel like I'm suffering. You know, so for me, the definition of what I would, because my life is full of pain and that's just how I am, you know, the definition of what I would then consider suffering has slightly shifted, if you know what I mean.
I understand, but there's people just like you. Let's just grant you like a bunch of pain. I don't know. It's like it becomes subjective, like how people process pain.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
there are plenty of people who I don't know if I can say it, they just end it, right? They end it because of the pain. And if there was someone like you, Craig, that had the same amount of pain as you and almost had the exact sort of like ailments from your experience, what do you think the distinction is between you being able to overcome that pain and another person just literally just succumbing to it and just kind of ending it?
For
Like,
me,
what's the difference
it's been right. For me, I feel like the support structure that I have in my life has allowed me to not overcome, because I still struggle. You know, I'm still in pain. I still get angry. You know, I'm still struggling with it. But the support structure I have in my life has allowed me to, you know, lead at least a semi-normal life. You know, there's a lot of willpower involved. I have to will myself to just deal with the pain, right? But I've been dealing with it for a long time. Whereas maybe if someone just got injured today, like I have, they would see it as a completely different thing, a life-ending, devastating thing. You know, because to have that pain start when you're not used to it is a very different experience than for me. I've been living with pain for nearly 12 years, right?
Yep. Yeah, and I'll ask you this. Do you think someone in your position with pain next to someone else in the same exact position, but you have children, is there anything about being a father that calls you, your will, to overcome your pain because the sacrifice is there to be there for your kids against your own preferences?
No. Yeah. So for me, I want to overcome what I go through. You know, my anger issues, my you know, the constant buzzing in my head from the pain that I'm in. I want to overcome that so that I can give my children a better life and a better experience, right? But for me, that really aligns with secular humanism views, because it's about, you know, just making sure that everyone else is happy and well looked after. You know, and it's how I deal with it. It is hard, but because of the society that I feel like I'm part of and the support structure, you know, I've been able to deal with it. And I feel like a secular humanist society will be that support structure because they want everyone to be happy, you know? Whereas I
but
don't feel like the
thing
same is always for religion, you know? People can be chastised and shunned because of certain things they've done or ailments they might have, or, you know, historically. No, maybe not nowadays, but historically, right?
Craig, this is why I bring up duties so much, because I think it's so important beyond rights. I think duties are more important than the concept of like entitlements. Because isn't it more important as a father to fulfill your duty to provide for your father, for your kids, more than pursuing your own preferences and feeling good? So like, if it's the case that a father has to live a life of kind of in and out of sort of like just not agony. I'm not saying like pure agony. I'm saying like that even if they lived a life where they mostly don't prefer it and they're not happy, isn't it still more important for their kids to be provided for? I think secular humanism, I think Christianity accounts for that as a duty. It actually is a prescriptive, whereas I don't think secularism, because it's the pursuit of everyone being happy. If someone's not happy providing for their family, what do you say to that man, Greg?
You take that person to therapy. You find out the issues. You work with them. You try to resolve the issue and make it better. Hey, maybe that man doesn't want to be in that family, all right? So in that situation, you then find another way to support that family that will keep them happy. You know, relationships are going to break up. It happens. You know, families break up, whether it's religious or secular humanist. But it doesn't mean that then you can't support those people. Yeah, there's going to be heartbreak. Yeah, they're going to be upset that maybe the kids have lost their dad, right? But secular humanism can then provide that support structure to make people, you know, still have a productive life and have a support structure and be happy and look after them, because that's what you would want for yourself. And that's kind of what secular humanism is, right? It's how you would want to be treated yourself. You know, you want to be happy, you want to be loved, and you know, well, for me personally, that's why I treat my loved ones the way that I do, because that's how I would like to have it, and I know that it makes me feel happy, and I want them to be happy.
Yeah, but I guess what you're saying is that if a man looks at his family and he goes, "I'm not happy, I'm leaving," from your secular view, he should pursue first and foremost his own happiness, right? Because that's the standard. Is every human pursues their own happiness preferences above all, everyone all together.
No,
But
not
the thing
just
is,
his.
secularism doesn't. There's no duty under secularism that says no. Even in the face of you not being happy, sir, you have a duty under secular humanism to put your unhappiness on a shelf, carry the cross, and fulfill your duties as a father. It sounds like you're saying, "Heh, it just happens." There's no actually pull to make it correct in that.
Oh, no,
sense. You just go,
I disagree.
I'm happy.
Like I said to you, my first point of call would be to try and find out where the problem is. So let's say there's a problem between the wife and the husband. Marriage counseling is a thing. Therapy is a thing. You can try and resolve the problem, right? But do you want a family with an unhappy husband and father that doesn't want to be there, that resents it, that those emotions are going to be there? You are human. We can't stop those emotions being there, regardless of if it's our duty or not. A house with an unhappy person in that doesn't want to be in that relationship is not going to make a good impression and continue society, right?
Well, I understand your position that, like, if you just get a grumpy dad and maybe your kid's experience of the dad is just so foul that you're saying it might be better that the dad's just not there. I think even if you imagine
I'm
that,
sorry to cut you off. I just because we have been talking for a little bit, I do want to check with you guys to see, how much longer you want to keep going, and I do also want to. I'm a father, so I do also want to maybe talk about not the regardless of, but what would be the opinion of what is the duty of a father. We can maybe try to hone in on that, and focus on it. That's great. Enjoy that. But I did put in our Discord right now, not right now, sorry, a little bit ago, the Indiegogo promo link. So I don't know if you've shared that with your live audience yet there, Craig. But if you would, that would really be.
Would one of my mods please take that link and spam it in my chat? I'd very much appreciate it, and put it all over my Discord. I know you guys are on that, so thank you very much. Jim Bob, I'm quite enjoying this conversation. Are you happy to maybe go for another 10 minutes of back and forth and then go to Q&A?
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so before we go there, I do want to remind our audience as well that yes, if you can help us out with the live event coming up, our Indiegogo link is in our description. And yes, I put it in our Discord chat here, Craig. So if you can pull that from our chat there too. But yeah, if you're watching on Craig's side too, and if you can help us out, we are flying Craig out for the event as well. You lucky bugger, and me as well, and a bunch of other people, that's it's going to be a wild time. It's going to be an amazing time. There's going to be amazing debates going on, and honestly, it's going to be better than what money could pay for at the end of the day. So if you can help us out and put in the Indiegogo, we do appreciate it. But let's try to hone back into the subject that we were talking about. So we did talk about women's rights earlier. Now we're talking about the duties of a father. So yeah, let's try to let's get back to it. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, generally speaking, I think that a society which is really easy to exact today because of all the consumerism, it's really easy. I think Craig would agree that it's really easy to give people what they want to sort of make them, quote, happy in the short term very easily now, right? Amazon on demand, all of their fantasies fulfilled. It's really, we're pretty much on a conveyor belt society now with consumerism and getting the things we like. And it brings up a good question, is that, like, what ultimately are we supposed to be doing if the secular view is to say, well, what you're supposed to be doing is making yourself happy? That leads itself to pure materialism. I'm not sure what else on top of managing your own wants and fleshly desires there actually is to offer from a secular view. Is there anything
but it's not
that's a higher order?
It's not specifically.
Is there anything higher than material?
Well, just to clarify, it's not making yourself happy. It's making society happy. You know, the ones you love, the people around you.
You secularists don't make me happy though.
Well, that's because you're religious and you don't think that my point of view is correct. But everyone that I know that holds the positions that I do is happy, and we support each other and we love each other, and we don't need a divine doctrine to say that. You know.
Well, I disagree. I think love itself, from your view, is a pure chemical reaction, isn't it?
I mean, that's what love is. Love is
a chemical reaction.
Love is a biological, a chemical, and electrical reaction. That is what love is.
Gotcha.
But
okay,
that
Craig,
doesn't change. Hold on, let me finish.
Hold on a
let me
second,
finish.
dude. You're in trouble here. You're in trouble here.
You need to let me finish. I need to clarify.
Fine.
I need to
Fair
clarify.
enough. Fair enough.
Right.
Fair enough.
Yes, biologically, that's what love is. But you know, how could I define my love for my wife? I don't think I could. I adore my wife. We've been married for 18 years and I still get butterflies in my stomach when I see her in the morning. My dreams are about her. You know, I obsess over her. And
simp.
That, you know, yeah, I'm a simp for my wife, 100%. She is my world. I want nothing more in this life than my wife and my kids to be happy. That is all I want. I worship the ground my wife walks on because I've fallen in love with her that much. Does that come from a biological and electrical reaction in my brain? Yeah, but that love itself was a collection, an evolution over time. You know, that chemical and electrical reaction couldn't have existed without the experiences that created those.
Greg, if you just said love is a chemical reaction, if the same chemical reaction was produced in a human who did something horrific to, like, I don't know, someone else, whatever, the worst thing you can think of, if it's the case that the same exact chemical reaction and experience could be produced by doing one action that's horrific, you would actually have to bite the bullet and say that was love, wouldn't you?
Those chemical reactions aren't the same, though. You're just making hypothetical that doesn't exist. The chemical reactions the chemicals released for love are very specific. You know, they're not the same chemicals that are released for doing horrific things.
They couldn't be hypothetically reprogrammed to feel like, we already know from
we could hypothetically say anything, but that's not how it actually exists. With respect, Jim, you're just trying to come up with a scenario that doesn't exist to talk about love in a certain way.
Now, how would you know that someone like Jeffrey Dahmer didn't experience something chemically parallel to what you experience with your wife by doing the things he did? How would you possibly know that?
Well, because the chemicals released for love are very specific.
There's love chemicals?
Yeah, that's what love is. That's what makes you feel love, is your brain.
You tell your wife you chemical her?
My wife understands that my love for her is a chemical and electrical reaction. That doesn't make it any less real. That doesn't make it
makes it material.
Hold on. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make it material at all. Because when I look into my wife's eyes, I get lost. When I see my wife in the morning and she gives me a hug, I feel better than I could ever feel. Right? Yes, that's a chemical and electrical reaction, but it doesn't make it...
He feels so good he froze. Oh my god.
He froze. He felt so good. He froze.
Wait, I'm here.
Literally, when you said you get lost in your wife's eyes,
I understand. You have an experience, Craig. You have an experience that's chemically driven. I'm just saying, isn't it possible, Craig?
Craig's back. Hold on. Craig's back. Let's let him wrap up his point. Sorry, Jim Bob.
Yeah. Am I here? I didn't drop out on my end. That was weird.
Okay, right. You did drop out for a second on our chat, so let's let you wrap your thought there. So you were saying
about...
So,
yeah, yes. Nobody can deny that there is a chemical and electrical reaction in your brain that makes you have those feelings. It sends it to your body, right? But it doesn't make it any less real. It's not materialistic.
Less chemical. It is materialist. It's actually literally materialist. Literally.
No, it doesn't make it any less real just because it's caused by that. You know, I only have those feelings for my wife. No one else makes me feel that way. That's a real thing that I experience every time I see... Seriously, you don't understand. The thought of climbing into bed next to my wife makes me happier than I could ever explain to you. Yes, that is a chemical and electrical reaction in my brain, but it's no less real than if it wasn't a chemical and electrical reaction.
No, but I know, but things that make other people happy, right? In doing, like, there are these people who are so, like, you know, they experience a massive amount of euphoria from doing really horrific things to people, to animals, to all sorts of things. Like, how could you possibly argue from a strictly materialist position that their experience, even if you didn't call it love, was an overwhelming sense of chemical euphoria? And you're calling that love. Why couldn't you just call the same exact thing? Someone who does that to animals or whatever is experience absolute euphoria. How could you possibly take that away from them, Craig, from a secular humanist position?
Because we don't want harm.
No, but it doesn't harm the animal.
It does harm the animal.
No, if you've demonstrated that you don't have to harm an animal. For instance, it doesn't actually harm an animal to artificially inseminate an animal, so why would it harm an animal if you just put another object inside the animal?
Bob, why do you keep bringing up animals when the conversation is about secular humanism?
It's about because it's about chemicals that are produced, Craig.
But we're talking about, but again, this is about secular humanism, not about animals.
Yeah,
we're
about chemicals. About chemicals.
No, secular humanism. This isn't about animals.
Which reduces humans to chemicals.
No, it doesn't reduce
secular humanism reduces humans to material meat sacks.
No, it doesn't. No. Just because there's a mechanism behind things doesn't reduce it to that.
What more is a human than a meat sack under secularism?
Bob, please, can I?
Bob,
can I get my? Am I allowed to get my thoughts out? Is it okay if I get my thoughts? Bob, is it okay if I get my thoughts out? Jim, I'm trying to respond to you, but you're not letting me.
Other than a meat sack.
I do notice that you asked me a question, but you won't let me respond. You just keep saying, what more? What more? We are a collection.
What more is a human under secularism than a meat sack?
Yeah.
Chemical meat sack. Please tell me.
I've been trying to. Actually, Jim Bob, I have been trying to answer that question for about 40 seconds.
I'm trying to answer it. So I've been hanging out with the live chat. You guys have been really just riffing really well, but I see that we're getting to a point where like we're having trouble. But I'm just letting you know, Craig. I want you to answer the question, and if he interrupts you, then I'll put him on the mutes. That's how she goes. So go ahead there, Craig.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So we are not just a meat bag. We are a collection of shared experiences. Yes, there's a mechanism behind it. Our bodies work by biological and chemical reactions. That's what causes everything in our body. But those are set off because of a collection of experiences that we have had. And as society, we are a collection of shared experiences. It doesn't change the fact that there is a physical mechanism behind emotions and feelings. I don't think even a Christian can disagree that when you're in love, you release chemicals. That is what makes you feel love, right?
Yes, but you can offer love in under Christian view that hurts, that doesn't produce good chemicals. So the problem is when I ask you what more is a human being under your secular view than a meat sack, you said I'm a meat sack with chemical reactions, as if you've skipped a category.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You just strawmanned me though. But you just strawmanned me. I didn't say that though.
Dude, I let you talk.
But I didn't say that.
Hold on. But if you didn't say that, let's let him explain what he's saying, and then you can clarify. So finish
what you said.
I didn't say that, Bob. I didn't say that.
Let me talk. Okay, hold on. If you didn't, we'll let you clarify. I just want to put you on mute as well. We're trying to be fair, so let's let Jim Bob explain. So, and if he truly is not answering the question, then you have all the chance to clarify. You know how it goes. Yeah. Go ahead, Jim.
So when I asked, is he a meat sack? He said, no, I'm not just a meat sack. I'm a collection of experiences. But under his worldview, a collection of experiences are chemical reactions that are happening under a meat sack.
No.
So he didn't really get out of the meat sack problem because meat sack with chemical reactions, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, you literally said that.
No, I didn't. You strawmanned me.
You said, I'm a collection of experiences.
Yeah,
then
you added something and strawmanned it.
He's on a temporary mute, so go ahead and ask your question.
Let me ask you a question, Craig. Under your materialistic worldview, is an experience a collection of chemical reactions?
You're off mute.
No, it's not. That's where you strawmanned me, Jim, and you keep doing
maybe
it.
He's on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. So did you want to explain how he has strawmanned you? And like I say, likewise, I don't want to put you on mute, Jim Bob, so we're going to give him some space. So go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, so, no, experiences...
Still muted, Craig.
No, I'm not.
All right,
Oh,
I'll have to place you on mute as well. I'll have to place you on mute as well. If that's all he's doing, then, like I say, we'll have to let him either draw his sword or fall on his sword. That's the way we go. So go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not muted, right?
You are not.
Right, okay. Experiences are not chemical reactions. I just experienced that go into the ground, accelerating towards my hand thanks to gravity. That's not a chemical reaction. That experience isn't a chemical reaction. The way I observed that experience is via light hitting my eyes and creating an electrical reaction, which then created neural paths in my brain. But no, nobody ever says that experiences are chemical reactions. We just see the world through electrical stuff that is happening. Experiences still happen. That is not a chemical and electrical reaction. That's something that I am experiencing happen.
Okay, so
you're off mute.
What I heard you just say is, my experiences aren't chemical reactions. When I drop something, I perceive sense data through chemical reactions, and then I called my evaluation of the chemical reaction of sense data an experience. You kind of just said experiences aren't chemical reactions. By then you explained what an experience is and reduced it to a chemical reaction, literally.
No, I didn't. I said we observe it via chemical reactions. The experience is not the observation. That's just us observing the experience.
Okay.
Our
Craig,
memory. Let me. Haven't finished. Are our memories?
Okay, this is.
Let's keep it contained to 10 seconds if we can.
Yeah. Are our memories electrical and chemical things that are stored? Yes. Is that how we relive the experiences? Yes, but the initial experience wasn't a chemical and electrical reaction. That's just how our brain saw it.
Okay, got you. So when you say the observation of the thing, right? Isn't it under your view that the observation itself is a chemical reaction?
Observing things is a chemical reaction, yes. The experience.
Okay, so everything is reduced. If observing the experience itself is a chemical reaction. No, look, dude. There's sense data out in the world from your physicalist view.
Jim Bob, you're just using words that don't change anything.
Dude, no, listen to me. Don't do this. There's sense data out in the world. It goes through your senses, which is materialism, chemical. You have this, you give yourself, from the secular humanist view, you give yourself this unique thing called an observer. But the problem, Craig, under your own view, the observer itself is a chemical reaction.
No, the way I observe things. I was in the middle of explaining, Jim Bob, but once again,
when you say I, what's the I?
Have you finished? Do you need a minute?
What's
to yourself?
the I? What's the I?
Are you done, Jim Bob? Do you need a minute to yourself to calm down?
Well, no. What's the I that's observing other than a chemical reaction from your physical view? What is it?
Okay? Are you done? Am I allowed to respond? Are you going to be quiet while I try and have a response, or are you going to open your mouth within three words again? Which one is it?
Yeah, if you answer my question and not dodge.
Well, maybe if you let me speak more than 3 words, I will answer your question.
I'm getting hella distracted by James, our Lord and Creator here at Modern Day Debate. Go ahead, Craig, and answer. Let's try to keep it going. Try to keep a flow there, fellas.
Yeah, I try, but he interrupts quite a lot.
Dodger.
Don't meta. Go ahead there, Craig.
Again, no. We experience things, and then we observe that experience. Those are 2 separate things. But if you want to just go around in circles on definitions, then that's as pointless. I'm in the middle of saying words. I'm in the middle of saying words. I'm literally in the middle of saying words.
Something. I'm trying to ask
I'm still in the middle of saying words, though. I'm still in the middle of saying words, Jim. That's the thing. Yeah, thank you.
What's the we?
No, Jim, I'm still in the middle of saying. I'm still in the middle of saying things.
Hold on. All right, so he's trying to make a clarification. I want to let Jim Bob. So Jim Bob, if you got a 10-second clarification,
sure, 10 seconds,
then we'll let him go.
Hey,
what I'm asking is, I'm asking when you say we or I'm asking you under your physicalist view that you're defending right now.
Should we just go to Q&A because I've tried to answer this several times,
dude? What is the I?
Yeah, I've done that. I've answered the question several times. If you're not going to listen,
is
that's
it?
your problem. No, if you didn't
You
listen
just
before...
claim. You just claim
All
what
right,
you're
hold on,
doing.
hold on.
You claim what you're doing. You didn't tell me what it was. You
Yeah,
claim what you're
if
doing.
you don't want to listen, Jim
temporary
Bob, then
mute.
that's
Oh,
fine.
Don't run, Craig.
Very quickly.
No,
just-
I've answered
just-
it already.
Just to make sure that we...
You're running.
Okay.
I've
Yeah,
answered the
dodge
question
queen.
already,
You're
Jim
a
Bob.
dodge queen.
If
You're
you
a dodge
didn't
queen.
listen, that's kind of your problem.
No, you said
All right, so
what we're doing.
Where do we leave off that we have an impasse here, because things have been going very well for a long time, guys. It's been a really we started off a little bit shaky, and I think a lot of that was due to the tech, but we've really managed to come full circle and have a pretty fruitful discussion. I don't want to just go right into the Q&A where we're right at a precipice, so I'm going to hand it back to Jim Bob.
Hold on. Ryan, honestly,
I
I think this is done because I've answered the question several times, and you
No,
just
you
keep
haven't.
asking the
You
same.
didn't say
I
what
have.
it was.
I
No,
have.
you
You just keep asking the same question. I'm not going to answer the same
I can
question
destroy
again.
it in a different way if you'd like.
No. I'm not going to answer the same question
I
again.
know, because I'll destroy it. Because
No, I'm not going to answer the same question again. I've already answered it. I don't like it. That's your problem.
Right?
Hold on. One second there,
won't let
Greg.
me.
So he's saying that he's going to destroy you with this argument. So if he does not destroy you, let's jump into that Q&A. All right?
Yeah, no, just to be clear, I've done with this conversation because I've answered the question.
He's not going to let me. He's not going to let me. Okay,
No,
so
I've answered the
here it
question
goes,
already.
right?
I've done it. I've answered the question.
No.
You can keep
you won't be
asking
able
the
to
same
deal with this
thing,
argument.
but I've already
I'm gonna
answered
do
the
an argument.
question.
This is a debate. I'm going to level an argument and see if
Well,
you
no,
can
I've
respond to
already
it.
answered the question. I don't want to answer
No,
the
not
same
questions.
question.
Not questions. An argument.
No, I've already
I
answered
put you on
one.
temporary
I've already
mute,
answered
so
the
I just
question.
wanted
I'm
to
not
state his
answering the same question again.
Make sure that we're getting as clear as we can.
Run, Craig.
And-
Run.
No,
No, I'm not
I
running.
want
I've
to have
answered
it,
the
and
question
he's
already.
done it.
You're
You've
running
done
from
it
my
a lot
answer.
tonight. Let's try to stick to the topic as much as we can. I want you to ask the question as clear as possible so that you don't have to make any adjustments
No,
throughout his...
I've already answered the question. I'm not
statements
answering the
back.
question.
I won't
again.
ask. I won't ask a question. I'll make an argument. Direct argument.
All right. Let's do that so that we can... And then likewise, I'll put you on mute while he responds, and hopefully we don't get into too much...
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So premise one: under physicalism, reference out in the world, actions in the world that are chemically determined are not truth apt. Out there in the world, a waterfall is not truth apt. A flower is not truth apt. They're just actions in the world. Under the physicalist view, premise two, reference evaluations, propositions are themselves physical events. Okay. Under this view, Craig's position cannot tell me the distinction categorically between reference in the world and evaluations. So if we're talking about moral positions or truth claims, which this whole argument is about truth claims, about morality, under his own view, his own references about reference in the world are themselves just chemical events in the world. He has no access to epistemology at all. It's over for you.
Chemical event. Yeah. Nobody claims they are chemical.
Evaluations are themselves reference.
I got two words out. I got two words out. I got 2 words out before he opened his mouth, guys.
All right.
2 words.
All right, hold on.
I just want everybody to know I got 2 words out.
He's on the mutes right now, as you just were. So I'm giving you a chance to respond. Let's try not to get too distracted by the optics of everything and hone in on the argument.
Yeah, I already answered the question several times. If he doesn't like the answer, then that's kind of his problem. He just strawmanned me a bunch and just ignored the answers that I've already given. Nobody says that physical things happening are chemical reactions. That's a dumb argument. I have answered his question and his premise several times. It's not my fault he's either unable or unwilling to listen to the things I'm saying. Frankly, he is running away from my answers. So instead of going round in circles, because I've done that and answered and destroyed him several times, Q&A is probably a good point to go to.
I usually do go into Q&A, at speaker's request. We have been going for quite a bit, so I've got both speakers off of mute now.
Would I be able to take a wee Riley break first, please, if that's okay?
A wee Break?
Wee
Yeah,
wee.
sorry. I just no problem. If you want to step out as well, there, made by Jim Bob. We'll get into the Q&A. So yeah, if you both want to take a step out,
Okay.
that's totally fine. And I'll just talk to the audience right quick about what's going on at Modern Day Debate. Get out of here. Get out of here, Craig. Gone, foul demon. All right. There. All right. We've done it. We're all alone. Wow, 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 wow. This is where the wah wah music begins. Oh yeah, Modern Day Debate is all right. We won't do that. None of that weird stuff because we're all alone now. The speakers have stepped out for a little break, and we're going to talk about our upcoming event. It's going to be juicy, guys. Not as strange as I was putting on the airs there a second ago. Let me just mute both the speakers so I don't get any feedback while I do this. All right, so upcoming event here at Modern Day Debate. You guys know all about it, I'm sure, at this point, but we've got to let you know and keep on pitching and keep on letting you know that you can help us out. So the most important thing is the Indiegogo right now, as far as what I want to let you guys know. So there's a lot of people watching right now, and we do need all the help that we can get to make this live event happen and stay within financial means. So, we've got hotel rooms, we got flights that are being paid for. Of course, there's speakers fees and just every just expenses while people are there. Lunch fees, that sort of stuff. So we've got to order in food, the whole nine. We don't hold back on these events, and we've almost crossed the 50% threshold for our backers right now in the Indiegogo. We're so close to 50%. We're at 47%. Come on, guys. If there's anything that we can do to get us over that mark, and maybe get us even closer to the 75%, that would be amazing to, like I say, help pay for some of the costs of the event. Surely, I don't think we're going to break even just based on what we got with the Indiegogo. I think some of the plane tickets cost more than what we have in our Indiegogo. So,
My bad,
like I
sorry.
say, every bit helps. We really appreciate everybody that's put in there. I see that there has been some jumps tonight. We went from, I think we were at 13 backers there earlier. Now we're up to 16. And like I say, we're at 47%. So, this is my hard push to get us over that 50% for our fundraising for the event. That's our Indiegogo link in the description in our video there. So you see the DebateCon 5 crowdfund, and that's the igg.me link. So once again, if you have the means, if you've got a PayPal with a few extra dollars in it and you want to throw in there, we've got a lot of amazing speakers that are flying out. Craig's going to be coming out. He's made his way back. He's going to be debating against Andrew Wilson, of course, Alex O'Connor versus David Wood. And then Andrew Wilson's also going to be squaring off against Alex Stein on church-state separation. So
And
that's
I'm
gonna be
facing
on
off
our
against
day
Alex Stein.
2.
Don't forget
We're
that.
going to get there as we go. All right, let's take our speakers off mute.
Hey, don't
See
you forget
where
that I'm
everybody's
also
at.
debating Alex Stein, remember?
Yo,
On the political days.
Hey,
you're still muted.
What, I'm muted? Why am I muted? Hello?
I think he's messing with you because I can hear you. Can you hear him, Jim Bob?
Yeah, I can't hear him. Can the chat hear Craig? I can't. He dropped out again before, but I don't know what happened.
No, I'm
Sorry.
cool.
Let me drop out and come back. I'll see if it happens.
Right, so from my
Okay,
chat,
don't worry.
the link to the Indiegogo for DebateCon 5 is currently pinned in my chat. I know you guys donated like a couple of thousand earlier for my push-up stream for charity. If you've got anything extra left, then please donate to that as well. Yeah, just before this stream, I did 1,033 push-ups for charity. So, I'm running on fumes right now.
It's just as burning. Yeah.
It's my triceps, man. I am getting cramp in
Yeah.
my triceps
Yeah.
like nothing.
Awesome. Well, we're going to get into those questions there now, guys. So if you have any complaints, comments, concerns, questions, get them into our live chat there. Super chat's the best way to make sure that we do read them with priority. And like I say, everything is going towards helping out the live event that's going to be happening in just a few weeks here. So, like I say, keep an eye out for that. Hit the notification bell if you can't be in Newark. But let me know where you are right now. I think, Craig, you're still hanging out in Scotland. You guys just had a big old hurricane and snowstorm.
Yeah, Storm Eowyn.
Blowing off. That was wild.
Do you want me to show you it?
I don't know if you could share it on the Discord, but you might be able to if you can put it on your video. But anyways,
one sec.
I'm hanging out in Nova Scotia right now, of course. And Jim Bob, you want to tell everybody where you're at right now?
No.
Next time you make chicken, try this easy and delicious recipe.
No worries.
Start by cutting 3 medium potatoes.
Right. Let me see if I can quickly. Can I share my screen quickly?
I don't know. Try it in the Discord.
Where's the?
We're gonna figure this out.
Here we go. Here we go. Right. All right. Do you see
We'll
that?
see if this works. I think I have to hit watch stream. Okay. Okay. We're figuring it out.
So
Hold on. 1 second. There. Oh wait. Play it again. I think I just got it up. Yeah,
this is actually my house. You can already see bits of the roof that are missing, and then this happened.
Oh, there it goes.
Yep. My roof ended up in my neighbour across the street's back garden, and then the chimney stacks fell down, and then the side of the building kind of half fell in. So that was fun.
All right, we'll stop that share if we can.
How do I? Let me stop streaming.
Stop watching. There we go.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Oh,
this isn't so bad.
I'm just going to quickly show my chat that because I didn't actually show my chat. So just 1 sec. Yeah, this is what happened, guys.
Yeah. You go ahead and show your live chat while I tell my live chat that we are going to pop in and look at your questions now and get them asked to the speakers. We super appreciate everybody hanging out.
That's my roof.
Having a great time. Yeah, there goes his roof. Even Lord with the first question says, would you go on the whatever podcast if Brian offered? Not
is that to anybody?
Directional. But go ahead. Would you? Either one of you?
What's the whatever
sure.
podcast?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I would. I'm not sure. I haven't checked out the podcast too much, but it.
What is the whatever? What is the whatever podcast?
It's like a dating podcast where they bring a lot of chicks on who are young and sort of misled, and then.
Oh, is that what Andrew Wilson's on?
Yeah.
I'd go on that. I'd like to have a discussion with Andrew Wilson about OnlyFans because my OnlyFans account is amazing.
Oh lordy. Yeah. Well, let's just carry on there.
So then, why'd you get so offended when I called you bitch tis if your if your OnlyFans is doing so great?
Well, because they're pets.
He's got he's got amazing feet, apparently, right? I did tell Alex Stein when he was debating. So he showed up the first time I ever hosted him, and I was very much a greenhorn to moderating debates. And it was Halloween, and he was going against Diddley. It's still on the Modern Day Debate live. You can go back and check it out. But he showed up dressed up as Michael Jackson. Only post 90s Michael Jackson, and in Alex Stein fashion, I was like, I don't know, it's just kind of edgy in it, but we had a great time for the live stream. I won't get into it too much, but yeah, if you haven't seen that, it was definitely interesting to say the least. But I did tell him at one point that he should make an OnlyFans, and get those feet pictures up. I told him if he makes it, they will come.
Gross.
Make of that what you will.
Ryan, I've been stealing your feet pics for weeks, mate. You don't even know about it.
Ah, darn it! I don't know how you've been doing that. That's weird. All right, Mark Reed, Jim Bob. He says, Jim Bob. This is Mark Reed, so you might recognize Mark Reed.
Hello, Mark Reed.
Hello, Mark Reed. He's doing his best Aussie impression there. Says, why don't you debate me on the existence of your God on a neutral platform? Are you still running scared? So I guess I'll just ask you directly so we don't get too caught up in maybe a discussion between you and Mark Reed. Would you be willing to have a debate against Mark Reed on Modern Day Debate? I would be willing to host that.
About God existing?
Yes, the existence of God.
Potentially. I mean, now are you considering modern day debate a neutral platform? Is that what we're saying?
I would hope so.
No, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying, is that the platform he says is neutral?
I think if I read into this correctly, you can correct me in the live chat there, Mark Reed. I think he's saying that you have refused to debate him on this channel.
Really?
Because I think that's what he's referring to. Why don't you debate me on the existence of your God on a neutral platform? Are you still running scared? So
No, I'm not running scared. I just haven't seen your request in any formal way.
All right. Well, we'll get that worked out there, guys.
See any email. I don't see any emails. I mean, did you email somebody or what? I mean, maybe.
All right. Well, let's work it out. We won't stoke a fire that's unnecessary. We'll try to create as much productive conversation as we can between you two gents.
I can counter that. If we debate the existence of God, can we also debate in the same debate if you think rights exist, based on your own empirical standard?
I think we could probably squeeze a little bit. We could probably pepper in the like today, where we have the crossover of religious topics into social and ethical topics, right? So I think that's totally fine. We'll revisit that though. That's great, Jim Bob. Glad to hear that you are hopefully enthusiastic about having another debate on modern day debate. And maybe with Mark Reed and some other people. Who knows? We'll see how it goes.
Hey, Jimbo, I'd like to debate. Jimbo, would you be up for debating gravity?
The existence of gravity?
Yeah, and the empirical proof behind it.
Maybe. Yeah, that might be up there. I mean, if you want to stick to that, is that something you're doing, or were you trying to get into other things?
Well, I mean, I like doing everything. I really enjoy. It doesn't necessarily have to be around flat Earth, but I like the discussion about gravity because I've measured it myself.
Yeah. I mean, that would be fun. That would be a fun debate.
Right. Cool. Ryan,
let's ask the next super chat. Orth Joe says, tell Mark Reed to grow the hell up. All right, well, I did. Hango Flamio says, 2 of my favorite debunkers made by Jim Bob and Fight the Flat Earth. Wait, this isn't a Flat Earth debate? Did you walk into the wrong studio, Craig?
Yeah, Karen from HR screwed up the schedule this week. Normally I've got the Flat Earth debates, but Creaky passed 100k, and she accidentally put his name on the schedule 3 times. So they decided to put me on the atheist debates. I mean, these NASA schedules, they're fucking hardcore. I've just got to do what they tell me, really.
You have to, you shill. No, I'm just picking. Oh, that's just me being bad. All right, let's ask the next one. Wait, hold on. Yeah, there wasn't too much there for you. Made by Jim Bob. He did say that you are one of his favorite debunkers, and that was from Hank O'Flamio. So,
what's up, Hank?
Nice little call out. Pseudonym says, Craig, we are Americans. We have 2 genders only. Thoughts over there, Craig?
Well, gender is a social construct. There's definitely 2 biological sexes. I understand that Trump just signed that executive order saying that there are 2 genders, but my position is there's 2 biological sexes. Gender is a societal construct. Doesn't change the fact that whatever you are in 500 years' time, if someone discovered your bones, they would say male or female.
All right. Any dispute on the other side? That sounds...
Yeah, I would say that how they argue gender distinct from sex has no referent or actual definition. It's kind of ambiguous. You couldn't tell me if there's a million, infinite, or 3 different genders if it's distinct from sex. I ask a simple question. If sex is different than gender, can a biological female be a trans woman?
Can a biological female be a trans woman?
Woman, yeah.
Well, no, a woman is a biological human female.
Do you mean... Yeah, I was gonna say just to
you just said a woman's a biological female, so that you just basically agreed with Trump. Then that's over.
I thought you made a misspoke there. I thought you were gonna, because we usually have that debate on here of like our trans women. So I mean, I thought you might have misspoke.
No, I'm not. I didn't.
I get the
misspoke.
point you're making now.
Yeah. The point is, if there is a distinction between female and woman, it would follow that you could, in fact, be a female and be a trans woman.
Yeah. So
why can't you?
Yeah, a woman is a biological female.
You're going to get attacked, right? Craig, for that.
Hold on.
If you want me to finish my point,
let Craig answer the question. And if it is bad, then
everyone knows my stance on this. I've said it many times. A woman is a biological female human. Do trans women and trans men exist? 100%.
Yeah, but whatever you're saying exists has no referent.
Trans women and trans men exist. It is a thing, whether you accept it or not.
I know you
women that say they are trans women and men that say they are trans. I'm trying to talk. I am in the middle of saying words.
What's the referent?
That these things exist. There are women that say they are, but there are people that say they are trans women, and there are people that say they are trans men.
I'm a porcupine.
Cool. If you're a porcupine, then good for you.
Am I a porcupine?
If you want to be a porcupine, I'll call you a porcupine. Does that make you happy?
Okay, but am I a porcupine or am I delusional?
If you want to say you're a porcupine, you can be whatever you want, sweetheart.
Great, so your secular humanist view allows people to believe they're porcupines instead of getting them help. Great work, dude.
Did I say that I would allow that to be the case? No, nice straw man.
I will ask, just very quick, just for the sake of my own fun, by calling him sweetheart, are you inherently condescending on him for wanting to identify as a porcupine?
Yeah.
Just a question. Okay, I just want to clarify, just so that we got that on the record, just because I think that it's an interesting. There's all kinds of stuff happening here, and there's layers, guys. Ogres have layers, and so does this conversation.
Ogres have layers, or onions?
Like onions. Yes.
Did you say ogres have layers? Oh, that's a Shrek joke. Oh, yeah, sorry. R/whoosh. My bad.
Fair, that's really old at this point, isn't it?
Shush! You don't see my gray hairs. I'm not that old.
You have younger kids, and you're showing them all the old classics, right?
Oh yeah, my kids love Star Wars. You know how it is. Shush, Craig. Shush. I know the second I say Star Wars.
I mean, if they like the inferior sci-fi franchise, then that's up to them. If you are mean enough to your children that you won't make them watch Stargate and Star Trek, that's your decision as a father, okay?
I'm sorry, I want them to actually have some action and not just some.
So you want them to watch something that's about chosen people, only special people getting these magical powers, where Star Trek and Stargate says anyone can go to space. Ha!
Yes. All right. So, I love Star Wars. All right. Let's move to the next question.
Look, as long as we both agree that Jar Jar was a Sith, right? We all agree that, yeah.
All right. We have our good years and our bad years. Okay. So Captain Obvious is asking a question here. We won't get too sidetracked there, but you know what? Maybe we'll put that in a live chat. We're gonna ask the question to you guys in live chat, where you stand on that debate. The funsies. I know that James is a big Star Wars fan as well, so maybe he's cultivating an audience here, and we might just beat these Trekkies once and for all. I actually like Star Trek as well, but
ask yourself this simple question, Ryan: who would win, the Empire or the Federation?
I don't know. The Empire just keeps coming back. Palpatine somehow came back. Anyways,
of course, yeah.
Jim Bob, do you want to tell us if you're Star Trek?
I think
or Star Wars?
Between the two, I think Star Wars sells that the rebellion is the good guys, and they're not. They're actually causing disorder, and the Dark Lords are actually keeping the order. So they just sell it. I don't know enough about Star Trek. Maybe Craig can tell me. Is the overarching authority itself seen as a good or bad in Star Trek? I just totally aren't familiar.
That's a very interesting question. Now, people within Star Trek, within Starfleet, will see the Federation as the good thing. However, there is a organization called Section 31, which does the things that need to be done, whether they are good or not, within the Federation. So on that, and the expansionism side of it, and the forcing people to follow a certain set of rules that they want to join the Federation, it can be seen as like expansionism and bad. But I think in the long run, we'd rather have the Federation than like the Klingons or something.
Yeah, there is this. It's kind of interesting because the debate, it could have been more about this, but I think the most interesting point about this particular debate, Craig, is like where two different paradigms draw the line of where to use force and when to use it even extensively outside of their sort of borders. And I think it's not so clear for any paradigm, but yet it's necessary. Like you said, you said that group
I'm not going to argue with that, Jim.
Right.
I'm not going to argue with that point. The force is something that is done when necessary, right? And the question
it's done
is,
with immense training. You don't watch Star Wars.
midichlorians,
Anyway.
shush. But you know, the point is whether that is, you know, for the good or not.
Ray.
Like, but anyway, right. Yeah. Next question.
All right, yeah. We got the next question coming in. I'm going to put that in our live chat. What do you prefer, Star Wars or Star Trek? The real poll there. But yeah, no.
And to people in the modern day debate chat that are saying, "Oh, the vape juice that I'm consuming, this is a dry herb vape. There is no vape juice in this. There is just flour and keef, nothing else."
Yeah, I'm the one that's in Canada with the 92%.
Yeah.
Anyways, about that.
What do you think I'm going to rise dispensary, man?
I will say that the fun thing, I just finished, what was it, Star Wars Jedi Knight with Kel Kestis. Fantastic game. I really enjoyed it. You know, some of the mechanics and some of the climbing stuff is a little drawn out, but we're not going to get into game analytics. I will say that as much as I enjoyed doing the whole Jedi Survivor thing, I just started
Dark
doing
Souls
the
too much,
storyline
man.
for... Well, I started doing the storyline for Battlefront 2, which is from the perspective of the Empire. And, like, right from the second mission, like, the Death Star's been blown up, and they're like, oh, my God, the rebellion is so bad. They killed so many people, and, like, so many jobs are lost. And it's, like,
Ryan,
different perspective altogether. They're all bad. That's the end of my narrative, I think, is it's all not good, right?
Ryan, just don't play that campaign. It's awful. Just don't do it.
Have you even played it?
Yeah, it's a terrible campaign.
I haven't played much of it. I was just like, oh damn, that's different way of looking at things. But you know, I'm gonna play it. I enjoy it. Why not just enjoy things instead of just being so cranky all the time? Craig. Anyway,
I played it, man. I was disappointed.
You're disappointed. All right, even Lord says, Craig, you interrupted Jim Bob when you complained about interruptions. You should take a deep breath. Take a second to have empathy and then respond. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like everybody's kind of been jumping all over each other, but go ahead there, Craig.
Of course I interrupted him when he interrupted me, because then I wanted to continue what I was saying. So... yeah, that's kind of how that works. I've tried a lot this debate to allow Jim Bob to talk. There was a couple of times where I just triggered him on purpose because it was funny. But in the majority of the time, Jim Bob has showed a severe lack of impulse control, inability to let me get more than 3 or 4 words out at a time.
You have no lack of impulse control.
Hey, dude, I'm trying. Compare this to the last debate I was in.
I interrupt more than my opponents habitually. I think there's a fine line in debating and interrupting as a purposeful tactic, and then maybe abusing it. So, yeah. So sometimes I abuse interrupting.
Yeah.
No
whereas
worries, guys.
I knew
Let's
that you
carry
were
on.
doing that and just allowed you and pointed it out.
Well, yeah. Sometimes there are audio issues when we're communicating online. I do strive for the day that we have perfect audio so that we can just have like an in-room audio and we can actually have a back and forth. And if I need to quiet you guys, I go around with a piece of duct tape and just go here.
Ed, one bit of duct tape doesn't work. Trust me, it needs to be several bits of duct. Wait, no, those are things I shouldn't say on
Right. Let's ask the next one. Pseudonym asks, question for Craig. Will your secular authority defend me if I want to marry animals? If yes, you got my vote. Pseudonym, what are you confessing right now? Anyways, if yes, you got Pseudonym's vote. If no, is this another authority or Christianity or blank?
Secular humanism doesn't deal with animals. It deals with humans. If you want to keep to yourself and marry your animals, and as long as you're not hurting them, you want to dress up your pig in a frilly dress and call it your wife, then you do you, buddy. But, you know, don't follow the Santos route and, you know, make the cows come when you're patting the pigs.
What if they like it?
How would you know?
What if the cows like it?
How would you know?
Let's say, based on our best observation, that a cow or your pet actually wagged its tail when you did something to it, would you stop the secularist if they could argue that it didn't hurt it?
Just to be clear, Bob, are you claiming to be an expert in animal sexual cues here?
That's an interesting dodge. So, would the secularists stop? Would the secularists stop this if you thought you were convinced that the animal liked it? Would you stop it?
Is there any proof that the animal likes it and it's not causing it harm?
If there's no proof that it's harmful and there's all proof evidence that points that they like it, wagging tail everywhere, would you stop it? Yes or no?
Are you going to show that there's no proof of any harm to the animal?
Proof there's no harm. Would you accept it?
It's certainly going to cause harm to the animal. Human penises are not designed to be inside animals.
If it didn't cause harm, would your secular view be okay with it, dude? Do you know what a hypothetical is?
Yeah, but it's a hypothetical that wouldn't exist.
No, that's not how you deal with hypotheticals. There's no logical contradiction, right? There's no logical impossibility of this. So you can't.
Again, secular humanism doesn't deal with what you do to animals.
Dude,
secular humanism is humanism. Are animals part of humanism?
Humans' behavior, right? Humanism.
Jim, Bob, to put a pin on this, I think you should go and watch the first episode of Black Mirror, okay?
I understand it. That's the thing in question. So, look, if you say
you understand the sexual cues of animals, is that what you said?
Let me talk.
Do you understand? Are you saying you understand the sexual cues of animals?
You don't want to deal with this because you know if you bite the bullet, you got to say it's okay if it doesn't harm. That's That's why you're dodging.
No, no one. Again, you are committing the fallacy of ad absurdum once again.
So it's not possible logically for an animal to like you touching in a sexual way. You're saying that, right?
Well, there's certainly cases of animals enjoying it. You heard the story of the dolphin?
Is that okay? Under a secular view?
No.
Why not?
Because it's gross.
It doesn't harm them.
All right, we're moving on, guys.
There we got it. Gross.
We should move on. Yep. You guys can't keep talking about...
Hey, guys, it does appear Jim Bob's into bestiality. Just saying.
Nope, that's total slander.
Oh, wow.
I just said it appears. I didn't say you are. I said it appears.
Total slander, dude.
No. I said it appears, not you are. Slander would be something that actually causes you financial harm and could be proven to be true.
The guy who bites the bullet and said under his moral foundation it's okay to commit sexual acts with animals says
no, I never said
the
that.
One
nice straw man there. Dude, why are you talking about sexual acts with animals? You're the one that's brought that up.
Buddy.
Definitely.
Okay, buddy.
All right. Yeah. We're beyond the tail wagging.
Your wank bank is yours.
The humor has been lost. We've gotten into some, like I say, dark territory there, guys. Let's just, like I say, pull back a little bit here. Let's leave the animals alone. Pseudonym says, we asked that one about the why did we have only two genders? That was in America. So thank you for that, Pseudonym. William says, sorry, Mod, I got a little excited. Cheers. I'm not sure what that's to, but yeah, thank you, William. George Patton says, Craig, my preferences, relativism, double standard.
Those were all words. Good job.
All right.
Do you want me to do some? Wait, hold on. I can do some words. Defenestration, hypotenuse, anti-disestablishmentarianism. Is this what we're doing?
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Oh, we'll flex our big words. That's what she'll do. I was gonna say, no, we won't go down that road. George Patton, thank you so much for your super chat. Jason Scholl says, mods weak. I'm timed out. MDD sucks. I mean, thank you. But I don't feel that way. We had to go through some real trials and tribulations here to get the fellas up on screen. So, I think modern day debate is strong and stronger than ever. Over 100,000 subscribers in under, well, maybe just over a year. I'd have to go check the numbers, but we are really just steam under our heels here at Modern Day Debate. So if you haven't hit the subscribe button, definitely do so. We appreciate it. And like I say, check out the links in our description to find out how you can help out with the upcoming event, which is going to be live in person. It's going to be great. So, Hango Flamio says, both Jim Bob and Craig have better production on their own shows than Modern Day Debate does. Oh, well.
Actually, I want to talk about that for a second. Why? Craig and I have been on so many different panels, so many different debates. Why is it you guys zeroed in on Google and all this technology that nobody's really using ultimately for this? I seriously question. It's not a dig. It's like, why did you choose the platforms that aren't really the go-to? I don't understand. Why don't you just use like StreamYards or like what's the one, Craig, that comes with OBS? I
don't know. I don't use OBS.
So yeah, there's plenty that you can use.
I normally use Zoom,
on Google.
but I've been having some audio issues with Zoom. I don't know why. I think Discord is probably one of the best ones.
Discord's generally better. I think the only reason that we had troubles tonight is just because we tried to connect to too many things. But I do agree that we're trying to find the best way to have group meetings and lots of people be able to get their points across. And like I said, have that really open room atmosphere so that people aren't having their mics cut off, because you can hear it in your own ear when other people are interrupting, or if there's an echo or a feedback. So yeah, I do agree with you fellas that we're going to try to dig around and make sure that we are bringing the best experience to Modern Day Debate on our way up to this DebateCon 5.
Dude, just pay for StreamYard. It's really, I mean, unless you're playing music and other audio things, StreamYard's just set up. It's like perfectly set up for debating. Just get it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was gonna say. Well, I'll chit chat with James. We'll see what we want to decide to do, since the Google Teams didn't work out tonight. But let's keep asking the questions. I do apologize for the tech issues tonight, and big thank you to our speakers for helping us work through it. So, thanks for the recommendation there made by Jim Bob. Captain Obvious, Jim Bob ran from Craig's question. He is asking, what is your standard for Christianity being better?
Better. I think I explored that a little bit. I agree that maybe I didn't answer it exhaustively the first time, but the second time, I would say the virtues, the duties to reproduce, and the holding to that your virtues are still, you're obligated to fulfill your virtues even in the face of them not being preferred. And that key distinction between preferences and your duties overriding your preferences, even though you don't want to do the thing, that makes Christianity better.
All right. Any thoughts on the other side you want to carry on?
Yeah, I just think that trying to base your ethics on ancient scriptures that had very limited view of the world at the time, and is very rigid, is just the wrong thing to do. And my point of asking the question is for Jim Bob's standards of Christianity was to try and figure out which Christianity he was following, because he says his is the right one, but so do all the other Christians. And
why would rigidity be wrong, though, Craig? Wouldn't rigidity be kind of good? You're in the military. Do you think everything you gain from the military?
Oh goodness, you think the military is rigid? The military is literally adaptable. That is the Royal Navy. One of its core one of the Royal Navy's core tenets.
Okay.
Do you want me to finish the sentence? One of the Royal Navy's core tenets is to be adaptable to all situations. Why would you want a rigid force that isn't able to adapt to other situations? That makes absolutely no sense. That means that anyone can know your tactics and what you're doing and wipe you out.
Agility agility requires rigidity.
What do you mean agility? No, it doesn't. It requires
agility.
It requires the ability to manipulate.
Of course it does. It requires a level of rigidity. So if you were to be agile, you would need to be rigid in hierarchy, right? You couldn't just have anybody be the leader, right? Any tag, you're the leader now, you're the captain. You couldn't have that. You need hierarchy, right?
Oh, well, if you're talking about the rank structure, yeah, that's pretty rigid. But the actual force. Yeah,
but why isn't that?
I was in the middle of saying words.
Yeah, but why is that rigid? Why does that need to be rigid?
Okay, no, never mind. I tried to answer his question, Ryan. He kept interrupting me.
I demonstrated that rigidity is necessary for the military.
Well, no, I tried to explain. I tried to explain why it wasn't a few times, and every time I opened my mouth, Jim Bob, you interrupted me. The problem is that you don't let me get my answer out. So if you don't want to hear it, that's fine.
The answer. If you could give our audience the answer,
military is rigid.
Hold on. Yeah. Would you be willing to give the answer there, Craig? Like I said, if you want to interrupt, I'm probably going to place you on mute. But for the sake of the conversation, would you answer the question there, Craig?
Yeah, absolutely. I love being able to actually answer the question. The rank structure is rigid, although not actually completely rigid because it has changed over time. It has adapted to different needs. The rank and structure file of the British Army was actually significantly different before World War I than afterwards. They reorganized and changed a bunch of the rank and file structures. The military, one of the core tenets of any military is to be adaptable to situations. To claim that the military is rigid shows a deep misunderstanding of what the military is.
All right, any response on the other side?
I'm just saying that ultimately the military reflects a hierarchical system. And if you argue that the military couldn't possibly exist without the hierarchical system, why wouldn't you argue for a paradigm that applies a hierarchical system in society if you demonstrated it works in a military setting?
Military isn't society. They are different things.
I didn't say they were the same things. I said, why wouldn't you?
Because they are the same thing, so they don't run the same way.
I didn't. Okay, great. So if they're not the same things, that's fine. I grant that they're not the exact same things. I'm asking you, why should we not run a society from a hierarchical position?
Because society isn't a military.
No, dude. Let's imagine the military doesn't exist. Why ought we not run society from a hierarchical position?
Because society isn't set up that way to work.
Yes, it is. That's exactly how societies work, hierarchically.
No, they have people that are like different sex and different even if the person in charge, like the president, he's still got to go through all the legislative branches and stuff. It's not the same as the military with the hierarchical structure, whereas that dude's in charge. You do what he says. No.
All right, we're just doing a yes no thing. So let's ask the next question if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, no worries.
Because we have gone a little off topic, but I did want to give you a chance to respond there and unpack a bit. So hopefully you are both satisfied with that, along with our audience. So once again, audience, do us a big favor, smash the like button. It's not going to tickle itself. It's not going to like itself. We need you guys to do that. Let us know your thoughts also in our live stream. If you're subscribed to the channel, you can still participate in our live chat. So, excuse me, Isa Kabir, one of our VIP ticket members, is going to be at DebateCon. Yay, Isa. I'm excited to see you, hang out with you again. Chit chat, it's going to be a great time. Says, great debate to both.
Thank you.
And now, Isa usually likes to ask this question. He says, Steelman, present the strongest argument for your opponent's position and then explain why it ultimately fails. So I'm going to start with you there, Jim Bob. So Steelman, the strongest position you can for Craig, and then tell me why you don't agree.
Okay, let me try it. Okay. Craig's position of secular humanism assumes a position that we ought to let everyone fulfill their happiness, include everyone, be compassionate and empathetic, and strive for the betterment of all of humanity. That's the position of the secular humanist. Human-centric, elevating, well-being, minimizing harm and suffering altogether. The problem with this view, as I demonstrated pretty early in the debate, is that it can't be inclusive. There's a tolerance paradox, which Craig admits. I'm glad he got that there is a tolerance paradox, that you have to necessarily use force to go against your own principles. Why? Because I gave an example of the Christian society that established itself and says, we don't want to include your kind. We're going to use force to stop you. And then he said, yeah, well, I guess you can do that. And then I said, well, the secular society,
let's try to pass
are they willing to use force to keep out all these other people? He said, no, you can exist, but just don't force your beliefs, which then led to this other view, which is contradictory, to say, believe what you want, just don't force your beliefs. This was a key part of the debate tonight, which Craig will go back and think about if he continues these kind of debates, where if you believe in rights and someone doesn't believe in rights, you actually have to bite the bullet. And Craig, there's nothing wrong with biting the bullet and just say, yes, I actually do believe in enforcing my beliefs on other people. And if you don't like it, leave.
I think that would be, like I said, whether you feel that he has steelmanned you correctly is not the question. So I want to reiterate that I want you to steelman the best that you can Jim Bob's position and explain why you don't agree.
So the strongest position in Christianity is to claim objective morality because God said so. Christians argue that without God, morality would just be subjective, arbitrary, lead to like chaos. You know, cats having sex with dogs, and you know, all sorts of mental stuff. They assert that God provides absolute moral values, and you know, the stability in. They believe that. Sorry. They argue that Christianity prevents the pitfalls of kind of like moral relativism and provides higher authority to ethics. But this doesn't really work. The authorial dilemma exposes the flaw. If morality is good because God commands it, it's just arbitrary. If God commands actions because they're good, then morality exists independently of God, making God completely unnecessary for ethics, you know, in total. So, to clarify, the strongest for me to steelman it, I would say the fact is that they claim objective morality because God says so, but if whatever God claims has to be good, then if God claims something is bad, then that can't be morally good.
All right. Likewise, whether he actually properly steelmanned you or not, we're going to carry on with the questions. We got a lot to go there, fellas, and hopefully there'll be some more unpacking for sure. Tenublet says, Craig in Papua New Guinea, a tribe's young boys come of age by finishing off men as a rite of passage. Is this wrong if they don't deem it as harmful? So finishing off in quotation marks.
I know.
I'm not sure if
it's
that
sexual.
is like it's okay. It's sexy. It's not like violent. It's sexy. Okay.
No, it's sex, and they literally consume the finish. So just to be a little more clear about it.
See, I thought it was killing each other.
No.
There's worse things, I suppose. But yeah,
it's not sex. It is drinking the semen from the penis, and a study on that.
What have we done again?
I know. A study on that particular tribe found extremely high levels of depression in the youth, sexual confusion.
They're all goblin and
yeah, So to use that as a gotcha for, oh well, this tribe drink semen and they say it's okay, doesn't really hold true, because it's not really okay. The studies done on that tribe show that there was high levels of depression, suicide, and other negative connotations from that.
Yeah,
get Craig,
me out of here.
Craig, how can you? Can I just ask a follow-up question? How do you determine from the secular position, given that it's all based on preference, what is sexual confusion and not? Wouldn't that necessitate a sort of ordered norm of sexuality? Like what is confusion, what's not confusion?
You can be confused about your sexuality, not knowing what is right and wrong, and what is comfortable for you and what is not. You can be confused about an experience and whether you personally felt that was okay. There doesn't have to be a list of exactly what is right and wrong. It's an individual thing. And studies on that particular tribe have shown that a lot of the youth show confusion, depression, not understanding things, because what they've gone through actually hurt them in many ways and isn't completely harmful, like a lot of the Christians say when they bring up that particular argument.
So then if they did it when they just waited a little longer and they were fully adults, if everyone's consenting, you'd be okay with the culture that just consumes semen as a
Again,
ritual?
you're just making up things that don't exist.
I'm asking you if it was the case that the Papua New Guinea listened to Craig, they saw the debate and they were like, you know what? Let's wait until they're older so they're developed. And then at that case, if we agree that we can do this, Craig, would Craig say, God bless the Papua New Guinea jizz junkies? Is that what you're saying?
So you're just making up that they're going to change what they do because some of them don't like it.
You know what a hypothetical is?
You're making up some hypothetical. Yeah, you're making up something that doesn't exist and isn't the case.
You know what a hypothetical is?
I'm aware of what a hypothetical is, and I tried to explain it to you several times. But once again, Jim Bob, you're incapable of keeping your mouth shut because you have impulse control issues.
Hypotheticals are logic testers, dude. You don't make them up, right?
And I was trying to answer, but once again, Jim Bob, your inability to hold your tongue meant that you didn't get the proper answer because I didn't get to finish what I was saying.
You've both answered the super chatter's question. Hold on. We've both answered the super chatter's question.
No, you're the degenerate. You are the one that follows a book that says that slavery is okay, so go fuck yourself.
Why is it wrong?
Oh, okay.
Why is it wrong? It's just a preference under your view, dummy.
No, it's absolutely wrong.
It's a preference. No, it's a
preference. No, it's not a preference. Secular humanism says it's wrong.
Slavery is a preference. No, slavery is a preference under your view.
No, it's not. You're wrong. You're strawmanning secular humanism.
No, okay, cool. Why is it wrong other than you don't prefer it? Nothing. Zero.
Because it harms people. Silence. Because it harms people.
Because it harms. What if it didn't harm them?
But it does. Therefore, it's wrong.
Why is harming people wrong? All you do is move over the post, right?
Harming people is wrong. We don't need to have a reason.
Why? Oh, you don't need a justification for saying harming people is wrong.
No, absolutely not. Harming people is wrong. It's as simple as that. What you need a magic sky daddy to tell you it's wrong, but I don't.
When someone breaks into my house and I shoot them in self-defense, I harm them, right? Is it wrong? Silence,
no,
Craig.
Silence. Again, that is force. Not silence. I was in the middle of answering. I'm 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 in the middle of answering.
That's a question.
You're a bagel.
I'm in the middle of answering, Jim Bob. You have impulse control.
You're not ready for this, dude.
I've been trying to. No, does he not want me to answer? He's scared of the answer. He's scared of the answer.
You are on mute for our audience there, made by Jim Bob. I do want to give Craig a chance to answer your question, but I do have to admit, the reason I was laughing is like I'm a general I wouldn't say I'm a germaphobe, but I'm a pretty clean guy. So yeah, don't judge me too hard in the live chat for laughing just because I'm a little bit that's not my flavor of living life for sure. But go ahead there, Craig. I do want to give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, Jimbo was so scared of my answer that he just kept saying that I don't have an answer.
You don't need to tell me why it's wrong.
Oh, no, there he goes. He's talking. He's talking. I thought you said he was muted, right?
You don't need to tell me why it's wrong. You don't need to tell me why it's wrong.
Audience, so I do apologize. I mean, Jim Bob, if you are responding, nobody can hear you right now. So I will give you a chance to respond, but like just take a chance to compile your thoughts just so that Craig has a chance to get his thoughts out, and then you as well, because nobody can hear each other when you're both over talking each other.
Yeah. There's several times I was going to respond to his thing.
No matter.
Just said I didn't.
No matter. Just respond.
Oh no,
please.
I have to do them. Yeah, absolutely.
That's good.
Once again, you are strawmanning the secular human position because force like that is a last resort. Once again, thank you for digging your own hole. I do not mind handing you a shovel because you keep constantly doing it and then crying you're the victor, like a pigeon walking over a chessboard and taking a shit.
Okay, all right. If this
let
is
me
all
just
you're gonna
quick
do,
response.
like I say.
No, that was my response. Next question now.
You're off mute, Jim.
Okay, cool. Quick response.
No, next question. Now we've done that.
No. Hold on, Craig.
Sorry, surely I get the final. Surely I get the final response
hey,
there.
Millhouse, calm down. So
surely I should get the final thing there.
When I asked him, why is harming?
I got the final.
Shut up! I'm talking.
No. I got the final say on that one actually.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No.
You already spoke and then I spoke. I've done it. It's done.
Group there, Craig. Just please, I've got you on mute to our audience. I know your audience can hear, but please, if you can just not be a character for your audience for 1 second. We still have almost 900 people watching over here. On
10 seconds. Debate, so 10 seconds. So, in a debate about moral foundations, ultimately, when I ask him why harming someone is wrong, Craig's own words he says, I don't have to tell you why it's wrong in a debate about moral foundations of why X is wrong. Just so you guys know what happened just now. That's it.
Nice straw man.
We're going to take you off the mute there, Craig, so we can hear you again.
Yeah, nice straw man of my position once again. No, you don't need to tell people why harming someone is wrong. The thought that you have to explain that shows why there is an issue with Christianity, that you need the rule to tell you that it is wrong. Once again, like I said earlier, you don't rape and murder because Magic Sky Daddy say bad. I don't rape and murder because I don't want to, because it's wrong. I don't need a reason why it's wrong, it's just wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't need a reason why it's wrong. It just is wrong.
Jim,
and that's
you
your
have
epistemology. Great work, dude. Millhouse,
you have been body bagged.
Go back
Jim,
to
you've been body bagged. Jim, you've been body bagged. Jim, you have been body bagged. Body bagged.
I wish we could see Jim right now. I wish we could still see Jim right now.
He's turned off the camera because he's crying.
Look, dude. Someone says slavery is right. And you go, tell me how it's right, and they say, I don't need to tell you how it's right. It just is, right? That's
no.
I've
explained why slavery is wrong. I don't need to explain why harming someone is wrong because it just is. Once again, you need a Magic Sky Daddy to tell you that. Secular humanism doesn't. They just say it's wrong.
To both of you, we're moving on. We got another question coming in. All kinds of questions. You can't help yourselves. I swear.
That's exactly why secular humanism is a better foundation for ethics.
All right, you're on mute for our audience.
Because it is.
Sorry. Hold on. I don't want to mute you both. This is like, you guys just got to wheel it in a little bit because we got a lot of questions, and I'm not doing this because I want to cut off a specific person. Like, I'm trying to let you both get your point across, but we got a lot of questions, and I feel like eventually we're going to get to the point where one of you is going to say, holy lightning, how long is this going to go? Because we're almost at the 4-hour mark, guys. You got beer?
Well, I've been up for 24 hours now, so I'm good.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine. All right.
And I've done 1,000 push-ups.
You've got weed, whatever. We'll just carry on. We'll just take our time.
Oh, if he's got alcohol, that explains his attitude. He's obviously been damaged in the brain by the alcohol during this session. That makes sense for his answers and arguments. They were so bad.
It just is, right? That's a better argument. It just is. Get the.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You don't need a reason to know why harming someone is bad. If you do,
good. It just
you
is.
are.
Slavery, murder is good because it just is. Nice work.
Yeah. And that is why secular humanism is a better foundation for ethics.
I'm saying the dirty word. Guys. Mutes.
Yes.
Mutes. You're both on mute. That's the dirty word. Nobody can hear you now. All right. I'm gonna take you off mute. It's like my magic word. What are you guys doing? You're just trying to make this hard for everybody. Our audience has
it's just every time I talk, Ryan, he just overtalks me. That's all it is. You know, that has happened about a million times.
You guys are over-talking each other. And now I'm over-talking you because I got another question. All right, Airborne Animal says, question for Craig. If you identify as different from your sex, should society accept this? Rights/access, etc. Why? Explain how this fits with secular humanism. How is this objectively better for society?
Makes people happy. Stops depression. Stops people unaliving themselves. The percentage of people that are trans is so small that it doesn't affect the population of a country. But if someone, and this is something that can happen, has issues with gender, then why not let them be happy and call themselves the other thing, and dress like they want and be happy. As long as it's not causing other people harm, there's no problem with that. So do I think that trans women and trans men should be able to use whatever bathroom they choose? Personally, no. If you've still got a willy, then you go in the men's bathroom. That just is a sensible thing, because children can be in those, and it can be uncomfortable for them. But there's no reason to treat people badly because they have a different position in their life and they're happier being the other gender. Again, the position of secular humanism is no harm is being done. It's inclusionism, and that's better for society because it makes people happy.
Yeah, but Craig, do you understand that if it made someone happy to interact with a doll that was a child and it was a doll, because honestly, this is not a hypothetical, Craig. I promise you, there are these companies that literally produce kid-like sex dolls. Okay, X dolls. I don't know if I could say X. I think you can say sex on YouTube anyway. But from that perspective, that's totally fine. And I ask you another question here instead of just going to the hypothetical. Craig, is it possible from your view that someone could not harm someone else and harm themselves in a way that isn't physical? Not like cutting themselves or anything like. Is it possible to harm yourself, your person, like your being, from a secular view? Because if I understand, if you don't harm anyone else, people go to that and they go, "Oh, well, what the hell is the problem?" Right? Instead of giving you these wild hypotheticals, is it possible under the secular humanist view to act against yourself if it doesn't cause physical harm?
Yeah, mental harm is still harm. I've harmed myself. I've harmed myself both physically and mentally. I let myself get extremely fat. I was 22 stone. Right, I've lost 10 stone. Right, I've lost nearly half my body weight. That harmed me both physically and mentally. I was depressed. I hated everything about the way I looked and the way I felt. I physically and mentally harmed myself. But I also then realized that harm was being created and solved the situation. Now, to carry on from that point, can someone harm someone and then there be a rectification? Yes. People get second chances. If people can have a fight, two people have a fight, one person punches the other, breaks their nose. Have they harmed that person? Yeah. But then what if that person then is genuinely sorry, apologizes, and that person from that point on realizes, I really shouldn't do that, and I'm never going to harm another person again.
I understand, but my example is that if right now there are these companies that give people custom dolls shaped like little kids to do things to them specifically, how is that wrong from a secular humanist view if it doesn't harm anybody?
I would argue that it doesn't harm the individual because it will create bad connotations that are outside of legal parameters and stuff. It's a very touchy subject, right? I'm not saying in any way that it's right. I read a big article about those dolls, and one of the people were saying that the reason they have it is because they have these urges, and the doll stops them acting on it. Do I think it's right that they've got a doll to do that on? Absolutely not. But would I prefer they do that to the doll rather than an actual person, therefore stopping harm? I mean, yeah, right?
Well, I would ask you, what if it was the case that even though in the short term you think they're doing something to the doll instead of something else, what if doing it to the doll gets them more practiced and they think more about doing the real thing because they want to expand their territory? That's kind of seems to be the case. If you study like people who get into pornography, they constantly look for bigger and bigger things because they no longer can be met with it's true. It's that
I mean, and I like Jim. I like porn. I like porn quite a lot. It doesn't mean that I constantly look for a bigger and better porn. I'm a married man, and my wife knows that. That I look at. It does mean that you
it does mean you support. It does mean you support an industry that overwhelmingly produces underage trafficking. So you're supporting that.
Am I? Let me finish. Well, you just said something. Let me respond. Let me respond.
You're full of shit. You're full of shit.
Hold on.
Are you triggered?
You're full of shit, dude.
So he's triggered. He's triggered.
Yeah. I mean, if that is the standard we are going to hold everybody to, then I mean, everybody who's bought a Samsung iPhone or watched Disney is probably in hot water. I mean, I do have to be fair. Like, there are so many avenues that have facets, and I do think that it is true that the more people, the more chances there are for corruption and failure. Right. That's why there's that general concern of big government equals massive failure. That's I think
here's Jim Bob screaming.
No. Look, Ryan.
Wait. My turn to talk. My turn to talk, please.
Sorry. This was go ahead, Jim Bob. I was making
it's the case.
I was responding.
If it's the case that the consumption of pornography has a direct correlation to the trafficking that occurs for young girls, because that is a lucrative business, right? That's going to happen, right? If your consumption aids to the harm of young girls mentally, emotionally, physically, which is demonstrably true. Look at the suicide, the self-deletion rates in the industry itself. It's insane, Craig. And you're consuming it knowing that your participation actually aids to the economic development and sustainability of an industry that from a secular humanist view harms people. Harm reduction. You're full of shit. All you secularists, you do
still triggered
is pursue your own fleshly desires, and you don't give a shit what happens. You just pursue your own fleshly desires.
You're just triggered.
Humans.
You're just triggered,
Get the fuck
Jim.
out of here.
You're just triggered, Jim.
I just laid out an argument. Your trigger doesn't.
I'm not allowed to respond to the argument, am I? Because I've been interrupted several times. Literally every single time I try to speak, I've been interrupted.
Well, I was just going to say, I did want to say to Craig, I was asking as a hypothetical, just to add on to the what we were talking about. I was going to say, so to anybody who might be upset about it, I'm not saying this is where I'm at. I'm just saying that as far as like the institutions, like there's a lot of problems out there. But I do want to give you a chance to respond, Craig. Let's carry on.
Can I respond now? Is that okay?
That's what I said. Yes. Go ahead,
sorry.
Greg.
I've just been interrupted several times during that whilst I was trying to actually respond.
Whatever, Coom King. Just get to the response. Stop meta, dude.
No, okay, there we go. Just move on to the next question if he can't keep his mouth shut.
Yeah, there we go.
I do have him on mute on our end, so if you can hear him, he's not being heard by our audience. So just 1 second there, Jim Bob. I do want to give him a chance to respond if you are still willing to there, Craig.
Yeah, if Jim Bob keeps his mouth shut while I try to respond instead of being like a little baby.
I do agree without the matter. Let's just he's on mute on our end, so even if he does talk, nobody can hear him on our side. So
well, he just totally strawmanned me. Well, let's look at Christianity and priests and how many of them diddle kids, and he supports that. He supports a religion that has people that diddle kids. Literally. That's what he supports. That's his morality. His morality is a religion that has priests that diddle children. So that's what's happening here. My consumption of pornography does not contribute to child endangerment because I don't watch underage pornography. I watch people that are of age, that are not anything to do with child sex trafficking. There is people that do that in every single industry. There is children trafficked from all sorts of things. Me watching two consenting adults doing dirty things to each other does nothing to increase child sex trafficking or danger. In fact, sex work is the oldest thing in the oldest industry in the world, and the Bible talks about sex work quite a lot. So yeah, that's my response. Jim Bob was extremely triggered, like a little beta kind of girl something there.
Hold on. I'm going to let him respond before you do the trigger.
Oh, come on, hold on. Why does he get to respond to my response? That's not fair.
Well, like
because then I have to respond to his response.
I don't need a response, Ryan. He said exactly what his position is. Everyone knows what kind of person he is. He wants to defend his own consumption and try to avoid the consequences of this consumption and pretend it doesn't exist.
Like you want to avoid the consequences of religion causing genocide and literally diddling kids.
All right, so we're just repeating ourselves at this point. Let's ask the next question. ALC said, "Why so mad, Craig?"
I haven't been mad today. Jim's been the one.
Don't take away his addictions. Don't take away his addictions. He'll get mad.
I don't have addictions. I enjoy watching porn every now and then. I'm certainly not addicted to it. Maybe you seem to be projecting quite a lot here, Jim. You stick to your angle.
Oh yeah, that's a good argument. Yeah, great argument.
Well, no, it's not an argument. It's an observation.
Hold on, I'll ask the next one.
Sorry, what was the question? I didn't actually get a chance to respond to it because Jim Bob interrupted. What was the question again?
They'd asked why you were so mad.
Oh, I'm not mad.
By the way,
Jim's been the one that's been triggered this entire debate, shouting like a little baby, screaming like a triggered lunatic, and constantly over talking. So I'm not the one that's mad. That's made by Jim Bob because he got ruined by someone doing this for the first time.
All right, thank you, ALC, for your question. Luke Plays Drum says, Craig lives in a glass bubble of reality in his head.
Ryan, also your chat, like whoever the mod is, they time me out and they didn't give me a reason for that. That's kind of dumb.
Probably because
that's kind of weak.
Probably because your religion supports diddling kids.
My religion doesn't do that. That's a lie.
Right.
And
it certainly does.
What the hell? What statement? Which religion? You didn't even know what my religion is. You liar.
You're a Christian, right? You're a Christian, right? Yeah,
no,
Christian supports diddling kids.
No, Orthodox Christianity, which is not Catholicism, and it's not the other. By the way,
so you're a Christian. Christianity supports diddling
slandering
children.
me. Keep slandering me.
You don't know what slander is, do you?
Right.
Slander is something like damage you financially.
Keep slandering me.
You don't know what slander is. Slander is something that damage your reputation. You don't have a reputation.
Keep slandering me, Craig. Keep slandering me. See what happens.
Both on mute. All right, both of our speakers are on mute right now, guys.
I will keep slandering you. Like diddling kids.
Hold on, Craig, please. I'm trying to take you guys off mute.
Sorry.
And make things happen. We've got super chats coming in. There are things that might be able to get you guys back on track, but we can't just keep catcalling and mudslinging at each other. Like, I get it. You guys don't agree with each other. We expected that. If we didn't expect that, we
I've tried to be respectful,
together.
Ryan, but he's brought the heat, and I'm just returning it as much as possible. He's the one with a religion that supports doing that to children, not me.
What happened to the good class of rising above? I don't know, guys.
He said something about keep slandering me and see what happens. Well, he doesn't know what slander is because that means something destroying a reputation. He doesn't have a reputation to destroy.
Okay, buddy.
Swifter, all right, we got a question here. It's a $20 super chat, so I do want to entertain it and get some back. Swifter says, how does God's morality not reduce to God's preferences? When you say it's God's nature, how is that different than subjectivism? When you say God's nature is good, how is that different than saying what God prefers is good?
That's a good question.
To you, Jim Bob.
Okay, that's a good question. If we look at the distinction between nature and energy, actions, how you act in the world. If it was an avocado's nature, and an avocado could not be a cat, right? You wouldn't say it was a preference because it would be its nature to never be able to be a cat, right? So if God's nature was good, it wouldn't be based on preferences. because preferences would assume a temporal relation to new data, an evaluation of new data, and some sort of opinion about new data. Well, if God is his nature is all good and all knowing, there is no new data, there is no new evaluation. His nature himself being good, the nature of good, means just like an avocado, it's not a preference. You can't prefer around your nature. There's no preference you can hold that changes your nature. If you prefer to act like a woman and you're a man, you can't prefer the reality that you're a man. Your nature is a man. Your preference is to pretend you're a woman. Perfect example. That's what you have to understand about God's nature. Nature and persons are not the same. Nature and energy are not the same. An avocado's nature cannot be a cat.
I think we should move on to the next question. We got all kinds of questions that are coming in. Even Lord said, Ryan, thank you for muting Craig's constant interrupting. I know it's hard for you to put your foot down in an unbiased manner, but I believe you do a great job. So, I mean, both speakers have been on mute tonight. I think I've been trying to do my best to make sure that these guys can flow. It's not as easy where we don't have our regular system, but I do appreciate Even Lord. Not everybody can appreciate what I do here in the moderator seat. Sometimes just keeping a straight face when I do have bias.
I literally wasn't the one interrupting this time, though. I was literally not the one interrupting. It was literally Jim Bob.
As you interrupt me, you're doing this to troll.
Oh yeah, but you interrupted me a bunch, Ryan. Come on.
God, oh man, you're just trying to.
Do you live stream?
Really prove them.
Greg, do you live stream like normal, like just like?
Yeah,
topics,
I'm live streaming right now.
Science and I mean, like just on your own channel, like not just debate, just like you do a live stream.
Yeah, I do lots of live streams. I've done, what are we on, 28th? I've done 20 live streams this month, actually. I did a live stream just before this. I did a live stream just before this where I did 1,033 push-ups for charity.
You have call-ins? Because I was going to tell the audience, I do live streams, and any of these people in the chat who are trying to come at me, debate me, you could just call into my live stream, and you can debate me one-on-one. Made by Jim Bob is my account on YouTube. I do live streams about every other day. Some of them go into 5 hours, and a lot of these topics come up: theology, religion, technology, transhumanism, things like this. And so you're a lot of loud people in the chat here. Hobo Sapiens, any of you guys, you can just call in my stream and see how you do one-on-one with me.
They'd probably destroy you like I did.
Well, I'll give you a chance as well, Craig, just before we move on to the next super chat. If you want to take a chance to pitch what you're up to on your side right now. I know that your channel's seen a pretty big explosion since we started hosting you here at Modern Debate. So, and you're also talking about doing a rebrand before we started. So, do you want to
not just thanks to Modern Debate, but just because I've been pumping out as much content as possible, and I'm a genuine, honest, and lovely person. It's because of us.
Come on. Sorry. I am you up because it's only fair. What were you talking?
Sorry. So I am going to be rebranding the channel to Craig McNeIll rather than just FTFE. I mean, FTFE is going to be a character on the channel, but I'm going to be attacking Christianity and apologetics and stuff like that a lot more, and scam baiting and things. So FTFE as a channel name kind of just didn't really make sense anymore, but FTFE will still be a character on the channel. I've got this Friday I'm doing a membership stream, where basically I stream for as long as the audience makes me. Start the stream with an hour, and for every membership I get, it adds 3 minutes. The last time I did this, I went for 67 hours.
That's enough pitching for both of you. All right. Airborne Animal says, hold on. Yeah, we already read that one. Sorry. Let's just scroll down a little bit, guys. My goodness, we still have so many to go. That is bizarre. Our audience is really just, they love it. They are eating this up. Swifter says, we read that one too. That was the $20 one. See, this is why I'm saying, though, I'm only like 25% down on the scroller, and I've got to be really careful here. So Breedamus says, Craig, this is like your debate with Shane over maps and Earth shape. You adopted your opponent's position as your own position. You silly little girl.
I didn't adopt the position. The Shane debate did not go anything like that. The Shane debate, there was no position for me to adopt because he strawmanned my, the entire globe position. And I certainly didn't adopt Jim Bob's position. I explained quite concisely in my intro why Jim Bob's position is incorrect and mine is correct. And then I did the entire debate also doing that. I was also very interested to hear about Jim's specific points, because there was some things about Orthodox Christianity I wasn't aware, and I will be doing slightly more research on, well, a lot more research on that. I did say to Jim Bob that I apologize that I wasn't aware you were an Orthodox Christian, because that didn't give me the chance to prepare for specific arguments you would have brought up.
Fair enough. I also don't think you adopted my position in this case. I would only push a little bit on something that I would consider like sort of transcendental, called dignity, which would be like not found in nature. It would be like something above nature that isn't like, you'd have to, it's like faith. It's like a faith-based position, but I wouldn't say you adopted my position. I would think you would just assume, you might assume some things that can't really be justified through just pure science and empiricism.
Yeah, I did think a lot of that was because I wasn't aware you were an Orthodox Christian. I honestly, even though we've been, slightly antagonistic, I think the conversation in the whole has been okay. Right. I would maybe like to return to this with you once I've got more into this debate and maybe studied a bit more about your specific views. Jim Bob, what'd you say?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's not personal. I'm actually this aggressive and this much of a dick most of the time.
Yeah, so, no, I promised James that I wouldn't be as much as a dick as I normally am, so I've been a little bit more reserved than I normally am.
Oh, it was just James that you promised that to. I see how it is.
Well, he asked me. And I did tell you, I did say to you in the message that I'm going to be as nice as possible in this one, that I'm retiring FTFE.
Yeah, that was all you said. All right. Getting a bit of a prat over there. Look at you, puffing. All right, I'm just joking. Luke plays drums. Says, yeah, we read that one. I was jumping around a little bit trying to get some of the short ones. Pseudonym says, Jim, are you as guilty as unbelief? What? Hold on.
Yeah,
I just got to read this over. Are you as guilty as unbelievers? They're going to hell or be killed, referencing Sodom and Gomorrah. Didn't the sovereign Christian God know there would be a number worthy and tricked Lot and took his wife? Oh my goodness, soon them.
Oh boy. Yeah, we're not going to get into. We're not going to get into
this.
Yeah, well, no, we're not going to get into hermeneutics. If you're talking about just judgment, the Orthodox position is that the parishioner is the chief sinner. That's the starting point. So I am the first chief sinner. That's the starting point.
All right. Do you want to carry on there, Craig?
Yeah, there's nothing I can really say to that. Really, that's more of a personal thing for Jim, I think.
Okay. Somebody in the live chat that said they thought I was being passive aggressive.
No, he's Canadian.
Ever.
That it just comes off that way.
I swear it must, because we are just genuine creatures generally, except for when we are, I have said on stream before that, usually our I'm sorry, is usually I'm sorry you're so fucking stupid, so Canadians can be a bit backhanded as well. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I was gonna say, have you? I think most people have heard of our silly slang, our maple syrup sucking. Anyways, Justin Henley says, as a Christian, I agree. Tits with exclamation marks. Oh my! Well, you guys are being productive. I see. That's yeah. Let's just carry on. Jim got caught. He's Catholic, not a Christian. Lol.
What? That doesn't make any sense. No, I'm not a Catholic.
Yeah, we established he's Orthodox, right?
It's not that's different, and you can look into that. And most people don't realize the difference there, but you should learn, especially anti-theists. Honestly, anti-theists Understandably, they focus a lot on what the predominant view is, and in America, it's Protestantism, Calvinism, Mormonism. And the people who are practicing Christianity in a more rigorous way are generally not loud. They're not out there, so you're not engaging with them.
Hey,
so
Jim,
you
that's
actually
what I
have to
wasn't
find
aware
them.
of. Did you say that
Say that
Mormonism?
again, Craig?
Did you say that Mormonism
Sorry.
was one of the predominant ones? That's not something I'm aware of.
Oh, in America, yeah, they pretty much are really good at terrestrial gain. They buy up a lot of land, and they grow very quickly. They're very aggressive with their procreation as well.
Isn't Mormonism the one where they found the golden tablets in America or something?
Yeah.
See, I have been
Wasn't
I
aware
have
of
been
that.
told by other speakers. Now, see, I have a background with family members who are part of the Jehovah's Witness church, and it does seem like their problem with raising funds is the fact that they don't encourage their members to get secondary educations and high-paying jobs, right? So whereas the Mormons have I shouldn't say the Mormons, the Latter-day Saints of the Church of Jesus Christ, right? I plead the fifth on this one. They have their own university, right? So I think their ability to raise money based on the fact that their members contributing that 10% is at a much higher rate than the Jehovah's Witnesses is probably why they are able to do
They're actually good with money and business as well. They know how to operate and things like this. And the thing is with orthodoxy, that's not the view of practice itself. So you get outcompete from the sort of like consumerist view. You don't offer Starbucks. You don't offer comfort. You don't offer bass solos. You don't offer these things. So, yeah, there's a loss. But the thing is, like, people online especially, they're not really engaging with all of the views, certainly not the earliest views. They just don't know it exists. So it's like, I don't even blame them. They just don't know it exists.
I'm going to admit I wasn't aware of a lot of, that you were an Orthodox, or specifically what the Orthodox views are. For me, in the UK, the main Christianity is the Church of England, or the Church of Scotland.
Sure.
So that's kind of what I know of Christianity. It's interesting to learn about the different things, but that also goes to my point that I know you say that yours is the original, but and the right one, but so do all the others. Yeah.
I would just say that the others are basically post-Protestant, if you really look at it through a timeline. Yes, there's earlier heresies and things we deem like Gnosticism. There's little branches of Gnosticism. But the only options for Christians, if it was a debate, let's say, Craig, and you were just watching, the only legitimate real argument between two, let's say, people who claimed authority, I think would be Catholicism and Orthodoxy. The rest, you can really kind of press them on their normative authority and all of the categories of theology, and they would fall apart.
You mean like there's
really
like a total where the buck stops kind of point for like historically even speaking, you could actually trace it. You go, oh wow, there's even something called dispensationalism, which has really infected current Western American politics. I don't know where if it's in Scotland, if it affects you so much, but it's this like impulsive defense of Israel as a nation state, an ethno state, but they're misinterpreting Israel in the biblical sense. And this guy named Marcus Darby, established this dispensationalist view and basically sold the new version of Christianity that all of these modern sort of like Charlie Kirk types, they have this sworn allegiance to Israel because they think it's biblical, but they're actually following a completely erroneous fairly modern interpretation of what they call dispensations, which is like the sections of Christian chronology happening in time. And it's actually where a lot of us are disgusted with it. Even Orthodox Jews are, surprisingly to all these other people, they are absolutely against what we would call Zionism today. They're anti it, and it's confusing a lot of people. They're like, what do you mean? Isn't that your place? And they go, no, this is all wrong. So anyway, it's something to look into. That's obviously that's not going to make it to mainstream media
They never talk about this in mainstream media, but it really is something that has infected the West as far as Christianity is concerned.
Can I ask you a quick
Well, let's
question,
move
Jim
on
Bob?
from there.
Can I just ask one question?
If it's
okay?
really quick,
Yeah,
because we got lots of questions. Go ahead there, Craig.
Would you say that... no, you know what? It's all right. I can't really form the question properly yet. No, it's all right. Never mind. Move on.
All right, your brain turned to goo. You know,
Yeah.
it happens. The old... Did you have a moment there? Am I
I
allowed
think
to
so,
say it?
yeah. I was trying to form a question, but it went away. Never mind. I'm tired. I've been up for 24 hours, guys. All right.
Stoner moment. No one if I ever saw one. All right. What was I saying? All right. We're going to go and check that poll, guys. What do you prefer? Oh, Craig, you're not going to like this. You're going to have to just contain yourself for a second. Try not to get too triggered. Star Wars. 73%.
Yeah, I'm just leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's been sold more though. That's just marketing. That has to be just marketing.
Yeah, well, that's just you not real nerd. Like, I've grown up with sci-fi, right? You guys just coming around now because it's popular.
You never read a Star Wars book in your life.
Excuse
Anyways,
me?
let's
You don't think I've read all the blooming... I've read so much Star Wars nonsense. That's why I hate it.
That's why. Oh, yeah. All right, well, let's carry on. We got lots of questions. I'm going to pop a new poll in the chat there so you guys can let us know where you're at. I'm going to ask you who you found the most compelling speaker tonight. Both of our speakers fought so hard to be here on stream tonight. There's been issues with the tech. There's been issues with trying to find the right platform to stream these guys through. So a big round of virtual applause. And thank you so much to Craig and Made by Jim Bob for your patience. Like, yeah, seriously, guys, really appreciate it. So let's keep asking the audience questions. You guys are the lifeblood of the channel. If you have the means, once again, to help out with our Indiegogo, it is linked in the description. We've almost hit over 50%. I'd like to see, like I say, if we can get over 50% or even up there to 75%, that would be amazing. To help us out with our live event coming up. So we'll just whip through a few right quick. Intel Wild says, so this is Intel Wild. If you recognize the name, they say Jim Bob totally won this debate tonight. They send you a salute, a heart, a prayer emoji, and a knockout punch. So
Jim Bob,
Intel
stop sending
Wild
super chats to
is,
yourself. That's just silly.
Yeah, well, Intel Wild was all for it. So you know what? You get your super chats that are for you, and yeah, this is great. Vesper says bad thing, not bad unless God tells me. Ooga booga. So bad thing, not bad unless God tells me. Ooga booga. So they're saying that this is
Vesper. Yeah,
silly.
I know Vesper. Yeah, I know Vesper, and that's not an argument. I like the rhetoric; it's cute, but it's not about telling. It's about whether or not. It's a simple dilemma here. Either morality exists and it's objective, or what we call morality is just preferences, but there's no need to call it good or bad. It's just what I prefer. And I think that true dilemma pushes people into a position where they go, oh, shit, well, if it's just preferences, you can't really call anything bad. That's just a term for something you don't like. But if there is, in fact, an objective morality, and morality relates to the standard by which we operate, and it actually follows that the standard for morality would be actually be a person, because they would be the model of how to be. It wouldn't be a rock or a set of propositions. So, Vesper, I've roasted you so many times in my own chat, and you're welcome to come on anytime. You've become a really fun punching bag, so I appreciate more opportunity.
Roasted, burnt punching bag, he says, Vesper. Well, you heard it here. Jamob's not holding back, but we got the next one coming in from our league. Says, Craig, can a secular humanist society have a distinct culture and national identity? Or is it constrained to only including outside influences? That's for you, Craig.
Yeah, of course, a secular humanist society can have their own cultural identity, like Scandinavia. They've got their own cultural identity. They're still a secular humanist country. A nation's identity and cultural heritage aren't the same thing as secular humanism. That's just kind of a way of living and treating other humans. You're kind of conflating two things there.
All right. We're going to carry on, but I'm going to ask our live chat who. These chords are in the way. There's one more chord in my way when I'm trying to type. All right. Who brought the evidence? I swear. Who brought the evidence tonight?
I would say maybe Craig would agree with me that this isn't entirely an evidential argument.
No, it's not like a
What's
science
that?
argument. It's not like a science argument.
Yeah.
Where, we can bring.
This is metaphysics.
All right, fine. If you guys want to be pedantic with the poll, who brought the most compelling arguments? Sound good? You guys all right with that one?
Yeah, and hey, I'm fully aware that my arguments may not be completely succinct and well formed, because this is a new area of debating for me, and I appreciate Jim Bob debating me. He's done this lots, and this is new to me, so I appreciate him doing that. And I get that my arguments may need some improving, and I'm always willing to learn and reflect. So I hope you guys can realize that this is a little outside of my wheelhouse.
Oh,
I appreciate that, and I knew that going in, and I have been doing very specific topics like you have, and the same way if you go into a debate about physics and stuff, you're probably going to be ahead of them, given that you've done it so long. So I'm kind of happy that you're going into this field, because I think that when you explore more philosophy and metaphysics and morality and stuff, it'll potentially impact how you argue your previous topics. There's going to be a way in which you look at it. Maybe you'll go, oh, well, maybe not everything is empirical. Maybe there is some other worldview that's impacting how I see and process these things. I'm not saying it will change your position. I'm just saying it'll add a tool belt.
The fact is, I'm human, and I'm aware I'm far from perfect, and that I've always got room to grow and learn and improve. And that's what I want to do. And people have been watching me do that for the past 5 years, and I hope they can continue to do so.
See, I was just gonna make a joke and say you're getting your pre-cope on already, are you, Craig? Oh
no, I'm fully aware of the situation.
I'm just messing. Man, no, this has been great, guys. You guys have been like I say, there's been a little bit of crossover, but overall it's been a great discussion. The audience is digging it. Even Lord says, Jim Bob, you have a saint-like patience in this debate. I'm not sure if I read that out loud already, but I definitely read it in my head. But even Lord is a fan, says you have saint-like patience. Good question, says Christian Sharia equals laws dictated by Christians enforced by police and judges.
And
I don't think Christian Sharia a thing. I thought it was Messianic law.
No, it's totally antithetical and inconsistent with Sharia law. This brings up a good question, though. The question ends up being, what is church and what is state, and is it possible for them to work in parallel? Without the big scary jump to like what people envision a theocracy to be? I would argue yes. And the reason I argue yes is that right now we have a system that's mostly informed by a secular view, which is why I did bring up this with Craig, is that if someone says, Christianity, you can't inform our laws, based on your worldview. Well, that's not very inclusive, given that if you really hold a belief about something and you have representatives from in this representative democracy represent your position, it's actually entirely fair using the system itself to inform policy based on your ethical worldview. We would never ask the secularists to say, hey, please abandon your ethical worldview when you vote. That doesn't make any sense. So really, it ends up being like, okay, well, if we grant everyone's worldview and give them this operation of voting such that their policy can be informed by their ethics, there's nothing wrong with Christians populating and taking positions of power and informing their policies from their ethical system.
Let's move on from there, gents. It seems like we've got a good spot there to cut off. Once again, I would remind our audience, smash the like button. It takes just 1 second. Hit the like button. Let's ask the next question. We really appreciate all of your support. Oh my! I was gonna say I just checked it. I just refreshed the stream. Yeah, we've definitely surpassed our usual. Yeah, keep smacking it, guys. Let's see if we can boost this up and let lots of people see these guys going through your questions. Let's see. Good question said, made by how much force would Christian Sharia use to impose its beliefs on society? So once again, this idea of messianic type law thing, I think.
No, it's like, again, you're just that's just well poisoning. I would fight to the death to stop Islamic theology from being implemented in the West. Christian theology and its principles are actually more aligned with secularists than Islamic, which is why you see a bunch of, maybe we'd call them boomer secular atheists popping out of the woodworks going, well, in the end, I kind of prefer Christian ethics to the alternative at this point, which is an interesting question because, like, you know, I have there's people like, I don't know, Richard Dawkins or like Pine Creek Doug. They hold to a conservative Christian paradigm without all the beliefs, which is why I ask Craig is like, if someone like that exists and votes based on like Christian ethics, but they don't believe in God, they don't believe in miracles, they don't believe in really that there's goodness or any of these things. They're just straight up pragmatists, and they hold a Christian paradigm for ethics. Like, that's a bizarre position for you guys to be in as secularists, to argue against a common secularist. They're not appealing to the Bible. They're not appealing to miracles or revelation or any of these crazy things you guys think is nuts. They're literally just going, no, I'm voting for a Christian ethical paradigm, informing our law and using force to do it. And they're not doing it from a Christian belief. That seems to be a little bit of a predicament for secularists, don't you think?
Sorry, I had to sneeze there.
Bless you.
Did you want to respond there, Craig? He says that was a predicament for secularists. I was counting on you to respond while I...
I was just thinking of my response. I mean, there's a couple of things Jim Bob said there that I've got to agree with, you know. Given the absolute choice, gun to my head, choose Islam or Christianity, I would choose Christianity. But that doesn't mean I would prefer Christianity over secular humanism. Is it true that secular humanist aligns closer with Christianity than Islam? Yes. But again, just because there can be overlaps in some of the things doesn't mean they are necessarily the same. I still hold the position that secular humanism holds a better overall foundation for ethics because we don't need to be told what is good or bad by some divine intervention. You know, we just understand that you don't want to hurt people and we don't want people to be unhappy and harmed. And I think that's better.
All right. Let's carry on with the next question. I'm just responding to some of the old regulars in the super chat. Glad to see MXXD doing lots of moderation. I see that Jim Bob is hanging out in our chat right now too, along with Rachel Wilson. I will say, I found a potential debate. There's a fella in my Discord right now. You probably saw it when my screen switched, called Speakeasy. He wants to partner up with Andrew to debate. Are there more than two genders? So hopefully we'll get a hold of Andrew to come out for that debate and. Make sure that it's a nice, juicy one for everybody. We want to try to promote the speakers that are going to come out for Modern Day Debates, DebateCon 5. Tickets are in the description, everybody. We would love to see you, honestly. Like the people on screen right now, you got Craig and me. We're both going to be there. I don't know, made by Jim Bob. Where are you going to be hanging out during the debate con? Are you going to be able to make it out, or are you a little bit too far?
No. If I'm invited as a debater, I would make it out. Not as an observer. I'll probably just watch the clips and maybe peer in on some of the live and do live commentary if I
Well,
can.
if you pretend to be a Muslim, you can probably
with...
come. They're looking for a Muslim. Just pretend, and you can come.
Yeah, I actually have a friend. He's not a friend. He's someone I know online, and he does it very, very well. I actually thought about that, Craig. I was like, wow, but maybe that would just be a little deceptive. But
yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can. Apparently get a free ticket to Antarctica somehow. Anyway, anyway, I'm just playing. But yeah, let's see. Realizer Network says timed out for saying donger. Pathetic social justice warrior channel. I don't know who may have timed you out. Usually the mods are pretty consistent, and I will defend our mods, but you know, we try to keep it pretty open here and pretty uncensored. So you know, just as long as nothing can be, you know, perceived as, you know, hostile, we try to keep it, you know, open and honest. So, you know, we want people to show their own true self. So even Lord says,
can I just quickly say, a lot of people
Jim
in your
Bob,
sorry, do you mind just quickly? A lot of people in the chat are saying, "Oh, debate me about transgenderism and stuff," and that personally is not something I'm interested in debating, because to me it just feels like people arguing about definitions, and I'm not really interested in that.
all right, so let's just carry on. You know, other people like to unpack that argument, but maybe not yourself. So, you know, to each their own. We all have our own, you know, vein for debate. Pseudonym, yeah, Even Lord said, Jim, Bob, and Craig, are you ethically/morally Jewish?
ethically? What do you mean ethically Jewish? Ethically? No.
Like,
what they said, yes.
Do my ethics align with Jewish religion?
You mean ethnically?
You know.
Ethnically?
No, because he said ethically and morally. He said ethically and morally.
Maybe somewhere back in the down the line in Europe or something. But I think he said ethically, which doesn't. No, hell no. The Talmud that's not something you want to follow.
Yeah, I mean, I've got. I mean, I would say the same about the Bible, but you know, no, I'm not Jewish in any way, shape, or form. Just because I've got a massive fucking nose, that's mean, all right?
Yeah, let's carry on. And yeah, to Rachel Wilson in the chat, yeah, I can definitely find a debate for you, whether you want to fly solo or if you want to partner up with your husband. That's totally cool. We'd love to have you guys back on. Yeah, and of course, like I say, you know, with the event coming up, it's all the more pertinent that we try to have the speakers on and let everybody know where they're at. But we'll try not to dissect them too much. That way you guys get a real pure interaction. How these people are going to debate first time they have a one-off. But we are still looking for, like I say, a Muslim speaker for Was Muhammad a True Prophet against apostate prophets. So if you are willing to defend that, definitely hit us up at moderndaydebate@gmail.com. This one coming in, Ivy Ellen says, from one British person to another, you, sir, are retard. Oh my! So I don't think Craig is British.
Scottish
I definitely am
dual
British.
citizenship.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
If you're Scottish, you're British. If you're English, you're British. If you're Welsh, you're British. If you're from Northern Ireland, you're British. I am British and I live in Scotland. But also, you know, I challenge you to a IQ test or a physics GCSE test, and whoever gets the highest score on those is the one that isn't retarded. How does that sound?
Oh boy, we're just pulling out all the stops tonight. Pseudonym says Jim got caught. He's Catholic, not Christian. Lol. Any thoughts on that?
Didn't you say that?
Well, you already said that one. Yeah.
Oh, I did. Sorry.
That's incorrect. Yeah, that's just incorrect.
Sometimes, like I say, I've gone through them just because I'm trying to comb through to make sure I'm bouncing them back and forth. Justin Henley, not much to get out of here. He says, as a Christian, I agree. Beach tits. Pseudonym, that's another one. You really just you got our live chat in a way. Pseudonym. At Jim, you seem to pick a position you wouldn't go to hell at all. You're a secular Christian, yet Catholic. Technically, Craig got 2 points. You have no authority.
No, nothing you said is true. I'm not Catholic, and I don't make judgments about going to heaven and hell. I could never take a position on that for myself or anyone else, and I never have.
All right, let's just carry on. Doesn't seem like Craig's got too much to respond with there, and we do have a lot of questions there. So let's just try to do some super rounds there, guys. I'm just going to keep the super chats open. I know I'm trying to keep an eye on our live chat right now as well, but yeah, let's just do a speed round here and get through some of the super chats. So you guys will be here all night. All right. Let me scroll down here. Okay, so Alchemist says FTFE was demolished, but I was disappointed with the prot attacks. We team up with secular humanists to take on the prots. Weak. USA is Protestant, regardless of the recent
that's why it's failing.
Stance.
And that's why it's failing.
Still won.
That's
still
the
reading
problem.
Alchemist's question. So, weak USA is Protestant, regardless of the recent J. Dyer stance. JB still won. So they are a fan of yours there.
Thank you, Alchemist. And just leave that and go to liturgy, and you'll be good, and you'll thank me later.
All right, let's just carry on. Ivy Ellen says, Jessica Bowman says, Craig is going to get wrecked by Andrew. Craig, if you had a better hairline, would you believe in God?
What's wrong with my hairline? By the way, this is just like how I look. My hairline hasn't changed in 20 years. I may have gone grey since talking to flat earthers, but also my forehead's this big because my brain's massive.
I will say, the majority of the time that I see people commenting on looks, I do think that they are projecting insecurities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whether
they
it's
fancy me.
Maybe they are perfectly attractive people, but maybe you're just not in the spotlight, and that makes you not feel good. I don't know. I'm just letting you know that that's usually how I read those situations.
Ryan, just because you don't say it, but you think it, you think you're better?
Sorry?
I said, just because you think it, but you don't say it. Do you think that? Do you think that too, but you just don't say it?
What, that I'm better?
No. Just like judging looks. Do you judge in your head, but you just don't say it?
No, it just depends. I mean, if we're not going to get into that. I was going to say.
Ryan, come on.
Yeah. It just depends. Like if I see somebody's put a lot of time into what they're doing, I'm probably going to say something. But if that doesn't seem to be something that's in their style, then
let's not pretend. Let's not all pretend. Everybody judges everybody. It's just what we do. We look at people across the street and go, "What the fuck are they wearing?" Or, "Ooh, look at their makeup." But we do it in our head, or we say it to our wife. No, let's not all pretend that we're perfect, nice human beings here, okay?
Exactly, but I was just saying,
Canadians.
I'm working through it. I'm just saying that, generally, I keep kind, right? So yeah, Canadians. What do you know? All right, I'm just picking. Ivy Ellen, Jessica Bowman said, yeah, thanks for that one. We read that. Good question. Jim Bob needs Christianity to control his fallen ways. So Jim Bob, you're a sinner, I think is what Good Question is saying. You need Christianity to control your fallen ways.
Well, that doesn't even make sense. If you presuppose there's fallen ways, you're actually assuming Christianity is needed. So it's a really stupid statement, because why would you grant fallen ways if you don't grant Christianity? It doesn't make any sense.
I think
you might have been a bit too poetic.
I think they're trying to call you a born again Christian. Would that be a label that fits you in any way?
No. Born again is nonsense.
I kind of agree. I feel like the born again people like Dean Odell are just hiding their violent and psychopathic tendencies behind God.
Well, there's some of it's really bad. Like, there are people who believe that they're saved and they have like a sort of a tramp stamp saved on their back. And they actually, when I ask them, well, okay, do you sin, right? Like, I'm not going to ask, Craig, you're not going to assume sin exists, but just bear with me. Like, if I ask them from their Christian paradigm, do they sin? They go, no, my body does. So like,
wow.
technically they can go to like Vegas, right, and do lines of coke off of like some street hooker in an alley, right? But they can come home and say, no, I'm safe. That was my body, right? So they kind of split their personality in between their body and their being, and that's how they argue. It's pretty wild.
I've never heard that. People that exist, that's fucking mental.
Did we read? I got to check with you guys. Did we read Chase Hatchett's commentary about necrophilia? I have to ask before I read it.
I'm not sure.
They said dead body sex wouldn't be permissible anyways because it's a health hazard to the general public. Just saying.
True. Hey Ryan, you might like this, but people in my chat are saying, don't complain about your looks, you're an 8 out of 10.
Who, me?
Yeah, apparently my chat says you're an 8 out of 10.
Oh, well, thank you, I suppose. I needed the, I guess, validation. Our liege says, Craig, can a secular humanist society have a distinct culture? And we read that one. Yep. Sorry, I had to scroll up because I was looking for weird ones that we hadn't read, and I knew that there were a few ones like that one, and I want to make sure that we did hit them and nobody's complaining. Ivy Ellen says, come on, be yes, in big long form letters. So yeah, you started something there that's not healthy. So let's just carry on. So Church of Four says, in claiming that Jim Bob's corpse question was ridiculous, he was using the appeal to ridicule fallacy, not Jim Bob. So were you appealing to the ridicule fallacy, Craig?
No, I was pointing out how he was using the ad absurdum fallacy to take a simple conversation to the logical extremes to try and make it seem ridiculous. But on reflection to the questions that he gave me, I would actually just respond with, well, if God told you it was okay to, I don't know, have sex with a corpse, would you do that?
Yeah, I would say that would actually be a logical impossibility. So like I said to you, Craig, if someone poses a hypothetical that's a logical impossibility on your view, I wouldn't press you on it if it was a logical impossibility. However, that's different than testing someone's logic to say like, well, harm is what determines something's wrong. If I could present a situation where something's not causing harm, but it's kind of gross, I think the best you'd have to say is just say, well, I got to admit it's not immoral, it's just gross. Which that's just being consistent, right?
What do you mean by it's a logical impossibility for God to say it's okay to have sex with a cadaver? Why is that a logical impossibility that would never or could never happen? Because you say so, right?
No, because God's nature would be good, and we are made in God's image. So your perversion of sex, right? Suddenly changing what sex is. Being a reflection, an extension of God's creation, it would actually be an inconsistency with God's nature himself. So you can't violate nature.
God definitely isn't good. God has done many, many, many evil things all of the time. It's just a hypothetical in the same way that you were putting a hypothetical to me. Right? Hold on. It's just a hypothetical in the same way you were putting hypothetical to me.
You can't say God isn't good without appealing to an absolute standard that's not God.
I can say God isn't good because God is clearly evil.
How is God not good if you have to appeal to an absolute standard that's not God?
Because not harming people is good, and God has harmed many people.
So you're God.
Yes, I am.
Okay, God. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I invented the time machine. I went back and started the universe.
Sorry, we didn't hear you there. 5 seconds, if you can wrap that point there, Craig.
No, I just said that I invent a time machine in 6 years and I go back and start the universe. I am God. You can't disprove it.
No, that was me. What are you on about, Craig?
I stole your time machine.
You're full of it. All right, let's see. I'm just messing. Thanks to our live chat for all your questions. Appreciate it. I was going to say, if you're going to use it, I'm going to use it. I mean, gee, why can't I?
Well, there's only enough uranium for like one trip, dude. It's either me or you. And do you know how to start a universe?
All right, Godzilla says, yeah, that's all I know is that we got super chats coming in. You stop that. I still need to host you for those science debates in the future. Okay, so Godzilla says Craig's whole argument was, as always, deflect and tactics.
I would entirely disagree. I responded as well as I possibly could every time. And tactics is a thing. Jim Bob, quick question. Did you use tactics?
Yes.
Yeah, tactics is a thing in debates. There's no issue there.
You can do tactics. That's fine.
Yeah, everybody's got debate tactics. I mean, sometimes I think that these guys are just trying to get under each other's skin, just to throw each other off just a little bit. You know, I see that sometimes, and it's.
I just like to do a jump scare flex, and it puts everyone off.
Oh yes, we're so intimidated. Let's see you shred when you come out to Newark. If I can get my hands on the guitar,
do you want me to play "Sweet Child of Mine" on my acoustic guitar right now? I will. Wait, no, it's 6 in the morning. I probably shouldn't.
No, you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose. You don't want to lose 2 debates in one night, do you, Craig?
You're gonna do that solo with acoustic, dude.
Oh, just
You're gonna do the solo on acoustic.
I can do it on acoustic.
I was gonna say, I think I play the hardest one that I do on my classical back there. I think is Asturias Leenda, but you know, for people that know classical music. But every once in a while, I start playing it in 4/4, and it's in 3/4, and I gotta listen to it to get myself back in order, just because I don't play enough classical guitar. So,
I just started that, Ryan. It's pretty challenging, honestly. After learning 20-something years on guitar, suddenly telling your fingers to do this that completely different arrangement of how you play. It's like it feels like you're learning backwards, actually.
Well, yeah. I was going to say the main thing is you got to make sure that you're not using your thumb like this. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You want to use hitchhiker thumb, right? And then curl your hand, right? So anyway, we won't get into flamenco or guitar talk, but yeah, sure. that's the big thing right there.
I cut my tendon in this hand when I was really young, so I've always struggled with like reverse plucking classical way. These two fingers want to work together, and it's always annoyed me.
All right. Well, you guys can let us know in the live chat if you want a little Asturias Leenda before the end of the debate. And you can let me know if I'm playing it in 4/4 or 3/4 if you're really musically talented. I haven't done that, but I have to do some special things leading up to the debate con. It's going to make everybody just feel warm and fuzzy inside. Or they'll say, Ryan. All right. We'll see. Gordzilla says that was the last one. Thanks, Gordzilla. I had a couple ones above that as well, guys. Sunim says, Jim, come to true Christianity. Love your neighbor. So is there something about your neighbor you don't love? What's going on with them?
I love all my neighbors. Loving a person is not the same as loving their actions. You don't know what true Christianity is. I hope you find it.
I do not love my upstairs neighbor.
You have an upstairs neighbor?
Yeah, I do not love him.
Oh man, I guess I saw your roof blow off. I thought maybe you had that.
Oh, wait, it was his? So wait, is it his roof that blew off then? Actually,
no. Well, it's the whole units. We're in a 4 in a block, and the front of it goes to mine, and the back is his. So the whole roof of the section came off. But mine got off the lightest. We had like a broken window and a bit of water ingress, but we've been pretty much fine here.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Those weather events can be pretty scary sometimes. You don't know where they're going to go. So
never seen anything like it in Scotland. It was absolutely mental. Honestly, it was crazy. I'd never seen anything like it. When I was outside checking out what had gone, there was just debris flying everywhere. I was terrified.
I don't blame you. Definitely not a fun time. So, yeah, glad everybody's safe. We'll carry on with the super chats, but once again, yeah, glad for it. Spart344 says, I'm confused. It's good because the God of Abraham said so. The same God that said to unalive his kids and mutilate baby Darius.
Mutilate? Oh, yeah. Even if I granted all...
I think when they say mutilate,
sure.
We're talking about circumcision there, because
Even if I granted everything he's trying to frame, he can't tell me why any of that's wrong anyway. So it's useless to even engage. Like, tell me why the worst possible thing you can think of, batter, is wrong, right? You can't do it. So all you have is, ick, I don't feel good about this, but you have no standard for morality, so it doesn't matter. You have no standard to judge a standard. Okay?
We don't need a judge. We just know what's right and wrong.
You just know. Yeah, we just know. Got it.
Based on shared human experiences.
Well, then it's not we just know then, because now just know now is based on some shared experience. That is to say we all have the same shared experience. Craig, it's my shared experience. Dude, hold on. It's my experience. My experiences differ from yours, and my conclusion about what's morally right and wrong are different. Therefore, it's not obvious from our shared experience.
Well, my shared experience is different from yours.
Okay, so that means you're God, and the only thing that you did. Hold on. The only thing that you're saying is the standard for morality is your preferences, and you'll include anyone who shares your preferences. That's your moral standard.
No, it's not preferences. It's what would rather. It's what is better for society in general. Whereas yours are based on God's preferences, and as simple as that.
Yeah, and so, great. So if your standard is preferences, all you're really saying is you don't prefer God's preferences, but that doesn't mean there's an absolute standard you have.
Absolutely wouldn't, 100% wouldn't prefer the preferences of an evil, petty, psychotic...
You don't have a standard for evil.
...deity. Oh, I do. God gave me a pretty good standard for what evil is.
No, evil... Does evil have its own ontology, Craig?
Well, God's pretty evil, that's all I know.
Does evil itself has a positive existence? Or is it the absence of good?
Well, no. Evil, it can be actions taken, and God certainly took many evil actions.
Okay, cool. So you saying God took evil actions, against what absolute good is he taking evil actions?
He caused harm. He caused people misery and suffering. He was evil. And he still, if God exists, then he is still evil.
Okay, so things I don't like are evil, basically.
No, things that are bad are evil. Things that cause harm and suffering and destruction are evil.
The laws of physics. So the laws of physics are evil.
No, the laws of physics don't have a mind, whereas God would be. Well, let me clarify my statement.
Laws of physics are evil.
Let me clarify my statement. Any sentient thing that, does that is evil.
So lions are evil.
Lions can be evil. They have
really. So when a lion eats a zebra, it's evil, right? Should we put them in lion jail, Craig?
I didn't say that when a lion eats a zebra, it's evil. But
Tell me when an animal does something evil.
I mean, I was trying to, but you interrupted me several times, so I guess we go to the next question.
Oh, you're stuck.
No, I was going to answer you, but you kept interrupting me, so...
Tell me an evil action from an animal, dude.
No, I was going to, but you kept interrupting me, so we can go to the next question now.
All right, make of that what you will. Let's go on to the next question for sure, because we do have quite a few of them. And I will say, I probably won't be playing any instruments tonight, unless somebody puts it in a super chat. I mean...
Why does your mods ban me? I'm not doing anything, I'm not violating anything, and they keep banning me. You guys suck, dude. This is why your channel can't grow. This is why you guys can't grow, because you guys take these weak-ass mods, and you don't include people who have different opinions, and you ban them for no reason. That's why you guys can't get off the ground.
But they are growing.
I'm not sure.
Got lots of subscribers, and they're growing constantly. I don't know what you mean.
Oh, we're not just talking about numbers, dude.
What are you talking about?
I'm not sure what's going on. So
we're talking about culture. We're talking about culture, not numbers. Culture.
Well,
so hold on just one second there. So one of our mods is doing something. Is there a problem?
Slow. Just a question. All right. It says okay. Well, it was done for a second. All right.
Yeah. No. I was just curious if there was a specific mod that was doing something.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. All right, go ahead.
Okay, well, we'll just carry on. No worries. Just making sure that everything's copacetic. I don't like to leave any stones unturned. That's for kind of where I'm usually at. So let's carry on. Thanks to our live chat. Thanks to our panel. You guys have been fantastic. Like I said, we had so many issues getting everybody on channel tonight. So really appreciate it. Gordzilla says, yeah, we did read that one. FB, is Craig afraid of women?
No. Why would I be afraid of women? I mean,
Scared
they can be terrifying. Absolutely. I live in a house with 2 women whose periods are synced up, and I fucking tell you that can be terrifying. But you know, so can a person, a male, going through emotional turbulence. Are you afraid of women? See, I'm married. I've been married for 18 years. I lie in bed next to a woman every night. That's not. Are you afraid of women? Is that what this is?
Let's carry on to the next question. But I feel you. I had three older sisters, a mother, and even the fish was laying eggs, for crying out loud. Like there was, it was always like I'd go to one sister and be like, "Mom's acting crazy this week," and they'd be like, "Get out of my room," and I'd be like, "Ah, why is everybody so angry this week?" Anyway, all right, I'll just carry on. Thanks, guys, for entertaining our live chat. You guys have been fantastic.
Deep End Diver,
Let's see,
121.
Good question, says Jim Bob. Disqualified himself to speak about women with his misogyny. So,
feelings.
They're saying that what you described as misogyny. So, do you want to clarify whether that is correct
misogyny?
Or not?
No. A Christian paradigm properly places women and men in their duties, which are different, and so it's not in a woman's duty nor in their capability to defend, to sacrifice their life in battle. They're not placed there. And so women are basically at the mercy of men in society, and that's just how it is. There's no way of changing this. Men are wholly the force applicator. That's just the way it is. So misogyny would assume that there's some sort of like ontological status difference value. No, that there might be some crappy Christian, so-called Christian approaches to that. No, I think all people, all races, and men and women are all made in the image of God. We're all equally valuable. We're of equal value, but we're not of equal. We're not placed in equal duties. We're not equal in the hierarchy.
Why did God make us in such a useless image? Why did He choose this form that doesn't work properly? I mean, I bite my tongue. I bite the inside of my lip. I get ingrowing hairs.
That's not what,
like, why did God choose this image?
That's not what image means. Image is a metaphysical status, not a form.
No,
are you asking why did God put us in this form? That's a better formed question anyway. Is that what you're asking?
Well, that's a stupid thing.
We need to slow down on the back and forth just so that we can try to get you guys out of here. I've had you for almost 5 hours now, especially with the tech issues. Like at minimum, the audience has gotten like 4 hours of you guys having your back and forth. So I do want to get through the questions and try not to, like I say, respond.
I'm enjoying the vape counter in the chat though, Ryan. I think they've got me having 122 hits of my dry herb vape. They're keeping up nicely.
I mean, somebody said I was... Anyway, we won't. Again, question for JB. So it is your view that women should be focused on raising kids for the next generation instead of unaliving them in the womb and mutilating the kids who survive the womb?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to bring this up. I don't know if, Craig, you just kind of generally take a cultural approach to secular humanism, because I read the bullet points in the last one, number 15, was all about like preserving life and like, no matter what, preserving life, enhancing humanity. I was wondering, do you also take a somewhat unorthodox position within your secular circles on abortion too, or?
Secular humanism supports abortion when needed.
Yeah, but just, I mean, not needed. Just if someone determines I don't want to have a baby and they say I need an abortion because I just don't want it, is that a need?
If that person didn't want the baby, then there should be a need to not have that baby because that baby wouldn't be raised right. No one should be forced to carry a child to term if they don't want to.
Need is based on convenience. It's not really need, it's out of convenience.
No, it's a need. The need to not have that child be raised by something that's
you need to kill the baby because you think you can't take care of it.
You can't kill a child in the womb.
You need to kill the baby because you think you won't be able to take care of it. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, we've unpacked, I think we both unpacked our thoughts on this one, guys, and I think that does highlight the difference between those worldviews that we have highlighted on the screen: Christianity or secular humanism, which has a better ethical foundation. So, yeah, let's carry into the next question here. Robin Webster says 21, first woman completes SEAL training. I own my house, no debt. Do not need a man to support me, nor do I need an imaginary friend. So Robin Webster is saying that they are an independent woman with no debt, and they are an atheist from what I've gathered in this. So what would you like to say to Robin?
You live in a luxurious society that's completely upheld by the brute force and work of men, including plumbing, including underwater welding, including military, including police, including infrastructure. You sit upon your throne, fake feminist glory, and if shit hit the fan, Robin Webster, whatever the fuck your name is, you'd be begging the nearest man to help you out, help you carry all your bullshit out of your shitty apartment. You're full of shit.
That's a lovely assumption you just made about that person. They'd probably
no, it's actually true.
No, it's an assumption you've just made.
No. If society collapsed, little Robin Webster, whatever her name was, her luxurious position of being independent would go out the window immediately.
So you say that's an assumption that you've just made?
No. If society collapses, what's the status of women, Craig?
Whatever they want it to be.
Oh yeah, they just yeah. They're just not at the mercy of like brute force and like gangs and people with straight up guns and
women have guns.
Society
as well.
collapse.
Women
are just
can have gangs
liberated.
and guns.
You guys
just
are
as
so
much.
Delusional.
Women can have gangs and guns just as much.
Against other men. Well, you're delusional. You're delusional. Too much.
Are you saying
too much
that women
fantasy.
can't shoot
Too much
men?
fantasy. Too much people hiring.
So during my military,
people step on your face.
During my military,
step on your face.
Jim Bob, during my military training, the three top sharpshooters were all female. So yeah,
really?
Women can use
sharpshooter.
Yes,
that's amazing. Yeah. I understand that, dude. I've been to many gun ranges, and it's true that a woman can naturally shoot a point and shoot gun. Right, from just naturally. The problem with that is that's not equivalent to a high pressure situation. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
All right, let's ask the next question there, guys. We've, like I said, both unpacked where we disagree on that. People can go back through the debate, and I don't think there'll be any question where you guys disagree on this particular topic. So Even Lord says, Craig, Scandinavia does eugenics and is racist.
It is not racist.
Wait, what is? Say that again, Ryan.
And it does not do eugenics.
Scandinavia.
Those things are both false.
So hold on, I'm going to repeat it for Jim Bob, but yeah, I'll let you respond. Craig, he says, Scandinavia does eugenics and is racist. Scandinavia.
No, it's just those are just false claims.
Actually, I don't know what he's referring to. Is it like some sort of program? So they're saying they're ethnically superior, and so are they doing away with anyone who's not their ethnicity? Like I can't grasp what the
no. But he's trying. Like, I made the claim that Scandinavia is a secular country and it's the happiest and healthiest country in the world, and he's going back with Scandinavia is actually does eugenics and is racist. In the history of those countries, they are currently not doing eugenics and are currently not racist. Is there dark past in those countries? Yes, but are they currently those things? Absolutely not.
Right. Yeah. Let's move on. Like I said, I think we've unpacked there. Even Lord asks, what is morally wrong with misogyny when men can physically and mentally dominate women? Evolutionarily, male animals often essay females to breed. Sexually, yeah, you got essay.
But let's
Females.
look at some of the insect kingdoms, shall we? Or the arachnid kingdom, where the women are 10 to 30 times bigger than the men and eat them after sex.
And the so just to keep us into the realm of what they were trying to ask, if you could make a commentary about like humanity, just in that retrospect.
That
I don't think Craig has. Craig, you didn't have any commentary about humanity. What is morally wrong with misogyny when men can physically and mentally dominate women? Evolutionarily, male animals often sexually.
I gave my point. I gave my point that
Okay, all right, fair enough. I thought I just didn't know if that was all that you would want to say on that first point. So go ahead there, Jim Bob.
If the person is saying that it's descriptively, we're not making an odd claim, it's just descriptively the case that males, on the most part, we're talking about humans here, that they can just dominate women. Like, so it's really a choice of men. So if men decided women don't have any rights tomorrow, that could actually happen descriptively. So I'm not making an argument that that should be the case. I'm saying we have to really deal with the truth of the matter here. Descriptively, it's true that men could collectivize and literally do whatever they want with women. They just could. They just could do that.
All right. Next question coming in. Deep End Diver says, Craig vape counter times 128. You were keeping a track of me there, Deep End. I thought I was in the single digits earlier, but I think... I don't know. I think you're blowing up the numbers a little bit on one end and diminishing them on the other.
No, 128 sounds about right. I've been toking this consistently through the thing because I'm in quite a lot of pain after my 1,033 push-ups earlier, and this is the most effective painkiller in the world. So yeah, I've been constantly microdosing on my cannabis the entire debate.
Is that what you call microdosing?
Well, yeah.
No, that's your microdose. You're funny. All right, let's ask the next question. All right, let's see. Ivy Ellen says Craig may not have blown one, but he's held his mouth until the swelling went down.
What was that? You laughed halfway through.
I got you.
Okay, we're just gonna carry on.
Oh, just a
No, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Come on.
Evan said the Scandinavian comment was about how abortion and surrogacy are being used to make designer babies, which we would say, wouldn't that kind of be racist? Because you'd be preferring very specific types of genetics that would
thank you
that would
so
be
much,
classified,
Jim Bob.
right?
I thought you were going to make commentary on that last super chat.
No, sorry, I didn't hear that. I was reading something.
Tonight, Ryan. My God, these are wild. But no, any commentary there, Craig, for the Scandinavian comment about eugenics and what Jim Bob just
there's
said?
no one trying to make designer babies. That's just again.
Of course they are. Massive industry, dude. Talk about.
Scandinavia is not like trying to make a bunch of designer babies.
Making those CRISPR babies.
I mean,
all right.
Here's the thing: secular humanism doesn't like outright genetic modification or genetic engineering. If it was beneficial for someone, then like for instance, if people are born with genetic diseases, then CRISPR technology and stuff can help remove those defective genes. Is that what they're talking about? Maybe.
Well, I mean, NPR did a huge study on it. It's breaking a taboo. It's considered a taboo. So, they're seeking to edit DNA and customize babies. And obviously people, which I find nothing exactly wrong with, but people prefer offspring that resembles them. I feel like that's not a controversial statement.
Yeah, no,
being that would be the consequence of having kids.
But so hypothetically, Jim Bob, if you were going to have a child that had a genetic defect that meant that it wouldn't be able to walk, and you were able to modify those genes so that it could walk, would you?
That's a good question. I wouldn't have a sharp answer on that. I would listen and think about it. it'd be a tough decision. I could see both angles. I could see that going with how the person was could potentially be more positively impact on more people, and the short-term fix could be more positively impact on just the person. And I'm not sure, because you'd have to take a consequentialist approach, but you don't know the future, right? So it can go either way, you know.
But let's make the assumption that it's a perfect scenario, and that they only have to edit that one particular gene that would allow your child to walk when it couldn't before, with no other consequences. I'm assuming you would think that's okay, right?
I'm not sure, honestly. I would have to look at what the precedent was. You know what I mean? I'd have to think about the precedent, because honestly, my impulse is what you're leading to. My impulse would be like, yeah, duh, like fix, right? But I also know that could be misleading sometimes, and you could choose the wrong thing. And
obviously, it's a big question.
It's a good question, though.
It's not something that would ever be taken lightly.
We're gonna put a bow on that one right there, because we got lots of questions. That dude Devin says, wait, no, women in revolutionary advancements and weapon technology. His next argument for women overtaking men. Weapons have vastly been designed, created, and operated by men because of strength.
Yeah, that's true. Like, that's not a great... People say it's an equalizer. It's really not when you think of what's required for machining, especially larger artillery. You have to... there's a lot of brute force that's not talked about.
I have to inject, because I think I put the wrong emphasis on the incorrect syllable, if you are picking up what I'm putting down. So I think they said, wait, no women in revolutionary advancements in weapon technology. So that no was like, no.
There is none.
Yeah.
There's none.
I think I put the wrong emphasis on that, if you will.
There is none.
I have to say emphasis now, because people are going to be like, does he not know how to say that word? But it's just a joke, guys. So any thoughts over there, Craig?
No, I'm sorry. My triceps getting cramp. I'm struggling to concentrate.
Oh, your poor tricep. You just obsessed with yourself. I swear. No.
It's upset, dude. It's sore. Cramp sucks, man.
Yeah. Me, my body, oh my. All right. It sounds like Craig thinks men and women are interchangeable widgets.
Lovely straw man. Congratulations.
Okay, Spart344 says, women are forcibly kept out of these fields because of people like you. That's why wrongly this is not...
That's why we keep you out of these. You can't even talk. So why wouldn't we keep you out of these industries? Get out of here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we wrongly think brilliant women are the exception. It's only because of SH and feminism women are getting opportunities.
No, the problem is we aren't arguing. We aren't arguing that women can't do exceptional things. Both Craig and I agree that that's possible and demonstrably true. The question is whether or not we look at the exceptions of that and say every woman should do exceptional things. Why wouldn't we include being a mother as an exceptional thing? I think being a mother is a very exceptional thing, probably the most important thing for society on net balance, way better than inventing something. Like if you were just one woman who invented this one thing, good, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Well, I mean, penicillin.
When we're talking about the wholeness of society, though, we have to really engage with what the infrastructure of a society needs to be, and I think mothering is one of the most important. That's what's so weird. People say you should be a mother; it's the most important thing. They go, "Oh, you're such a misogynist." It's like, no, we're actually saying something amazing about you. We're actually saying mothering is one of the most amazing things you can do.
All right. Next question, let's ask it. Jesus Iber Martinez says, Jim Bob, when you stand in the presence of God and his holy presence burns you, and Jesus said, you used my name, but I never knew you, what will you say?
Hey, there's nothing to say. I'm not going to negotiate. What kind of question is that?
All right, well, you heard it there, Jesus. So
what fucking questions are you? You guys are so low IQ. I just don't even understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, why? Well, no problem coming at the audience there, Jim Bob. Yeah, so you heard there, Jesus. He's not a fan of your question. Heart Ponder says, Craig, we know you think necrophilia is wrong, but why is it wrong if your principle is do no harm? Can you please articulate this point? And then Jim Bob, can you respond? So go ahead there, Craig.
It's not good for society. It's harmful. It's it can spread bacteria and disease. It can be mentally damaging to people. I do not see a scenario where everybody is going to sign off on, yeah, you go and have sex with your dead grandma. That's absolutely fine. It's going to harm people mentally. And the act of necrophilia can spread disease and harm more and more people.
Right.
Oh, do you want me to respond to that?
I think what we should do is just
That's fine. I don't need to respond.
We have gone on for quite a bit, and like I said, I think most people at this point could probably pinpoint where you guys are going to go with those arguments. So, Small Fry says, Ryan, please ask Craig to read this phrase aloud. Bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
You knew exactly what they were looking for. All right.
Well, that's how you say it. What do you mean?
That was Bawada. I don't know what that was. That's like trying to say my hometown name. Wait, say it again.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water. Okay.
No, say it properly, will you?
Bottle. All right. ZH Kane says, I think Jim Bob is a sad, weird little man. Oh, well, we can all be sad, weird little men every once in a while. Come on. Don't be like that, ZH Kane, you sad, weird little man. Hot Dogs for Sale says, we saw peak humanism during Rona, and they acted like monsters in skin suits. The obedient always think for themselves as virtuous rather than cowardly. Any thoughts there, Jim Bob? I think that's for you.
No, well, the thing is, I saw plenty of people who call themselves Christians who basically lockstep went right with everything that's happening, didn't really question anything. I don't want to talk in detail, obviously, on the channel, but I wouldn't make it peculiar to secular humanism, that particular instance.
Let's ask the next one here. So, Binge Thinker says, for Bob, how many witches have you burned at the stake?
That's funny. If you look in the actual history of that, you could actually track on a map how many people in this so-called witch burning escapades. It's actually very low, and honestly, it was less burning. First of all, more hanging. And it was extreme. It was extremely low, and it wasn't even. That was like Protestants. By the way, even going back to something more brutal, that under your guys' view, that you say things like the Inquisition, right? The Inquisition. It turns out that the number, right, of the Inquisition, out of the documented 125,000 people tried. That's just tried. Only 1% of those trials ended in death. And compared to the first month of the French Revolution, which was entirely secular, the first month of secular humanism, the French Revolution, astronomically topped the amount of deliberate death. So you don't have much to say.
All right. ALC says, a win, Jim Bob, and shout out to all the based bigots in the chat. And then they have their salute emoji, pounded emoji, heart, and crown. So, yeah, that's from ALC. Binge Thinker says, for Bob, that was the one we just read. This is a weird name. Nat Pixop says, atheist doesn't understand what actual love is. Love is God letting himself suffer on the cross unjustly for us undeserving, sinful humans. Anything to say to Nat Pixop? I think that's how we want to say it. I'm not sure. Natapox, or you know your question. Go ahead there, Greg.
I thought that was for Jim Bob, actually.
Well, they said atheists don't understand what actual love is. Love is God letting himself suffer on the cross unjustly for us undeserving, sinful humans.
Yeah, well,
I think
that's
that
just
is
yeah. Sorry. I was looking at the Indiegogo thing. Yeah, well, no, that's not love. That's just being stupid. There's no such thing as dying for other people's sins. That's a lovely fairy tale that you tell yourself to feel good. Love is when you look into your spouse's eyes and you get butterflies in your stomach. Just the excitement of being near them. Love is the yearning to be near somebody. Love is the enjoyment of another's company and just happiness to be around them. You don't know what love is. Not me.
Craig, could I ask you, is there an ultimate standard for sacrifice that you can think of? Like a person that's the ultimate standard, the highest peak of the embodiment of sacrifice?
No.
No. But sacrifice is a virtue, though, right?
Sacrifice is something that is done when it needs to be done.
Is it a virtue, though, to do it?
I wouldn't say so. It's just a need.
All right, let's carry on to the next question.
Okay.
We don't need to unpack too much more now because we are, like I say, getting past the 5-hour mark. But I will remind our audience, I just updated our thermometer on the side. We are at 47% on our Indiegogo, a link there still. So hopefully we can get past 50%. I was personally hoping with the interaction tonight that we could get past that 75%. So it's on you guys. Hopefully after this stream, we'll have a few people visit that Indiegogo link. It's been a great debate. I'm sure a lot of people will make it to this point. You let me know in the live chat. Let me know in the comments if you made it. All right. Let's see. Sincere Hypocrite says, is Big Tits a winning and sobbing a result of his chemicals, or is it an experience? I don't know if we want to engage that one too much. Can you maybe 10-second that one?
Well, they were asking like your response to me calling you a bad name before. You were like, they're asking you if that was just like a chemical reaction, or was that a meaningful experience that you are evaluating?
10 seconds if you can there, Craig.
I mean, it was something that I observed happening, and then the sound waves hit my eardrums, which created an electrical signal, and my brain interpreted what was happening. But it doesn't stop the physical act from happening to have then triggered the electrical and chemical reactions in my brain. It's one part of the entire puzzle.
We've heard from both of you guys on that one, so I don't want to entertain that one too much. It's just, you guys, I know there's a few like big moments that you guys might hone in on, but ultimately these guys had a great discussion overall. There were just a few little moments that were like, where are we going here? But I think overall we managed to keep it on home base. So Nick H says, made by Jim Bob versus Deconstruction Zone would be a good debate.
I definitely called into his stream and asked him some things that he couldn't answer, and he kicked me. But he's got his own thing going. He probably wouldn't engage with my type of angle of argumentation. He likes to stay to scripture, and I would recommend someone better versed in scripture, like Sam Shamoon. If you guys want a really good debate, if you guys want a popular debate, Ryan, get Deconstruction Zone and Sam Shamoon one-on-one.
Well, I'll look into Sam. Yeah, definitely. We'll talk afterwards. Brian Wanderer says, Craig needs force, not as a last resort, but as the logical conclusion to his position. So dumb. P.S. Nobody would bang a corpse. Was a pathetic dodge.
No,
so
it's just
they're going back to this argument that was being made, which was central around the idea of not so much of would that be permissible overall. It was just a matter of like, how could you explain that is immoral under the secular worldview? So if you could take a moment just to say, this is why it is immoral for secularists to do this, just so we can maybe put that one to rest if we can. And if not, then we'll let that one play on the public opinion.
There just isn't a case where everyone would be okay with banging a corpse, so it would cause mental harm and distress to people, and like I've mentioned, the health risk associated could cause harm.
All right, we'll leave it at that. And Philip Drew says, "Why does Ryan allow Craig to dodge every question?" I don't think I've allowed either of our speakers to dodge.
I think you did just. I think you just did fine. Two feisty debaters talking over each other.
Yeah, I was gonna say I felt like this was a good night and a good showing as far as being on it. Like you guys, when you have two debaters that are playing by the rules, it helps a lot. So I do appreciate our panel for especially where I don't have the powers that usually be from our streaming service to mute certain speakers. These guys have been fantastic. So. Yeah, that's 80% of the battle, I have to say. So thank you again. William is the next super chatter. Just William. He somehow got that name all on his own. I figured that one was taken. Says, "Come on, Jim Bob, win. Craig, come to divine liturgy once."
Liturgy, yeah. Mm-hmm. Liturgy.
Yeah. I know it.
No, is the answer.
Okay, 1 cup, 2 bears. Ugh. All right. Why isn't Spaceballs a third option?
Oh, well, Spaceballs, it just destroys all others, so we can't include it in polls. It's just not fair.
It's just full parody, right? It's not in the same category, right?
It's just better.
He is right. It is in a tier of its own. We can't, as mortals, we cannot mess with.
You can say you can maybe because that's like space stuff. I was gonna say, well, Dune is kind of spacey.
Yeah, no, Spaceballs is just one of those weird Mel Brooke.
Use the Schwartz, man.
Films.
Just use the Schwartz.
Use the Schwartz, the ring. Yeah, it's just a weird movie. Anyway, Tristan, but you know what? It has John Candy in it, and he's that's why Canadians know, because he's our boy. Long past John Candy, but yeah, Canadians remember. Tristan says, funniest debate of 2025 so far. Well, I'm glad, Tristan, you were having some laughs and enjoying the commentary. Whatever part of it may have tickled your, your humorous side. That's great. Which of the river says, it's consent? My God. Craig. The answer is informed verbal consent. Animals can't consent. Kids can't consent. People under duress can't consent. So they're saying you missed the mark on this one. What do you have to say to which of the river?
I said those things. Maybe they didn't hear. I mentioned how a sentience is required for, saying it's okay.
Okay, well, let's move on then. Maybe you missed it. It's been a long debate there, which of the river, so maybe go back and check it out. Justin Henley says, Craig, you're not ready for Andrew.
Andrew's going to be way easier than Jim Bob here. Andrew's just a triggered little baby who just attacks people personally instead of engaging in conversations. So that's going to be fun.
All right, well, we'll let that be its own individual segment. If you're hanging out right now, let us know what you think in the live chat. Let us know what you think in the commentary. Who do you think is going to bring down the house here at Modern Day Debate? We got Craig versus Andrew Wilson, and I think, honestly, I think between the two of you, we could have some real... Yeah. I was gonna say, I think between the two of you, the whole house is just gonna collapse. I mean, the whole hotel is just gonna come down. You guys are gonna have a lot of fun. All right. So 42 Attack says, Craig, first, any chance the secular humanism you preach is the same as, for instance, a Stalinism, but your priests haven't told you yet. 2, does your secular humanism teach one to cry interruption when he has no answer?
No. I say I've been interrupted when I'm interrupted. What was the first bit? Oh yeah, and Stalin is an authoritarian, not a secular humanist. And so yeah, there we go. Covered that already.
All right. Aman Yaman says, Craig looks like he would kiss a statue of Stephen Hawking.
Look, guys, the weird things you put me doing in your mind is it's your personal wank banks. I'm not gonna put on kinks here. If that's what you want to imagine me doing whilst you're tugging one off, then more power to you. Okay?
Okay, let's carry on. Tristan says, push contest, Jim Bob versus Craig.
I mean, I've already done 1,033 today. Come on.
Wait, what? What is it? Push?
Push-up
get
contest,
that.
I think.
Yeah, they're saying like a push-up contest.
But push-up?
I feel like you've got an unfair advantage right now there, Craig, where it's been your lifestyle lately.
Well, yeah, but I've also just done 1,033 today, so Jim Bob could probably beat me right now.
No, I wouldn't beat you. I'm just barely getting back to the gym. I'm lighter than you, so probably.
Are you? I'm 92 kilograms now.
What's that?
I'm 92 kilograms now.
Oh, I don't know what that converts to, but I'm like 180. Yeah. But no,
Western
I wouldn't.
Has no idea. Sorry.
No, Craig. I couldn't. I could probably do like 45 right now.
No, that's not bad, man. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
43.
Okay, so, and you could do, say, in one set? Or
yeah, like right off, yeah. No,
so,
straight up.
That puts you in, a top range, for our age category to be able to do that. That's kind of an upper range of what you should be able to do at your age. So that's impressive.
Yeah, I'm just working on it though. I have to get back to it, and it's tough going to it really is tough being there.
For me, the gym is the best thing. It's absolutely adorable. I adore it. It's like the best thing for my mental health. And I can do about 75 to 80 push-ups in one go if I'm like completely fresh.
All right. Well, let's carry on. I was gonna say my thing is not the gym. I'll just sit and noodle on the guitar for hours. That's how I get my kicks. I'm no kind of good shape, that's for sure. So congrats to the two of you, and yeah, definitely. Yeah, good luck on whatever journey you guys are on. Mike Alvarez says, Craig lost this debate. I think Deconstruction Zone would be a far better debate with Made by Jim Bob. Let's make it happen. Modern
you definitely read that one already.
Wait, what was it?
Yeah, the Deconstruction Zone one. You definitely read that.
Oh yeah. I said Sam is better. I'm not scripturally prepared to debate scripture at all. So
see, now I got to scroll and see if I'm like just.
But I'm telling you, MDD, if you want a really high caliber debate that's like fiery, Sam Shamoon in that Deconstruction Zone, because it's all scripture. It would be really good.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll definitely look into it, and I'll review the debate and make sure that I got all the info there. But I think that this one was just a repeat one. But I'm gonna check it out and make sure I'm not gaslighting myself. So Even Lord says, Craig, you stirred hatred in me, but I respect you. All right, so Even Lord is having some conflicted feelings, love-hate relationship.
My dad always said to me that if someone hates you, it means you're doing your job right.
All right, well, Harry Stylus says, for Craig, if you had a magic pen and paper that brings a stick figure to life when you draw it, it is confined to the paper. How would you prove to it that you exist and drew it?
You left out a lot of context, like, can it communicate with me in any way, or is its communication and everything confined to the paper?
Let's assume it can communicate with you in some way, just for this paper.
Then I would draw on the paper, show it happening, and go, I did that and made you. I would demonstrate the thing that made it happening and make it watch it. Unless this magic pen just works once, I don't know.
All right, Bearsworth says, hey, Craig, when's the next moon landing happening, bud?
When's the next moon landing happening? You should probably ask NASA that. They're taking a while. But it's because there's a lot of things to figure out, and NASA aren't very good at following timelines. If you're saying that the previous moon landings didn't happen, then you're sorely mistaken. I've definitely proven they have.
Right. Well, ALC says, Ryan, you have been a great moderator tonight. Well, thank you, ALC. I appreciate a little bit of support for myself every once in a while. It says, please play some music later. Well, I will say it's 3 o'clock, 3:18 here in Nova Scotia, so I
7:18.
probably won't be picking the old classical off the wall there. I'll get myself in trouble with the kids. They'll come out and say, what are you doing? Lastly, ALC says, I'll put on my tune before the end of the night. Don't worry, guys. I'll do at least that, but I don't know if you like that as much as some live interaction. But they say, and tell FTFE Craig to fix his audio.
It's honestly, it's not my audio. It is something to do with like me connecting to modern day debates. I don't understand. Check my stream. My audio is perfect.
Yeah, it's him, guys. Anyways, I'm just picking, but it happened here. It happens on Zoom. I'm just gonna assume that maybe your mic just ain't doing it. I don't know, man.
Maybe I need to get a new mic. I don't know. I've got the same one as well. I've got a Rode. Who else? It's a decent mic. It was like 300 quid, but maybe I need a new one. I did drop it a couple of times.
No,
to be fair.
I was going to say, I don't think it's about the mic quality. Usually when it comes to buying an expensive mic, it's like there's so many people out there that buy the SM7B, but they don't realize that they need to get a cloud lifter. So, I mean, like, do you know how much stuff, like, I can pull it up to my face. Do you know how much stuff this SM55 from 1953 is running through? Like, I've got a preamp here on my desk, and then it's running through another preamp in my interface, and then that goes into a DAW, which also has a noise gate and a compression. Like, anyway, there's a lot that goes into just, but that's also because this is an old mic. I should probably put a high pass.
Ryan, what do you mean a lifter? I have the SM whatever you just said, the go-to decent mic, and I run it through the Behringer, and then it goes through Voice Potato. When you say a lifter, is that considered a lifter? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, well, a lot of people use it with what's called the cloud lifter. So it's like this little device. It's like 200 US, but there are other ways that you can boost up the SM7B. It's just a matter of like trying to get the right level of noise floor with it, so it's not too like hissy. But your audio has been fantastic. So I mean, whatever you've got figured out, you're doing all right. Don't worry about that. But a lot of people don't realize though that they do have to run it through a few things and maybe tweak a few items, but I'm not picking on you either there, Craig. It's just microphones are so
my chat is saying that my audio is fine over there and they're just winding me up, so I don't know. We'll get into the last super chats there, guys. But it's been a chill time. We've had a lot of great fun. So Wrongful Rage says, "Are you on your knees doing those push-ups?" Guy, mirror, and reflection. Okay, let's move on. 42 Attacks says, "Craig, your audio delay cut off at the point of my question. Is there any chance the secular humanism you preach could have identical results to Stalinism, but your priests haven't told you yet?" No, because Stalinism is authoritarianism, and that's not secular humanism. I already answered that for you, although I do appreciate you supporting modern day debates by repeating your question with a second super chat.
All right, let's see here. Last question coming in. So we do appreciate all the live chat, and I will remind you guys once again in our live description there on our video, you will see that we have our Indiegogo fund. We are just getting ready to get over that. Like I said, I'd love to get over that 50% threshold before the end of the night. We're at 48% now, so one of you guys have gone in there and helped us out. We do appreciate it. I've sent it over to you, Craig, as well. I don't know if you got in our chat there made by Jim Bob, but every little bit helps. We do appreciate all of our speakers. Max V says FTFE's audio is 100% fine on his stream, confirmed. So, it just has something to do. See, the thing is that if I plug my guitar in right to this interface here, it's gonna sound great for you guys. But for FTFE's audience, it's gonna sound a little bit not so great. I figured this out before, so it's just something we'll have to figure out when we're streaming and also meeting up on these video chats. But I assure you, when Craig comes out for our debate con, live February 15th and 16th in Newark, that there will be no audio issues and everybody will properly be able to yell over each other, and him and Andrew Wilson will actually have a proper go at it. I assure you. I know they will. Those guys are not known for holding back. It's going to be great. So Bearsworth says, well, we read that one. Last one. Bearsworth, Jim Bob is best at theoretical gravity debates. So I haven't seen you in that debate structure. Jim Bob, is that something that you thrive?
It's fun for me. I just kind of look at it from an inquiry position, and just kind of look at like, what are we actually referring to when we talk about gravity? Are we talking about effects? Are we talking about something we can isolate and introduce? Is it scientific? It's a fun topic for me.
Yeah, I can definitely do that with you. It's one of my favorite topics. I've got quite a specialty in gravity.
Okay, cool.
All right, let us go into those closing statements, guys. So big thank you to the panel. That is the end of the Super Chats. You guys have been more than fantastic. This is one of the longest streams I think I've ever had, actually. I think this is the longest stream I've ever hosted. The second longest was Stuart Neckley and Aaron Raw. So this is... this is legendary, guys. And not just because we had the issues getting everybody connected. This is almost 6 hours of content, you guys. So this is, like I say, next level. We're gonna
my camera fail.
I know. If only we had you on the camera. All of our handsome faces all on screen at once. You know what happened is, we got on screen a few times, and YouTube was about to break. It was like, This is too much, right?
Yeah, I'd filled the handsome meter. He couldn't have any more. That was the problem.
Oh, you are just so full of you. Anyway, I'm just picking. I can't help it. I have to remind our speakers I'm just picking because so many people take me seriously, and then I have to.
You're Canadian. No one takes you seriously.
Lately. Oh, thank you. That's great. I appreciate that. Yeah, nobody takes me seriously. All right, we still have 620 people watching, so maybe you'll take me seriously for just 1 second when I say, once again, if you can smash the like button. I imagine even with the 515 likes that we have already, that most of the people that are watching right now have not hit the like button. If you're hanging out in other spaces on the internet, Craig's space, come on over to Modern Day Debate and hit the like button. We host Craig quite a bit over here and want to help continue to grow this community and the speakers that you see here on screen. So I want to, we're going to go into that closing statement. Craig went first in our discussion. So Jim Bob is going to get the first minute on the floor to let everybody know where they can find you and your thoughts on our discussion tonight. So go ahead, Jim Bob.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for moderating. Thanks, Craig, for the debate. I appreciate you peeking out of the flat Earth sphere and getting into philosophy and meta-ethics a little bit. I thought it was a fun debate. I thought it was good. I thought it was fairly fruitful. Got people thinking about stuff. And you can find me at Made by Jim Bob on YouTube. I have basically a live stream every other day, pretty much. I cover topics. I'll do commentary on current events, make fun of Jordan Peterson a lot. It's a fun time over there, and I'll also have call-ins. So I'll do live debate call-ins. People could just call in and debate me on any topic, which is really fun. I highly recommend for even Craig. If you don't do that, I highly recommend doing that. And that's it. I mean, you can find me on Instagram as well. I'm primarily a comic artist, where I do satirical commentary. I work for the Washington Examiner as a weekly contributor as well. And that's pretty much it for me. And I'm open to future debates depending on the topics and the prompts. So reach out to me.
Okay, well, it just depends. What do you mean by reach? That's a complicated term.
It's like, it depends on what a debate is. It's like the word is. It's like, fuck, it's got me tossed.
Oh, me, no, I was going to say, before I start crying, let's hand it over to Craig.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for hosting me once again. I really do appreciate it. You can find me over on FTFE channel. name and rebrand coming very soon. Yeah, the general thoughts for this is that I never really saw why Christianity is better for an ethical position when it's basically just God says this, so therefore it's right. But yeah, I really appreciated the conversation. I found it quite interesting. I tried not to get too angry because FTFE I don't think is suitable for this kind of debate. And yeah, remember you can see me live in Newark, New Jersey at DebateCon 5, both February 15th and 16th, as I'm debating on both days. VIP tickets for the first day are sold out. They're available for the second day. Indiegogo campaign to help fund it is available in the description of this video and the description of my video.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for those shout outs, Craig. And yes, we are going to be live in Newark. I'm going to be there. Craig's going to be there. As you can tell, we've been talking a lot about the fact that he's going to be having a very similar debate tonight with Andrew Wilson. It's going to be a lot of fun live in person. So if things flow the same as usual before, I think Uncensored America is going to be coming out to do the sound for us. And I'll probably be holding mics and taking questions from the audience and maybe sneaking in shots, doing my best to butter up the crowd. That's how I roll. All right. So in the meantime, everybody, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We're doing everything we can to help grow out and grow beyond what we have right now and getting into even more spaces and even more interesting debate topics. So, yeah, definitely go check out those other debates that I mentioned earlier. We had a cancellation with Apostate Prophet due to the debate the other night. And it was pretty intense. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. You'll enjoy. What else did we mention? Alex Stein, versus Diddley, dressing up as Michael Jackson. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, let's just close it out there, though. There's a lot of great debates on Modern Day Debate to check out, but most importantly, hit those notifications for the upcoming debates, and stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you next time. Cheers.
I'm going to drop out and read my super chats. Thanks, guys. I really enjoyed that.
Thanks, Craig. I appreciate it.
No worries. Oh, wowzers. I'm fucking tired. Guys, what a day. What a day. Gonna read the super chats and then go to bed because I've been up for like 25 hours and I'm pretty tired. And I did 1,033 push-ups earlier. Myself, the other for 5 Canadian says, you are the GOAT master debater. Not a master at debating goats, but I hope you know what I mean. Thank you for your 10th super chat. Dihydrogen monoxide for £10. Secular humanism and spirituality aren't even incompatible. I believe in a higher power myself, but it doesn't influence my morals. I like it. Bobby Two Hands, £10. Hey Craig, I got really out of shape, but you inspired me to get back in shape with push-ups. Well, I'm glad I can inspire you. That makes me feel brilliant. Brilliant for $5 Australian. Jim Bob's argument. Nutter, can't explain this while not backing up anything, just assertions. Aaron 799 Australian says, like science, secular humanism evolves as new evidence comes to light. Secondly, in Matthew 10:34-36, Jesus says he comes to bring a sword, not peace. Alexander L199, Christianity is morally vile. Hit him with that. Well, I kind of did. 10th super chat on the channel for Aaron 299. How much will full FTFE cost? I promised I wouldn't in that debate. Maybe while I'm live over there in Newark. Facty for 279 Canadian. Must be hard to debate and babysit a child. Aaron 799 says 90% of bald people will still own a comb. They just can't part of it. Get out. Ragebot, member for 61 fucking months. The fact this moron keeps asking what defines morals is very telling. Yeah, you should know, right? Aaron 299 says initiate protocol 666 full FTFE. I couldn't. Rosie for $20. Thank you. Liberia in 2003, the women of Liberia Mass Action for Peace organised a sex strike to end the Second Liberation Civil War. The strike was part of a series of non-violent actions that included protests, marches and prayer. Amazing. Eon Dust $5 Australian. YouTube won't let me say exactly how much I despise this person, and trust me, it's extensive. Monkey Cat Pat Pat $5. I thought Flerfs was shitty. This is a whole new level of shittiness. Jim can go fuck himself. Annie Snap 279 Canadian says, I just joined. Why are they talking about necrophilia? Jim kept bringing it up. I don't know. Otto, member for 14 months, says, I'm on Smoko, so leave me alone. Aaron, member for 2 months, says, Craig, coil and rim job. Oh, gross. Discworld Edwich, $5 Canadian. The debate is excellent practice for Andrew. If Andrew was Fixoid, this dude would be Caleb. Interesting. I like it. Rosie, $5. I concede some people need a Bible to keep them from diddling cadavers. Eon Dust, $5 says, actually, experiencing love is not just as simple as chemicals. Anyone who actually experiences it shouldn't have an issue with this. That's what I tried to explain. Eon Dust, $5. Sorry, but every time I hear his name, I think of Postal 2. Grandfather of Jimmy, Joe, Billy, Bob. Cousin of Jimmy, Joe, Billy, Jimbo, Bob. Postal Dude. Juicy, 1980, $2 says, FTRE, fight the religious earth. Yeah, I guess I could. Fifth super chat on the channel from Mangus Builds for £10. US Navy sailor of 19 years here. A rigid rank structure has no bearing on and arguably supports the requirements for constantly flexible and adaptive strategies, technologies and tactics. I agree. Paul Curtis says, for £2, I did well. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Guys, this has been incredible. I'm going to bed because I am fucking knackered. I love every single one of you. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat. 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 Fight the flat.
Hi, my name is Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis.